Introduction. An unstable world. We live in an unstable world, and the instability is going to increase. It is a world where a billion people feel hungry every day, and the hunger is going to increase. It is a world which is destroying its own environment, and the destruction is going to increase. It is a violent world, and the violence is going to increase. It is a world where people are less happy, even in the industrially advanced countries, than they used to be, and the unhappiness is going to increase. Even the most craven apologists for capitalism find it hard to deny this reality any longer, as the worst economic crisis since the Second World War continues to deepen as one right. The world's best-known banks have only been saved from going bust by vast government bailouts. Thousands of factories, stores, and offices are closing across Europe and North America. Unemployment is shooting upwards. 20 million Chinese workers have been told they have to return to the villages because there are no jobs for them in the cities. An Indian employers think tank warns that 10 million of their employees face the sack. 100 million of the world's people in the global south are still threatened with hunger because of last year's doubling of grain prices, while in the richest country in the world, the United States, 3 million families have been dispossessed from their homes in 18 months. Yet just 2 years ago, when I began this book, the message was very different. Recent high levels of growth will continue, global inflation will stay quite subdued, and global current account imbalances will gradually moderate, was the consensus among mainstream economists, reported the Bank of International Settlements. The politicians, industrialists, financiers, and commentators all agreed. They toasted the wonders of free markets and rejoiced that entrepreneurial genius had been liberated from regulation. It was wonderful, they told us, that the rich were getting richer because that provided the incentives which made the system so bountiful. Trade was going to obliterate hunger in Africa. Economic growth was draining the vast pools of poverty in Asia. The crises of the 1970s, 80s, 90s and 2001-2 were memories we could put behind us. There might be horrors in the world, wars in the Middle East, civil wars in Africa, but these were to be blamed on the short-sightedness of essentially honest politicians in Washington and London who may have made mistakes but whose humanitarian intervention was still needed to deal with psychopathic maniacs. The words of those who saw things differently were ignored, as the media poured out candy floss layers of celebrity culture, upper middle class self-congratulation and senseless nationalist euphoria over sporting events. Then in mid-August 2007 something happened which began to sweep the candy floss away to provide a glimpse of the underlying reality. A number of banks suddenly discovered they could not balance their books and stopped lending to each other. The world's financial system began grinding to a halt with a credit crunch that turned into a crash of the whole system in October 2008. Capitalist complacency turned to capitalist panic, euphoria to desperation. Yesterday's heroes became today's swindlers. From those who had assured us of the wonders of the system there now came one message: we don't know what has gone wrong and we don't know what to do. The man who not long before had been treated as the supreme genius overseeing the U.S. economic system, Alan Greenspan, of the Federal Reserve, admitted to the U.S. Congress that he still did not fully understand what went wrong in what he thought were self-governing markets. Point 2. Governments have been throwing hundreds of billions to those who run the banks and tens of billions to those who run the multinational car firms in the hope that this will somehow stop the crisis. But they cannot agree among themselves how to do this and even whether it will work or not. Yet one thing is certain. The moment any part of the global economy begins to stabilize, they will forget the hundreds of millions of lives that have been shattered by the crisis. A few months when banks are not collapsing and profits are not falling through the floor and the apologists will be pumping out candy floss once again. Their futures will seem better and they will generalize this to the world at large with renewed talk about the wonders of capitalism and the impossibility of any alternative until crisis hits again and throws them into another panic. But crises are not some new feature of the system. They have occurred at longer or shorter intervals ever since the Industrial Revolution established the modern form of capitalism in Britain fully at the beginning of the 19th century. The poverty of economics. The mainstream economics that is taught in schools and universities has proved completely unable to come to terms with such things. The Bank of International Settlements recognizes that virtually no one foresaw the Great Depression of the 1930s, or the crises which affected Japan and Southeast Asia in the early and late 1990s, respectively. In fact, each downturn was preceded by a period of non-inflationary growth exuberant enough to lead many commentators to suggest that a new era had arrived. Point 3. Nothing sums up the incomprehension of those who defend capitalism as much as their inability to explain the most significant economic episode in the 20th century, the slump of the 1930s. Ben Bernanke, the present head of the U.S. Federal Reserve and supposedly one of mainstream economics' most respected experts on economic crises, admits that understanding the Great Depression is the holy grail of macroeconomics, for in other words, he can find no explanation for it. Nobel economic laureate Edward C. Prescott describes it as a pathological episode and it defies explanation by standard economics. Point 5. For Robert Lucas, another Nobel laureate, it takes a real effort of will to admit you don't know what the hell is going on in some areas. Point 6. These are not accidental failings. They are built into the very assumptions of the neoclassical or marginalist school that has dominated mainstream economics for a century and a quarter. Its founders set themselves the task of showing how markets clear, that is, how all the goods in them will find buyers. But that assumes in advance that crises are not possible. The implausibility of the neoclassical model in the face of some of the most obvious features of capitalism has led to recurrent attempts within the mainstream to bolt extra elements onto it in an ad hoc way. None of these additions, however, alter the basic belief that the system will return to equilibrium, providing prices, and especially wages, adjust to market pressures without hindrance. Even John Maynard Keynes, who went further than anyone else in the mainstream in questioning the equilibrium model, still assumed it could be made to work with a degree of government intervention. There were always challenges to such complacency. The Austrian economist Joseph Schumpeter derided any idea of equilibrium as incompatible with what he saw as the great positive virtue of capitalism, its dynamism. Some of Keynes's disciples went much further than he did in breaking with neoclassical orthodoxy. Cambridge economists tore apart the theoretical basis of the neoclassical school. Yet the orthodoxy is as strongly entrenched in the universities and schools as ever, pumping into the heads of each new generation a picture of the economic system that bears little relationship to reality. The pressure on students to study the books putting forward such views as if they were scientific texts has led to Paul Samuelson's Economics and Lipsy's An Introduction to Positive Economics selling millions of copies. It is hardly surprising that the economics profession has difficulty coming to terms with those aspects of the capitalist system that have the greatest impact on the mass of people who live within it. The obtuse theorems that fill economic textbooks and academic journals, with their successive algebraic calculations and geometric figures, assume stability and equilibrium, and so have little to say to people worried by the system's propensity to crisis. One of the founders of the neoclassical school, Alfred Marshall, observed nearly a century ago that the economic theory he believed in was of little use in practice and that a man is likely to be a better economist if he trusts his common sense and practical instincts. Point 7. Yet what is involved is not just abstract academic scholasticism. The orthodoxy is an ideological product in the sense that it operates from the standpoint of those who profit from the market system. It presents their profiteering as the supreme way of contributing to the common good, while absolving them of anything that goes wrong. And it rules out any fundamental critique of the present system, in a way that suits those with commanding positions in educational structures, connected as they are to all the other structures of capitalism. The radical Keynesian Joan Robinson summed up the situation. The radicals have the easier case to make. They have only to point to the discrepancies between the operation of the modern economy and the ideas by which it is supposed to be judged, while the conservatives have the well-nigh impossible task of demonstrating that this is the best of all possible worlds. For the same reason, however, the conservatives are compensated by occupying positions of power, which they can use to keep criticism in check. The conservatives do not feel obliged to answer radical criticisms on their merits, and the argument is never fairly joined. Point 8. But even most of the radicals usually start by taking the existing system for granted. The arguments of the radical Keynesians like Joan Robinson have always been in terms of amendments to the system, through greater state intervention than that envisaged by the mainstream. They have not seen the system itself as driven by an inner dynamic whose destructive effects are not restricted to purely economic phenomena. In the 21st century it is producing wars, hunger, and climate change as well as economic crises, and doing so in ways which threatens the very basis of human life. Capitalism transforms society in its entirety as it sucks people by the billions into laboring for it. It changes the whole pattern by which humanity lives, remolding human nature itself. It gives a new character to old oppressions and throws up completely new ones. It creates drives to war and ecological destruction. It seems to act like a force of nature, creating chaos and devastation on a scale much greater than any earthquake, hurricane or tsunami. Yet the system is not a product of nature, but of human activity that has somehow escaped from human control and taken on a life of its own. Economists write that the market does this or the market demands that. But the market is only the coming together of the products of many disparate acts of human creative activity, labor. What the economists' talk disguises is that somehow these have turned into a machine that dominates the humans that undertake such activity, hurling the world in a direction that few people in their right mind would want. Faced with the financial crisis that began in 2007, some economic commentators did begin to talk of zombie banks, financial institutions that were in the undead state and incapable of fulfilling any positive function, but representing a threat to everything else. Point 9. What they do not recognize is that 21st century capitalism as a whole is a zombie system, seemingly dead when it comes to achieving human goals and responding to human feelings, but capable of sudden spurts of activity that cause chaos all around. A world turned against ourselves. There has only been one serious tradition of analysis to attempt to provide an account of the system in these terms. It is that which originated in the writings of Karl Marx and his longtime colleague Friedrich Engels. Marx came to adulthood in the early 1840s, just as industrial capitalism began to make its first, limited, impact on southern Germany where he was born. Engels was sent by his father to help manage a factory in Manchester, where the new system was already flourishing. They shared with almost the whole of their generation of German intellectual youth a desire to overthrow the oppressive Prussian feudal system of class rule presided over by a monarch with despotic powers. But they soon began to grasp that the industrial capitalism that was supplementing feudalism contained oppressive features of its own. Above all, it was characterized by an inhuman subordination of the mass of people to the work they did. What Marx was beginning to discover about the functioning of this then new system led him to undertake a critical reading of its most eminent proponents, political economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo. His conclusion was that, although the system vastly increased the amount of wealth humans could produce, it also denied the majority of them the benefits of this wealth. The more the worker produces, the less he has to consume. The more values he creates, the more valueless, the more unworthy he becomes, replaces labor by machines, but it throws one section of workers back to a barbarous type of labor, and it turns the other section into a machine. It produces intelligence but for the worker, stupidity. It is true that labor produces wonderful things for the rich but for the worker it produces privation. It produces palaces but for the worker, hovels. It produces beauty but for the worker, deformity. The worker only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. He feels at home when he is not working, when he is working he does not feel at home. In his early writings Marx called what was happening alienation, taking up a philosophical term developed by the philosopher George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Marx's contemporary Ludwig Feuerbach had used the term to describe religion. It was, he argued, a human creation that people had allowed to dominate their lives. Marx now saw capitalism in the same way. It was human labor that produced new wealth. but under capitalism that wealth was turned into a monster dominating them, demanding to be fed by ever more labor. The object that labor produces, its product, stands opposed to it as something alien, as a power independent of the producer. The more the worker exerts himself in his work, the more powerful the alien, objective world becomes which he brings into being over against himself, the poorer he and his inner world become, and the less they belong to him. The worker places his life in the object, but now it no longer belongs to him, but to the object. 10. As Marx put it in his notebooks for Capital in the early 1860s. The rule of the capitalist over the worker is the rule of the object over the human, of dead labor over living, of the product over the producer, since in fact the commodities which become the means of domination over the worker are, the products of the production process. It is the alienation process of his own social labor. 11. But Marx did not simply record the state of affairs. Others had done so before him, and many were to continue to do so long after he was dead. He also set out, through a quarter of a century of grinding intellectual labor, to try to understand how the system had come into being and how it created forces opposed to itself. His works were not just works of economics, but a critique of political economy, of the system which other schools of economics took for granted. His starting point was that capitalism is a historical product, arriving where he found it as a result of a dynamic which drove it ever onwards in a process of endless change with constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation. 12. The economic studies of the mature Marx aimed to grasp the nature of this dynamic, and with it the trends in the development of the system. They are the indispensable starting point for anyone who wants to try to grasp where the world is going today. His method was to analyze the system at different levels of abstraction. In the first volume of Capital he set out to delineate the most general underlying features of capitalist production. The second volume 13 deals with the way in which capital, commodities, and money circulate within the system, and the third volume 14 integrates the process of production and circulation to provide more concrete accounts of things like profit rates, the crisis, the credit system and rent. Marx's original intention had been to produce further volumes, dealing among other things with the state, foreign trade, and world markets. He was unable to complete these, although some of his work towards them is contained in various notebooks by him. 15 Capital was, then, an unfinished work in some respects. But it was an unfinished work that accomplished the goal of unveiling the basic processes of the system, integrating into its account the very things ignored by the static equilibrium analysis of the neoclassical mainstream, technical advance, accumulation, recurrent crises, and the growth of poverty alongside the growth of wealth. Using Marx today. For these reasons, any account of the world system today has to begin with basic concepts developed by Marx. I try to outline these in the first 3 chapters of this book. Some readers from a Marxist background might regard the account as redundant. But the concepts have often been misunderstood within the Marxist camp as well as outside it. They have been seen as competing with the neoclassical to provide an equilibrium account of price formation and then faulted for failing to do so. 16. One reaction has been to drop key elements in Marx's own analysis, keeping it only as an account of exploitation and of the anarchy of competition. Another, apparently opposed, reaction has been an almost scholastic approach in which competing interpretations pore over texts by Marx and Hegel. It is often as if Marxist theory had been ambushed by its opponents and retreated into a theoretical bunker of its own, just as detached as they are from the real world. For this reason I have felt it necessary to expound the basic concepts in a way which is easy to follow, showing how they describe the interaction of the underlying forces that determine the direction of capitalist development. I have left detailed discussion of other interpretations to footnotes. I have, however, felt it necessary to deal with the most common objections to Marx's account from mainstream economists in Chapter 2, since anyone who studies economics at school or university will have their views inflicted on them. Readers who have been lucky enough to escape that fate are welcome to skip this chapter. Where the incompleteness of Marx's own account does matter is in coming to terms with changes in capitalism since his death. Things he only refers to in passing in capital: the growth of monopolies, the intervention by states in capitalist production and markets, the provision of welfare services, war as an economic weapon have become massively important. Marxists in the first decades of the 20th century were forced by circumstances to debate some of these matters, and there was a new burst of creative thinking in the 1960s and early 1970s. I attempt to draw from such discussions the concepts needed to go beyond capital and fill in gaps in Marx's own account of the system. The rest of the book then tries to come to terms with the development of capitalism over the last 80 years, from the great slump of the interwar years to the crisis causing turmoil across the world as I write. The account must be not simply one of economic processes, but at every stage of how the interaction of capitals and states on a world scale gives rise to wars and civil wars, hunger and environmental disaster, as well as booms and slumps. Nuclear weapons and greenhouse gases are as much a product of alienated labor as car factories and coal mines. A note on the book. The instability of the capitalist economy has had its impact on the writing of this book. I set about writing the first draft when what I call the Great Delusion, the belief that the capitalism had found a new way of expanding without crises, was at its height in late 2006. I viewed another economic crisis as inevitable, in much the same way that someone living in a city built on a seismic fault line knows it is at some point going to suffer an earthquake. But I did not pretend to be able to predict when this would happen, or how destructive it would be. My aim, rather, was to update my explaining the crisis of 25 years ago, taking into account changes in the system since, but repeating the basic conclusion that its blind rush forward would have devastating repercussions for people's lives through the rest of the century, creating immense social and political crises with potentially revolutionary implications. But one of these blind rushes had its effect as I was finishing a 150,000-word draft. The credit crunch of August 2007 turned into the great crash of September-October 2008, leading one apologist for the system, Willem Bueter, to write of the end of capitalism as we knew it. 17 Many details about the system which I treated as part of the present were suddenly in the past, and everywhere there was an urgent demand for an explanation as to what brought this crisis about. I had no choice but to update and restructure what I had written, shifting the emphasis in some of the chapters towards the end of the book from what was going to happen over the decades to come, to what was happening in the here and now. In the process I cut about a third of the words out of the draft, removing a good deal of empirical detail in an effort to make the whole book more accessible. Anyone interested in greater detail can find some in the 15 articles on economics I have written for the journal International Socialism over the last 2 decades, while some of the theoretical arguments are articulated more fully in explaining the crisis. Acknowledgements. I owe thanks for reading and making comments on my excessively long and disorganous draft to Tobias Brink, Joseph Chunara, Alex Kalinikas, Neil Davidson, Jane Hardy, Mike Haynes, Rick Kuhn, Matt Nichter and Mark Thomas. Thanks are also due for comments on some of the preparatory material that appeared in International Socialism to Tom Bramble, Sam Friedman, Mehmet Yafuk Tutin, Thomas Weiss and others, and for information on profit rates to Robert Brenner and Andrew Kliman. I also have a huge intellectual debt to many other people. Pride of place goes to what I learned in my youth from Mike Kidron and Tony Cliff. Along with that there has been the stimulus over the years from the works of dozens of others who have maintained the tradition of Marxist economic analysis from the late 1960s to the present: Riccardo Bellofiore, Henry Bernstein, Dick Bryan, Terry Byers, Guglielmo Carchedi, François Ches Nys, Gerard Dumenil, Alfredo Saad-Filho, Ben Fine, John Bellamy Foster, Alan Freeman, David Harvey, Peter Gowan, Claudio Katz, Jim Kincaid, Kostas Lipovitsas, Istvan Mazaros, Fred Mosley, Geert Rutten, Anwar Sheikh, and many others. Some I have been able to listen to and converse with, most I have never met, and a few I disagree with strongly. But all in one way or another have helped shape my conclusions. A note on figures and terms. Anyone attempting to explain economic changes has little choice but to use the statistical information provided by governments, business organizations, and international institutions like the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. This book is no exception. But readers should be warned that some of the most commonly used figures can be misleading in important respects. Figures for economic growth, in particular, are not as clear-cut as they sometimes seem. The growth they usually measure is of marketed output. But a lot of the human labor that adds to people's well-being is not marketed. This is true of the domestic labor of women and, to a considerably lesser extent, men. It has also been true historically of much of the family labor on peasant land. The result is that there is a false impression of increasing wealth as households begin to pay for things they used to produce outside the market when a housewife gets a job and buys ready-to-cook meals, or when a peasant family pays someone else to build a shed on their land where previously they would have done the job themselves. Such changes lead the usually provided figures to give an increasingly distorted picture with growing marketization and the feminization of paid labor in recent decades. The officially provided figures also exaggerate the real rate of growth of the things that satisfy human need by counting in output things like financial services which merely move wealth from one pocket to another. Again, a particularly marked phenomenon in recent decades. Point 18. Finally, measurements of output per head cannot be equated, as they are all too frequently, with human welfare, since the output is always unevenly distributed between classes. Nevertheless, for want of anything better, I have had to use such figures. A brief explanation of some of the terms I use. Generally, West and East are used in the way they were in the Cold War decades of the last century, with the West including Japan. Third World and Global South refer to the poorer parts of the world which were relatively unindustrialist for most of the 20th century, as do the phrases developing or underdeveloped countries used with some of the statistics. The communist countries are those with systems similar to that of the USSR before 1991. Productive capital is that employed in industry or agriculture, as opposed to that in finance and commerce. Finally, capitalists are assumed to be male, since 99.99% of them were until only a couple of decades ago, while the workers they exploit have always been of both genders. I provide a glossary in an attempt to make the material more accessible both to those fortunate enough not to have studied mainstream economics and to those who are not yet familiar with Marxist writings. Part 1. Understanding the System, Marx and Beyond. Chapter 1. Marx's Concepts. A World of Commodities. The most obvious feature of the economic system in which we live is that it is centered around the buying and selling of goods of all sorts. We have to pay for food, shelter, clothing, energy to light and heat our homes, transport to move around, everything we need to keep ourselves and our families alive. And in order to buy we have to sell, even if all we have to sell is our capacity to work for others. Our very lives depend on the movements of commodities. Hence Marx's starting point in Capital. The wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails, presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities. Marx was writing at a time when market relations had still not penetrated large parts of the world. There were still societies in which all production was for people's immediate needs, whether in primitive communist societies based on hunter-gathering or light agriculture, one where people agreed freely among themselves how and what to produce, or in peasant societies where a local lord or ruler dictated to them from above. Even in most of the societies where the market already existed, the majority of the population were still subsistence farmers, producing most of the things they needed to keep their families alive, with only a small proportion bought or sold. Today we can extend Marx's words to say that the wealth of the whole world, with a few exceptions, presents itself as a mass of commodities. And the exceptions the provision, for instance, of free health and education in a number of advanced countries are increasingly subject to forces seeking to commodify them. This near universality of commodity production marks society today off from anything that has ever happened before. To understand what is happening to the world, we have to begin by understanding the workings of commodity production. Marx was not the first to try to understand such workings. He was preceded by the classical political economists, early supporters of capitalism, who tried to understand its basic dynamics as it struggled to break through, in a Europe still dominated by landowning classes. Two were of special importance: Adam Smith, who wrote in the 1770s, at the time when the first modern factory, a spinning mill, was opening at Cromford in Derbyshire, and David Ricardo, who defended the interests of the early industrialists against the big landowners 40 years later in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars. Use value and exchange value. Smith is often treated as the patron saint of present-day capitalism and of its neoclassical economic theorists. But he made an important point, developed further by Ricardo, which has been completely obliterated by nearly all those mainstream economists who claim to follow in his footsteps. He noted that once society is based on production for the market, every commodity can be seen from two completely different points of view. The word value has two different meanings, and sometimes expresses the utility of some particular object, and sometimes the power of purchasing other goods which the possession of that object conveys. The one may be called value in use, the other, value in exchange. The things which have the greatest value in use have frequently little or no value in exchange, and on the contrary, those which have the greatest value in exchange have frequently little or no value in use. Nothing is more useful than water, but it will purchase scarce anything can be had in exchange for it. A diamond, on the contrary, has scarce any value in use, but a very great quantity of other goods may frequently be had in exchange for it. Point 2. Marx's Capital took up and developed this insight, removing certain ambiguities found in Smith's work. The utility of a thing makes it a use value. Being limited by the physical properties of the commodity, it has no existence apart from that commodity. A commodity, such as iron, corn, or a diamond, is therefore, so far as it is a material thing, a use value, something useful. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. But commodities are also. The material depositories of exchange value presents itself as a quantitative relation, as the proportion in which values in use of one sort are exchanged for those of another sort, a relation constantly changing with time and place. Point 3. This distinction is not made by today's mainstream neoclassical economists. Point 4. The only sort of value they see is marginal utility, based on people's subjective appreciation of use values. Nor is it made by some of those dissident economists who claim to be in the tradition of Ricardo. Point 5. Their model is based on the inputs and outputs of physical objects, in other words, again on use values. Finally, there are some present-day Marxists who argue the distinction is not relevant, since the important point Marx was making was about exploitation, not value. Point 6. In erasing the distinction made by Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, all such theories miss something essential to a system based on commodity production. Everything that happens in it is subject to two different sets of scientific laws. On the one side there are the laws of the physical world of physics, chemistry, biology, geology, and so on. It is these which determine the ways in which different things have to be combined to produce goods, and also the usefulness of those goods to those who finally consume them. On the other side, there is the way things relate to each other as exchange values. These often behave in a very different way to use values. The exchange value of something can fall while its use value remains unaltered. This has happened to the price of computers in recent years. The computer I used to write my last book was twice the price of the much more powerful one I am using now. What is more, exchange values are infinitely divisible while use values are usually not. You might say that a bicycle is worth 1/20th of a car, but if you cut a car up into 20 parts it is of nil use to anyone. This matters immensely when it comes to things which are important for modern capitalism, like factories, oil wells, airliners, schools, and hospitals. The market treats these as exchange values that can be infinitely divided into parts, but they have a physical existence that cannot usually be divided in that way. The exchange values of commodities are also infinitely fluid. In the form of money, they can move from one part of the economy to another, from one part of the world to another, be spent on one item or any other of the same price. But the fluidity of use values, like their divisibility, is restricted by their physical makeup. You can move £100 million in cash from Britain to India overnight, but you cannot move a factory worth £100 million at anything like the same speed. Use values and exchange values operate according to different, often contradictory, logics, and a failure to see this leads to a failure to understand the most basic thing about a commodity-producing economy. It does not operate smoothly, just through the flow of exchange values, but is always subject to bumps, to stopping and starting, due to the embodiment of exchange values in use values with physical properties that limit their fluidity. Labor and money. Smith and Ricardo were not content just with seeing the double nature of commodities. They went on to argue that it was only possible to ascribe exchange values to objects with very different physical properties because they have one thing in common: they are all products of human labor. As Smith wrote, "The real price of everything, what everything really costs to the man who wants to acquire it, is the toil and trouble of acquiring it. What everything is really worth to the man who has acquired it, and who wants to dispose of it or exchange it for something else, is the toil and trouble which it can save to himself, and which it can impose upon other people. What is bought with money or with goods is purchased by labor, as much as what we acquire by the toil of our own body. They contain the value of a certain quantity of labor which we exchange for what is supposed at the time to contain the value of an equal quantity. Labor was the first price, the original purchase money that was paid for all things. It was not by gold or by silver, but by labor, that all the wealth of the world was originally purchased, and its value, to those who possess it, and who want to exchange it for some new productions, is precisely equal to the quantity of labor which it can enable them to purchase or command. 7. This understanding Marx also incorporated into his own analysis. The exchange values of commodities must be capable of being expressed in terms of something common to them all, of which thing they represent a greater or less quantity. This common something cannot be a geometrical, a chemical, or any other natural property of commodities. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. But Marx refined the analysis of Smith and Ricardo in a very important way. It was not the particular concrete exertions of labor as such that determined exchange value. For different people with different skills take different amounts of time and use different amounts of effort to produce particular commodities. Some people might think that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor spent on it, the more idle and unskillful the laborer, the more valuable would his commodity be, because more time would be required in its production. 8. Rather, the exchange value of a commodity depends on the socially necessary labor time that is required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. 9. It is social labor that has transformed nature to create the means that humans depend on for a livelihood. So it is the amount of social labor incorporated in it that constitutes the underlying value of a commodity. The concrete labor of individuals is transformed through exchange in a commodity-producing society into a proportionate 10-part of homogeneous, social labor or abstract labor. Marx calls this abstract labor the substance of value. It finds expression in exchange value and determines the level around which the commodity's price will fluctuate on the market. Every child knows that any nation that stopped working, not for a year, but let us say, just for a few weeks, would perish. And every child knows, too, that the amounts of products corresponding to the differing amounts of needs demand differing and quantitatively determined amounts of society's aggregate labor. And the form in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself in a state of society in which the interconnection of social labor expresses itself as the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. Point 11 All the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other, are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. Point 12 Neoclassical economists tried to develop a notion of value out of people's subjective judgments, with some even trying to incorporate labor as disutility. Marx, by contrast, saw value as something objective, as indicating the proportion of total social labor embodied 13 in it. But what that value is only comes to light as a result of the continual, blind, interaction of commodities on the market. Point 14 The system as a whole forces its individual components to worry about how the individual labor they employ relates to labor elsewhere. Point 15 He calls this process the operation of the law of value. Values, however, are not unchanging. All the time there is the introduction of new techniques or new methods somewhere in the system. This results in a change in the amount of socially necessary labor needed to produce certain commodities, and that changes their exchange value. The use values of objects remain fixed until natural processes of wear, tear, and decay damage them. But the exchange value of things, the value that matters for the system as a whole, declines every time the technical advance somewhere in the system decreases the amount of labor required to make them. This leads Marx to a counterintuitive conclusion which distinguishes his account of the system, and it is one which even some Marxists have difficulties coming to terms with. A rise in productivity reduces the value at which things exchange. It seems absurd on the face of it. Yet there are numerous examples of increased productivity causing some goods to fall in price compared to others. Marx provided one from his own time. The introduction of power looms into England probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to weave a given quantity of yarn into cloth. The handloom weavers, as a matter of fact, continued to require the same time as before, but for all that, the product of 1 hour of their labor represented after the change only half an hour's social labor, and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value. Point 16 Thousands more examples could be given today. For we are living in a period in which technical advance is much faster in some industries than others, and so the prices of things like DVDs, televisions, and computers produced by industries using the most technologically advanced equipment are tending to fall, while those in other industries using older techniques remain fixed or tend to rise. This is something of central importance, as we shall see later when we discuss the dynamics of 21st century capitalism. Once commodity production is generalized across a society, one particular good comes to be used to represent the value of all others' money. In Marx's day it was usually in the form of gold, and a certain quantity of gold, produced by a certain amount of average labor time, could act as a measure of the value for all the other goods that were bought and sold. As capitalism developed as a system, banks and then governments found that they could use paper notes to stand in for gold in many transactions, and eventually to dispense with reliance on it at all, so long as people believed others would accept those notes for goods. Credit from banks could also function in the same way, so long as people continued to trust the banks. The development of commodity production had one important effect. It systematically distorted people's understanding of reality through what Marx called the fetishism of commodities. The relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. A definite social relation between men assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order to find an analogy, we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. In that world the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. Point 17. People speak of the power of money, as if its power did not come from the human labor for which it is a token, or of the needs of the market, as if the market was anything more than an arrangement for linking together the concrete acts of labor of different human beings. Such mystical attitudes lead people to ascribe social ills to things beyond human control, the process which the young Marx had called alienation and which some Marxists since Marx have called reification. Simply seeing through such mysticism does not in itself deal with the social ills. As Marx noted, simply arriving at a scientific understanding of the character of existing society leaves it intact, just as after the discovery of the component gases of air, the atmosphere itself remained unaltered. 18 But without seeing through the fetishism, conscious action to transform society cannot take place. Hence the importance of grasping the distinction between use value and exchange value, and of grounding value in socially necessary labor, exploitation and surplus value. We do not only live in a world of commodity production. We live in a world where control of most of that production is concentrated in relatively few hands. In 2008, the sales of the world's biggest 2,000 companies equaled about half of total world output. 19 If we assume that around 10 directors sit on the board of each of the multinationals, then the out of a world population of over 6 billion, a mere 20,000 people exercise decisive control over the creation of wealth. In fact, the figure will be considerably lower than that, because most of the directors will sit on the boards of more than one firm. Production, of course, is not carried out simply by the multinationals. Alongside them are a mass of nationally based medium-sized firms that have not achieved multinational status, and alongside them exist an even larger number of small firms, some little more than family operations employing perhaps a couple of people. But, even taking all these into consideration, only a small percentage of the world's population control the means of production responsible for producing the major portion of its wealth. Those who do not own and control such means of production have no choice, if they are to make a livelihood, beyond the minimum provided by welfare programs, other than to try to sell their ability to work to those that do. They get paid a wage, while their labor produces goods that are the property of those who control the means of production. Some of the value of these goods is used to cover the wages of the workers, some to pay for the materials used in production, some to cover the wear and tear of means of production. But some forms an excess which is the basis of the profits of the owners, what Marx called surplus value, and some non-Marxist economists simply call the surplus. Adam Smith had already suggested where the surplus came from. In the original state of things, which precedes both the appropriation of land and the accumulation of stock, the whole product of labor belonged to the laborer. But as soon as the land becomes private property, the landowner demands a share of the produce. The produce of almost all other labor is liable to the like deduction of profit. In all arts and manufactures, the greater part of the workmen stand in need of a master to advance them the materials of their work, and their wages and maintenance till it be completed. He shares in the produce of their labor, or in the value which it adds to the materials upon which it is bestowed, and in this share consists his profit. 20. Profit, then, arises when the land, tools, and materials required for production become the private property of one section of society. This section is then able to get control of the labor of others. Ricardo took up and developed Smith's ideas. In doing so, he pointed to a central ambiguity in Smith's own writings. Smith mixes with the view that labor alone creates value another approach, in which profits and rent as well as labor contribute to the final value of goods. Ricardo rejected this latter view. But soon after his death in the 1820s, it became the orthodoxy among pro-capitalist economists. It was much more palatable to defenders of the existing system than implying that profits were parasitic on labor. Marx, however, saw that the development of Smith's views by Ricardo could alone provide the basis for a scientific account of how capitalism functioned. Like Ricardo, he recognized it was absurd to say that profits somehow created value when they were part of value that had already been created. But he went much further than Ricardo had in clarifying the issues and working out the implications of the theory. The first important advance he made was to differentiate clearly two different meanings given to the value of labor by Smith. On the one hand, it meant the amount of labor required to keep the laborer for the time during which he or she worked. Adam Smith had argued, there is a certain rate below which it seems impossible to reduce for any considerable time the ordinary wages of even the lower species of labor. A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. They must even upon most occasions be somewhat more, otherwise it would be impossible for him to bring up a family, and the race of such workmen would not last beyond the first generation. 21. From this point of view, the value of labor was the value of the wage of the laborer. But Smith also used the term labor to refer to the amount of labor actually performed by the worker. And, Marx stressed, the two amounts were by no means the same. Labor, he pointed out, was like all other commodities in that it was bought and sold. But it differed from them because it had the peculiar property that when put to use it performed more labor than required to produce it. In the 1850s he introduced a new term designed to make the distinction between the two uses of the concept of labor in Smith and Ricardo absolutely clear. He said that what the capitalist paid for when he employed someone was not labor as such but labor power, the ability of someone to work for a certain period of time. The value of labor power depended, like that of any other commodity, on the amount of labor needed to produce it. Workers could not provide labor power unless they had adequate food, clothing, housing, a certain amount of relaxation, etc. These were their requirements if they were to be fit and capable of working. Their wage had to cover the cost of these things, that is, to correspond to the amount of social labor needed to produce them. This determined the value of labor power. It should be noted that Marx did not see the minimal level of subsistence alone as determining the value of labor power. There was also the need to make minimal provision for the upbringing of the workers' children, since they would constitute the next generation of labor power. And there was a historical and moral element which depended on the habits and degree of comfort which the workers were accustomed to. Without it they would not apply their full faculties to their labor and might even rebel against it. In this way the cumulative effect of workers' struggles could influence the value of labor power. Marx was not, as he is sometimes presented, a believer in an iron law of wages whereby only a fixed portion of national output could go to the workers. 22. Be that as it may, the labor people could perform was greater than the amount of labor needed to provide them with at least a minimal livelihood to replenish their labor power. It might, for instance, take an average of only 4 hours work a day to provide the level of consumption necessary for someone to be able to perform a day's work. But they could then perform 8, 9, or even 10 hours work a day. The extra labor went to the employer, so that the value of the goods turned out by his factory was always greater than his investment. It was this which enabled him continually to get surplus value, which he could keep for himself or pass on to other members of the capitalist class in the form of interest and rent. The relation between the employer and the worker had the appearance of being between equals. The employer agreed to give the wage and the worker his or her labor. No coercion was involved. On the face of it the situation was very different to that between the slave owner and the slave, or between the feudal lord and the serf. It was compatible with a juridical system based on the rights of man, of equality before the law of all citizens. Even if actually existing bourgeois societies were tardy in granting this, it seemed engraved on their structure. Yet the surface appearance of equality hid a deeper inequality. The employer possessed the prerequisites for the workers engaging in social production and getting a livelihood. The workers were free in the sense that they do not have to work for any individual firm or capitalist. But they could not escape having to try to work for someone. As Marx put it, the worker can leave the individual capitalist to whom he hires himself whenever he likes. But the worker, whose sole source of livelihood is the sale of his labor, cannot leave the whole class of purchasers, that is the capitalist class, without renouncing his existence. He belongs not to this or that bourgeois, but to the bourgeois class. 23. The difference between the value of the worker's labor power and the value created by the labor done was the source of the surplus value. Once the employer had got this surplus value, it could be kept directly as profit, it could be used to pay off interest on any money borrowed to build the factory, or as rent to the owner of the land on which the factory stood. But however surplus value was divided up into profits, interest, and rent, its source remained the excess work done by the workers, the exploitation by those who owned the means of production of those who did not. Once the owner had got the profit, he could use it to build new means of production, increasing still further his capacity to blackmail workers into laboring for him on his terms if they were to get a livelihood. It was this process which made the employer a capitalist. It also gave a special meaning to the word capital. The word is used by mainstream economists and in everyday life simply to mean long-term investment as opposed to immediate consumption. But it has a deeper significance once the means of production are in the control of one group of society, compelling others who want a livelihood to work for them. It is now a product of past labor which is able to expand through the exploitation of current labor. It is, as Marx put it, not a thing, but a relation. Value-creating and value-enhancing power belongs not to the worker but to the capitalist. All the development of the productive forces of labor is development of the productive forces of capital. By incorporating into itself this power, capital comes alive and begins to work as if its body were by love possessed. Living labor thus becomes a means whereby objectified labor is preserved and increased. 24. The fetishism of commodities now takes the form of making it seem that creativity does not lie with living human beings but with the products of their labor, so that people talk of capital creating wealth and employers providing people with work, whereas in reality it is labor that adds to the value of capital and the worker who provides labor to the employer. Absolute and relative surplus value. Marx distinguished between two ways in which firms could raise the ratio of surplus value to wages. One was by the crude method of lengthening the working day. He called this absolute surplus value. This method of forcing up profits was very widespread in the early days of industrial capitalism, and Marx in Capital provides many examples of it. But Marx also noted in Capital that prolonging the working day over much could be counterproductive for the capitalist. A point must inevitably be reached, where extension of the working day and intensity of the labor mutually exclude one another, in such a way that lengthening of the working day becomes compatible only with a lower degree of intensity. 25. So it was that, after putting up massive opposition to successive attempts to provide a legal limit to the working day for children, major capitalist interests gave way to working class pressure and sometimes found that production actually increased once hours were shorter. For much of the 20th century the method of prolonging the working day seemed to belong to the past. In the advanced industrial countries, at least, workers' resistance had forced capitalists to concede a shorter working week and holidays with pay. The 72-hour week of Victorian times had become the 48-hour week and then the 44-hour week. But there was another range of methods for increasing the amount of surplus value to be obtained from each worker, which Marx called relative surplus value. It relied on reducing the proportion of the work time that went into covering the cost of replenishing workers' capacity to work, that is, their labor power. This took three forms. The first was to introduce new machinery into the workplace, so as to increase productivity and reduce the amount of time it took for the workers to produce goods whose sale would cover their wages. In effect, instead of, say, 4 hours work covering the cost of their labor power, 2 hours would do so with 2 hours extra going to produce surplus value. Marx saw this as the method of increasing exploitation capitalists turned to as they faced difficulties in extending the working week any further in the mid-19th century. The productivity of the workforce per hour became central, rather than extending the number of hours worked. 26 But it was in itself only a short-term expedient for the capitalist. The first capitalist to introduce new machinery would be able to produce the same amount of value with less hours of labor. Once other capitalists also introduced new machinery, the socially necessary time needed for production fell and with it the value of the goods he sold and the excess surplus value he obtained. The second form it took was increased productivity in the consumer goods industries and agriculture. This would reduce the amount of labor time needed to produce their output and the prices workers had to pay for their means of livelihood. This meant that the cost to the capitalists everywhere of providing workers with their accustomed living standard fell, and the amount of surplus value extracted could be increased without cutting real wages or extending the working day. The third method was to intensify the pressure on workers to work harder. As Marx puts it, The only way to change the relative magnitudes of the working day going to the capitalist rather than the worker without cutting real wages was to change either the productivity of labor or its intensity. 27 There was a drive to impose on the workman increased expenditure of labor in a given time, heightened tension of labor power, and closer filling up of the pores of the working day. 28 Or again, what is lost by shortening the duration is gained by the increasing tension of labor power. 29 The drive for increased productivity became an obsession for big business, as was shown by the movement for scientific management founded by the American F. W. Taylor in the 1890s. Taylor believed that every task done in industry could be broken down into individual components and timed, so as to determine the maximum which workers could accomplish. In this way, any breaks in the tempo of work could be eliminated, with Taylor claiming he could increase the amount of work done in a day by as much as 200%. Taylorism found its fullest expression with the introduction of the assembly line in Henry Ford's car plants. The speed at which people worked now depended on the speed at which the line moved, rather than their individual motivation. In other industries, the same pressure on people to work flat out was achieved by increasing surveillance by supervisors, with, for instance, mechanical counters on machines indicating the level of work achieved. And today a similar approach is being attempted in a variety of white-collar occupations with increased use of assessment, attempts at payment by results, the use of keystroke counters on computers, and so on. Accumulation and competition. A world of commodity production is a world of competition between producers. It is this element of competition which distinguishes a society based on commodity production and exchange value from one where individuals or groups decide on what use values to produce for their own consumption. Through exchange, the effort put in by those working in one unit of production is linked to those of millions of other individuals in other units, but the link only takes place through competition between those taking the decisions about production in the individual units. In Engels' phrase, there is social production but capitalist appropriation. 30. The capitalist firm which exploits the worker is therefore, necessarily, in competition with other capitalist firms. If it cannot outcompete them, eventually it will be forced out of business. To outcompete means keeping ahead in developing new, more productive techniques. Only in that way can it ensure that it is not going to be driven out of business by rivals producing and selling goods more cheaply than it can. It cannot guarantee being able to afford new equipment using such techniques unless its profits are as high as possible. But if it raises its profits in order to be able to reinvest, so must its rivals. The fact that each firm is involved in exploiting wage labor means that none of them dare rest on its laurels. However successful a firm may have been in the past, it lives in fear of a rival firm investing profits in newer and more modern plant and machinery. No capitalist dare stand still for any length of time, for that would mean falling behind the competitors. And to fall behind is eventually to go bust. It is this which explains the dynamism of capitalism. The pressure on each capitalist to keep ahead of every other leads to the continual upgrading of plant and machinery. So it is that capitalism becomes not merely a system of exploiting free wage workers, but also a system of compulsive accumulation. The Communist Manifesto, which Marx wrote with Engels early in 1848, insisted. The bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than all the preceding generations put together. It emphasized the continual transformation of industry under capitalism. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the means of production. Constant revolutionizing of production distinguishes the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. In Capital, Marx sees the continual drive to build up ever bigger industry as the characteristic feature of capitalism. Fanatically bent on making value expand itself, he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. Accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for production's sake. 31. The work's first volume begins with analyzing production for the market, then looks at what happens when wage labor arises and labor power becomes a commodity, and finally culminates in showing how production using wage labor brings about a process of compulsive accumulation that ignores human need and individual desires. Capital is not then defined just by exploitation, but by its necessary drive to self-expansion. The motivation for production and exchange is increasing the amount of value in the hands of the capitalist firm, a process for which some Marxist writers use the neologism valorization. 32. So the system is not just a system of commodity production, it is also a system of competitive accumulation. This creates limits to the action possible not only for workers, but also for capitalists. For if they do not continually seek to exploit their workers as much as is practically possible, they will not dispose of the surplus value necessary to accumulate as quickly as their rivals. They can choose to exploit their workers in one way rather than another. But they cannot choose not to exploit their workers at all, or even to exploit them less than other capitalists do unless they want to go bust. They themselves are subject to a system which pursues its relentless course whatever the feelings of individual human beings. Surplus value, accumulation, and the rate of profit. Machines and raw materials do not themselves create value. Only the exercise of human labor has added to the natural wealth that existed in a state of nature, and only continued human labor can increase it still further. Machines and raw materials exist because human labor has been applied in the past and they cannot substitute for it in the creation of new value. But they are necessary if labor is to achieve the average level of productivity prevailing in a particular society at a particular time. The final value of goods produced has to include an element covering the cost of the machines and materials used. When a company produces cloth by employing workers to work on power looms that weave wool, the price of the final product has to cover not only the cost of providing the labor power of the workers and the profit of the company, but also the cost of the wool and the wear and tear to the power looms. If the power loom can keep going for 10 years, then in each year 1/10 of its cost has to be covered by the annual sales of the cloth. This is what accountants refer to the depreciation costs of capital. Or, to put it another way, the labor incorporated in the value of the cloth includes not only the new socially necessary labor expended by the workers, but also the dead labor used to produce the wool and 1/10 of the power loom. For these reasons, Marx argued that the investment made by the capitalist could be divided into two parts. One was the expenditure on paying wages to hire the workers. This he called variable capital because it was capital that by putting labor power to work expanded value to create surplus value in the course of production. The other part was expenditure on the means of production. He called this constant capital because its existing value passed into the value of the goods produced without growing any bigger. Its value was simply transferred to the final product. In the case of fixed constant capital, this took place over several production cycles. In the case of circulating constant capital, in a single production cycle. Marxists usually use the letter V to stand for variable capital, C to stand for constant capital, S to stand for surplus value. The ratio of surplus value to variable capital is the ratio of the length of the working day the worker gives to capital compared to that which provides for themselves, sometimes called the rate of exploitation. It can be represented by S/V. But for the capitalist, the ratio of surplus value to wages is not the only thing that matters, since his investment is bigger than simply what he has spent on wages. He is interested in making his total capital expand, not just that which goes into wages. What matters, therefore, is the ratio of surplus value to total investment, that is, expenditure on instruments and materials of production as well as on wages. This is the rate of profit, which Marx depicted as S/. It is affected not only by the ratio of surplus value to wages, but also by the ratio of expenditure on instruments and materials of production to wages. Marx called this last ratio the organic composition of capital. This varies from industry to industry and over time. Different production processes can use the same amount of labor but different amounts of plant and equipment. The cost of equipment in a factory employing 1,000 people to sew cloth into clothes is less than that to employ the same number to smelt iron or into steel. This has important implications for the dynamic of capitalism. It is driven forward not only by concern with the ratio of surplus value to wages, but by the drive to maintain and increase the ratio of surplus value to different levels of total investment. It is a point we will have to return to repeatedly. Primitive accumulation. Today we take the buying and selling of labor power for granted. It seems as natural as the rising and setting of the sun. Yet nowhere was it more than a minor feature of any society until a few hundred years ago. So in Europe in the late Middle Ages, or in Africa and Asia at the time of European colonization in the 18th and 19th centuries, most people had at least some direct access to the means of getting a livelihood even if they had to hand over a slice of what they produced to a parasitic landlord. Peasants could grow food on their own land and craftsmen make goods in their own little workshops. What changed this, according to Marx, was a primeval act of robbery, the use of force to remove masses of people from any control over the means of production. This was often carried through by the state at the behest of some of the most privileged groups in society. In England and Wales, for example, the rise of capitalism was accompanied by enclosures, the forcible driving of peasants from common land they had cultivated for centuries. Laws against vagrancy then compelled the dispossessed peasants to seek work at whatever wage they could get. In Scotland the clearances had the same effect, as the lairds drove the crofters from the land so as to replace them first by sheep and then by deer. As Britain's rulers carved out an empire for themselves throughout the rest of the world, they took measures to bring about the same separation of the mass of people from control over the means of gaining a livelihood. In India, for example, they granted complete ownership of the land to the already highly privileged zamindar class. In East and South Africa they usually forced each household to pay a fixed sum of money, a poll tax, which it could only raise by sending some of its members to seek employment with European ranchers or businessmen. Marx called this process of creating the conditions for the growth of capitalist production the primitive accumulation of capital. Marx tells how the discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins, sign at least the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. 33. But by itself this could not lead to capitalist production. There had, after all, been pillage of one sort or another throughout the history of class society, going back to Babylonian times, without it leading to the rapid accumulation that characterizes capitalism. The forcible separation of masses of people from any control over the means of production and so from any possibility of making a livelihood without selling their labor power was indispensable. The expropriation of the agricultural producer, of the peasant, from the soil, is the basis of the whole process. 34 For this reason, it can be misleading to refer to any forcible seizure of wealth by capitalists as primitive accumulation. 35. In Marx's writings it has two aspects: on the one hand the freeing of the mass of population from any direct access to the means of making a livelihood, on the other the accumulation of wealth by a class that can use economic necessity to make such free labor toil for it. Once capitalism had established itself, its own economic mechanisms pushed the process of separating people from control over the means of production even further, without necessarily needing intervention by the state or the use of force to bring it about. Thus in Britain in the late 18th century there were still hundreds of thousands of handloom weavers, who worked for themselves weaving cloth to sell. Within 50 years they had all been driven out of business by capitalist firms using power looms. In Ireland in the 1840s a terrible famine caused by the requirement that hungry peasants pay rent to landlords led 1 million to die of hunger and another 1 million to abandon their holdings and seek work in Britain and the US. The market could achieve such horrors without the direct help of the state. Capitalism had become a self-sustaining and self-expanding system destined to absorb the whole world into its workings. Chapter 2. Marx and his critics. The neoclassical critique of his theory of value. Marx's theory of value has been under attack ever since Capital was first published. The most common form this attack takes is to claim that capital as well as labor creates value. After all, it is said, a worker using a machine produces much more than a worker without one, and all the time workers are being replaced by machines that do the same job. It is even possible to conceive of an economy in which all work is done by machines. So neoclassical economists argue that not only labor but also capital is involved in producing things which satisfy human need. And just as labor gets paid according to what it contributes to wealth creation, so does capital. Each factor of production gets a reward equal to its marginal output. There is a central fallacy in this argument against Marx. It rests of a static picture of the economy, in which capital and labor simply exist alongside each other. It ignores the palpable reality that the means and materials of production themselves have been produced. Machines and factory buildings are not things that exist in their own right. They are the product of previous human labor. The wheelbarrow which aids the toil of the laborer is itself the product of the toil of the metal worker. That was why Marx called the means of production dead labor. They are the products of labor that has taken place previously and can, if necessary, be replicated by the application of labor today. The amount of socially necessary labor needed to reproduce them determines their current worth. The failure of neoclassical theory to take into account the creation of the means of production by labor is no accidental failing. Its founders in the late 19th century, the Austrians Karl Menger and Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, the Englishman W. Stanley Jevons and Alfred Marshall, the Frenchman Leon Walras, the Italian Vilfredo Pareto, and the American John Bates Clark built the assumption of a static system into their theory. They viewed the whole economy as like a street market where the buyers calculate what combination of goods gives them the best value for the money they have got in their pockets, while the stall holders calculate the best price they can get for each of their goods. The mutual adjustment of the price each seller is willing to accept and each buyer is willing to pay leads to all the goods being sold. And, since each seller is in turn the buyer from someone who has bought from someone else, a whole network of prices is set up which ensures that what is produced is exactly what people want. Walras claimed to show how this works for a national economy with hundreds of pages of equations and graphs. Inbuilt into the whole approach was a very unreal view of capitalism. For, whatever else capitalism is, it is not static. In a real street market, people do not agree instantaneously on the prices for buying and selling. But neoclassical theory assumed that through the mediation of a central auctioneer they could arrive at agreed prices instantaneously. Real-life haggling often takes quite a long time, with prices across the market as a whole being arrived at through a process of successive adjustments. Once that is taken into account, divergences open up between the actual prices of goods and those presupposed in the theory. The actual production of goods that are to be sold is always a process taking place in time. Price signals do not tell you what will be wanted when production is finished, but what was wanted before it began. The simultaneity of the theory is a myth, and the simultaneous equations developed on the basis of its assumptions bear little relation to really existing capitalism. Faced with the reality that production occurs over time, how did the founders of neoclassical economics react? They did not allow it to affect their theory one iota. Walras, for instance, recognized that production requires a certain lapse of time. But he then wrote he would deal with the difficulty purely and simply by ignoring the time element at this point, and when he returned to the issue it was to assume that data remained constant for a given period of time too, as if the transformation of the whole productive apparatus with economic growth would not mean continual transformation of the structure of supply and demand. Marshall went as far as to admit that time is the source of many of the greatest difficulties in economics since changes in the volume of production, in its methods, and its costs are ever mutually modifying one another. This did not, however, stop him teaching the theory and a whole generation of mainstream economists taking it as proof of the efficacy of market capitalism. An updated version of Walras's mathematical model was produced in the early 1950s by Kenneth Arrow and Gerard Debreu, which attempted to take time into account. But Arrow himself recognized that the model only works if you assume no technological progress, no growth in population and lots of other things. Point 4. The refusal of the neoclassical school to grasp the basic point that capitalism is a system undergoing continual transformation that disrupts the old price structure and prevents any settled equilibrium means that it provides at best an apologetic description of things as they exist at any moment in time, not an account of economic developments and dynamics. The neoclassical school's own theory of value, which it counterposes to the theories of Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, is in terms of the utility which a commodity gives, that is, how individuals evaluate the commodity compared to other commodities. But this leaves completely unresolved the basis for measuring the utility for one person compared to another. How do you measure the utility of a glass of water to someone in the desert with the utility of a diamond tiara to a princess? The most you can do is list the preferences of individuals. But to explain why the preferences of some individuals matter more than the preferences of others, you have to explain why some are wealthier than others, and that depends on factors to do with the structure and dynamic of capitalist society which utility theory ignores. Pareto replaced the term utility by off-limity 5 because, as his American contemporary Irving Fisher put it, the great untutored and naive public find it hard to call an overcoat no more truly useful than a necklace, or a grindstone than a roulette wheel. 6 Some later neoclassical theorists dropped any notion of value altogether, although marginal utility continues to be taught in school and college textbooks to this day as the modern answer to the labor theory of value. Neoclassical economists have not succeeded in giving an objective basis to their theory of value, despite more than a century of effort. Of course, ultimately, someone must want to use something if they are going to pay for it. But it is not use that determines price. Nor can marginal output as defined by the neoclassical school provide an answer. This is measured, they argue, by the value of the capital used up in producing it, but when they define the value of that capital they do so in terms of the marginal output. They end up saying, in effect, that the marginal value of capital equals the marginal value of capital, or profit equals profit. Statements of this sort cannot explain anything. All they do is to state that if something exists, it exists. Orthodox economics in fact does no more than state that certain things are bought and certain things are sold at present, without explaining why these things are produced and not others, why some people are rich and some poor, and why some goods pile up unsold while people who desperately need them go without, or why sometimes there are booms and at other times slumps. These points were made against marginal economics more than 80 years ago by the Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding and the Russian revolutionary Nikolai Bukharin. They have been put across more recently in a rigorously logical form by dissident academic economists known as the Cambridge School. 7 But the capacity of dissident economists to point out the absurdities in neoclassical theory has not weakened its hold on academic economics. It has simply led to ever more obtuse mathematical models being used to provide an appearance of scientific rigor. As Joan Robinson pointed out half a century ago, quantitative utility has long since evaporated, but it is still common to set up a model in which quantities of capital appear, without any indication of what it is supposed to be a quantity of. Just as the problem of giving an operational meaning to utility used to be avoided by putting it into a diagram, so the problem of giving a meaning to the quantity of capital is evaded by putting it into algebra. 8. Recognition of the difficulties with their own theory has, on occasions, forced those who otherwise accept the neoclassical system to try to reinforce it with elements from the labor theory of value. So Marshall suggested there might occasionally be merit in using a labor theory of value. The real value of money is better measured for some purposes in labor rather than in commodities, although he hastened to add, this difficulty will not affect our work in the present volume. 9 John Maynard Keynes also half-grasped the limitations of the very neoclassical system whose postulates he took for granted. At one point in his most famous work, The General Theory of Employment, Money, and Interest, he recognized that you cannot simply add together different sets of physical commodities at one point in time and compare them with a different set at a later point. 10 To make such comparisons involves covertly introducing changes in value. 11 To deal with this problem, he dropped the usual assumptions of neoclassical theory and made half a turn to a labor theory of value. 12 Suggesting that output could be measured by the amount of employment associated with a given capital equipment. Point 13 He explained later. I sympathize with the pre-classical doctrine that everything is produced by labor, aided by what used to be called art and is now called technique, by natural resources, and by the results of past labor, embodied in assets. 14. Neither Marshall nor Keynes was prepared to go further and jettison the neoclassical system as a whole. But if they had taken their own observations of these points seriously, they would have been compelled to do so. The failings of the neoclassical system provide at least a partial, negative, proof of Marx's approach. For his theory of value avoids such a subjective and static approach. Marx's theory is objective because it is not based on individual evaluations of a commodity, but on the necessary amount of labor needed to produce it given the level of technology existing in the system as a whole at a particular point in time. Both the direct living labor of the worker and dead labor embodied in the equipment and materials of production used up in the production process. For Marx, it is the pressure different capitals exert on each other, not the evaluations of individuals, that matters, since any capitalist who prices a commodity at a level higher than the amount of socially necessary labor needed to produce it will soon be driven out of business. The law of value is therefore an external force operating on every capitalist through the interaction of all capitalists once there is the general production of commodities for exchange mediated by money. Since the individual capitalists, writes Marx, confront one another only as commodity owners, the inner law enforces itself only through their competition, their mutual pressure upon each other, whereby the deviations are mutually cancelled. Point 15. The relation between capitals cannot be understood as something fixed and unchanging. It is a dynamic process, based on the interaction through time of different capitals, so that the average socially necessary labor at any point is the result of individual processes of production organized independently of each other with different, often changing, amounts of concrete labor. The first capitalist to introduce a new technique in any section of industry will be able to produce goods with less than the amounts of labor prevailing in the system as a whole, and will be able to capture markets from others. But once other capitalists adopt the technique, this advantage is lost. Only a capitalist who controls a very large part of the market for particular commodities, or who can exert political pressure to impede others accessing his markets, will be able to get away for longer or shorter periods of time with charging prices which reflect amounts of labor higher than those that are socially necessary. The law of value only operates as the result of the pressures these different capitals exert on each other through time. Any still photograph from the moving film of capitalist development will always show discrepancies and sometimes large ones from the law of value. But the film itself will show the discrepancies eventually disappearing under the pressure of inter-capitalist competition even as other discrepancies arise. Value and prices. It is this dynamic aspect to Marx's theory that enables it to deal with a problem that beset the attempts by Smith and Ricardo to base value on labor. This is that the ratio of labor to investment varies from industry to industry. Yet in practice the rate of profit does not vary in the same way, even when wages are more or less the same level and the rate of exploitation must be about the same. The prices of goods seem to depend not on the amount of socially necessary labor needed to produce them, but on a markup on the cost of capital investment. The bigger the capital investment, the bigger, it seems, is the markup. A capitalist selling something produced by one person working on an expensive machine will expect a bigger markup than for something produced by one person working on a cheap machine. The fact that some industries are more capital intensive than others implies that prices have to diverge from values in terms of labor if profitability is not to be much lower in some cases than others. This is what led Adam Smith to dilute his labor theory of value with another, contradictory approach. The sale of goods produces a payment that is divided up into different revenues: wages for the workers, profit for the industrialist, interest for the banker who lent the industrialist money, and rent for the landlord. Smith contradicts his own initial labor-based theory of value by arguing that each of these revenues adds to value. David Ricardo was more consistent than Smith and tried to stick to the pure labor theory. but this left a gap in his theory that economists who came after him could not solve, one which eventually opened the way to the neoclassical abandonment of the labor theory of value. Marx could, however, deal with the problem usually called the transformation problem precisely because his model is a dynamic one that operates through time. His solution depends on looking at how firms will react to the emergence of different profit rates. Those with lower profit rates will begin to move their capital elsewhere. This will cause a potential shortage in what they have been producing, leading to a rise in prices above their value in labor terms. Other firms who use those products as inputs to their own production 16 are forced to pay the higher prices, in the process effectively handing over some of the surplus value in their own hands. The equalization of the rate of profit takes place through the redistribution of surplus value within the capitalist class. This does not in any degree alter the fact that the surplus value came from the exploitation of workers in the first place, and that every change in the socially necessary labor time needed to produce a commodity has an effect on its price. It is the flow of already produced surplus value from one capitalist to another through time that equalizes the rate of profit 17, which is also why there can be big differences between the rates of profit in different parts of the system when there are impediments to the flow of value through the system. Marx's solution to the problem posed in Smith and Ricardo was attacked within 2 years of it appearing in Volume 3 of Capital by the marginalist Baumgartner. The same arguments he used have been employed repeatedly ever since. They have often thrown Marxists onto the defensive, with many accepting the core of the criticism and retreating from the attempt to understand the dynamics of capitalism using Marx's concepts. This happened, for instance, soon after the revival of interest in Marxism after the events of 1968. Figures on the left such as Ian Steedman and Jeff Hodgson took up arguments essentially the same as those used against Marx by Baumgartner and his successors like Samuelson. 18 Marxist scholarship, already on the defensive for political reasons inside university economics faculties, often retreated into scholastic debates over texts or into obtuse mathematical calculations as remote from the real world as those of their mainstream colleagues. The result overall was, as Ben Fine has put it, an increasingly and exclusively academicist Marxism 19 and limited engagement with the world of capital as opposed to that of capital. 20. The criticism of Marx's approach centers around the contention that simply looking at the movement of value between capitals after production has taken place cannot explain final prices, since it does not explain the prices of the inputs into production. For the inputs themselves are commodities with prices different to their values. So Marx's method, it is claimed, explains prices in terms of prices, not in terms of labor values. 21. The Ricardian, Ladislavs von Bortkiewicz, attempted in 1907 to solve the problem of deducing prices from labor values mathematically, using simultaneous equations. He used a model in which there is no change in the amount of capital investment from one cycle of production to the next. His equations supposedly showed that any attempt to provide a generally applicable way of transforming labor values into prices led to one of the equalities taken for granted by Marx not working. Either total price did not equal total value, or total profit did not equal total surplus value. Every attempt to deduce prices from values for most of the 20th century ran into the same problem. The response of Marxists was either to abandon the central feature of the labor theory of value or to conclude, as for instance Paul Sweezy did in 1942, that the Marxian method of transformation is logically unsatisfactory but that the patterns of development of value and price will differ only in minor details. 22 A somewhat similar conclusion was arrived at by Miguel Angel Garcia and Anwar Sheikh among others in the late 1970s using models that were much less mathematical and easier to follow than von Bortkiewicz's. 23 Sheikh showed that total price could equal total value, but total profit would not always equal total surplus value. Garcia claimed to prove that both equalities could hold. But he could only do so by allowing a change in the rate of exploitation from one production cycle to the next, since the shift in prices caused by the movements of value between sectors caused changes in the relative prices of wage goods and capital goods. 24. Since then, however, a number of Marxists have been able completely to rescue Marx's position by challenging the fundamental assumption made by von Bortkiewicz, Sweezy, Sheik and many others. The reliance on simultaneity. 25 The method of simultaneous equations assumes that the prices of the inputs to production have to equal the prices of the outputs. But they do not. The outputs are produced after the inputs have gone into production. Or, to put it another way, the value of the inputs for a process A will differ from that of the same inputs for a later process B, even if in terms of their physical composition as use values they are identical. The value of a ton of steel used to make a machine today will not be the same as the value used to make an identical machine next week. 26. But, argue the critics of Marx, this still leaves the inputs into production as prices, not as values, and to reduce them to labor values involves an infinite regress. The investment need to produce the inputs needs to be broken down into labor values, but that is not possible without breaking down in turn the investment needed to produce it, ad infinitum. There is a simple response to those who pose the problem like this: why? Why do the investments needed to produce the inputs have to be broken down in terms of their labor value when they themselves were produced? 27. The starting point for looking at any cycle of production is the money price of the inputs needed to undertake it. The exercise of labor in the production process then adds a certain amount of new value, which forms the basis of the new commodity, the price of which in turn is formed through the movement of surplus value from capitalists who would otherwise get a higher than average rate of profit to those who would get a lower one. There is no need to go back in history to decompose into labor values the prices of things which were paid for at the beginning of the production round, in order to understand the impact of creating new value and surplus value on the dynamics of the system. It is no more necessary than it is in physical dynamics to decompose the momentum of an object that strikes another into all the forces that have previously acted on it to create that momentum, going right back to the foundation of the universe with the Big Bang, or than it is necessary in biology to know the whole history of the evolution of an organism, going right back to the first formation of organic life forms, in order to see what the effect of a genetic change will be in the present. As Guglielmo Carchedi has pointed out, if this critique were sound, it would mean the bankruptcy not only of Marx's transformation procedure but also of social science in all its versions, including those that criticize Marx. This critique, in fact, would have to apply to any social phenomenon inasmuch as it is determined by other phenomena, both present and past. Social sciences, then, would become an endless quest for the starting point of the inquiry. 28. It would never be possible to analyze how some current actions related to the cumulative products of past actions. Skilled and unskilled labor. The same dynamic character of Marx's model also dispels what has been presented from Bohm-Bawerk onwards as another problem for the labor theory of value. This is how the contribution of skilled labor to value creation is to be measured. Marx seems to see this as easily solved. He writes that skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather, as multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. The different proportions in which the different sorts of labor are reduced to unskilled labor as their standard, are established by a social process that goes on behind the back of the producers and, consequently, appear to be fixed by custom. 29. This explanation is fully adequate when the same job is done by a skilled worker and unskilled worker, with the skilled worker doing it much more quickly. An hour of the skilled labor will be worth more than 1 hour of the average socially necessary labor in the system as a whole, while the unskilled labor will be worth less than that. There is a problem, however, when it comes to skilled labor that cannot be replaced by a greater quantity of unskilled labor. It does not matter how many unskilled laborers a capitalist employs, they will never be able to do the same task as a skilled toolmaker or a systems analyst. How then can the value produced by the second group be measured in terms of hours of labor of the first group? It seems that any attempt to do so must involve an arbitrariness that undermines the basic theory. Bohm-Bawerk argued that when Marx writes that a social process explains the measurement, he is taking for granted that which he is trying to explain. For Baumgartner, this proved that it is not the amount of labor in goods which determines their prices, but the way people evaluate them in relation to other goods, and that this deals a death blow to the labor theory of value. However, the problem for the theory evaporates once the law of value is seen as something working through time. The development of technology again and again leads to jobs emerging that can only be carried out by those with particular skills. At first there is no objective measure of the amount of socially necessary labor time needed to produce them, and those in possession of such skills or the goods produced by them can receive payments which bear no obvious relation to labor time. In effect, value flows to those controlling a monopoly of these skills from the rest of the system. But this is only a transitory phase, even if sometimes a long one, as capitalists elsewhere in the system will do their utmost to try to gain control of some of the benefits of the new skills for themselves. There are two ways they can do this. They can train new groups of workers to acquire the skills. This effectively amounts to using one sort of labor to create new labor power capable of doing the skilled work, so that the final labor is in fact composite labor, made up of the living labor of the immediate workers and a form of dead labor embodied in their labor power as skills. The capitalists can get this extra element in labor power directly by on-the-job training for workers. They can leave its provision to the workers themselves, or they can rely in part on the state providing it through its training courses. But in each case, dead labor is embodied in the enhanced labor power and then transferred into the products of the labor process, as with the dead labor embodied in means and materials of production. Point 30. But this still leaves a question unresolved. Who trains the trainers? Skilled trainers cannot themselves get their skills from unskilled workers. If their skills are monopoly skills and they produce goods that cannot be produced by unskilled workers, however many work together at the job, then those who own those goods will be able to charge monopoly prices that do not reflect labor values, but simply how much people are prepared to pay. This will be true of certain skills and certain goods at any particular point in time. But over time this labor too will be reduced to some objective ratio of other labor. Capitalists elsewhere in the system will actively seek out new technologies that undermine such skill monopolies by enabling the tasks to be done by much less skilled labor. In this way, the reduction of skilled labor to unskilled labor over time is a never-ending feature of capitalist accumulation. If enough unskilled labor is trained up to the level of skilled labor needed to produce particular commodities, those commodities will cease to be scarce and their value will fall to the level that reflects the combination of the labor needed to reproduce average labor power and the extra cost of the training. As Carchedi puts it, due to the introduction of new techniques in the labor process, the level of skills required of an agent is lowered. The value of his or her labor power is then devalued. We can refer to this process as devaluation through dequalification. It is this process which reduces skilled to unskilled labor and thus alters the exchange relations between the commodities of which those different types of labor power are an input. It is this real process which justifies the theoretical reduction of skilled to unskilled labor, or the expression of the former as a multiple of the latter. The process of devaluation through dequalification is a constant tendency in capitalist production, due to the constant need capitalists have to reduce the level of wages. On the other hand, the same techniques create new and qualified positions which, in their turn, are soon subjected to dequalification. At any moment in time we can observe both the tendency and the counter-tendency. 31. Labor may not be reducible to socially necessary labor time instantaneously. But it is so reduced over time through the blind interaction of different capitals with each other. Again, the law of value has to be understood as pressurizing the individual components to operate in a certain way, not as a formula establishing fixed, fast-frozen relations between them. Marx's basic concepts survive all the criticisms once they are not interpreted through the static framework, ignoring the process of change through time that characterizes the neoclassical system. Chapter 3. The Dynamics of the System. Illusions and Reality. The history of capitalism in Marx's time and that of his immediate successors was punctuated by economic crises that occurred about once every 10 years. There were 15 in the US in the 110 years between 1810 and 1920. For a few years firms would invest on a large scale, taking on new workers, building new factories and buying new machines would create a demand for the products of industries like construction, steel, and coal, which in turn would take on new workers. The new workers would receive wages which in turn enabled them to buy goods. Very fast rates of economic growth led firms to do everything they could to lure people from the countryside and increasingly from other, poorer countries into selling their labor power in the towns. Unemployment would fall to around 2%. Then something always seemed to go wrong. Giant firms would suddenly go bust, canceling the demand for the products of other industries, where firms would also go bust. Right across the economy, workers many only recently drawn into industry would be sacked. Their loss of buying power then ensured that the crisis ricocheted from industry to industry. Panic would sweep through the capitalist class, while unemployment shot up virtually overnight to 10% or higher, where it would stay for months or even years until a new period of rapid growth took off. The mainstream economics of the time denied that such crises of overproduction were endemic to the system, basing their arguments on a popularizer and vulgarizer of Adam Smith's ideas, Jean-Baptiste Say. His law argued that supply and demand must always coincide, since every time someone sold something someone else must have bought it. Supply, it was claimed, created its own demand. So John Stuart Mill argued, each person's means for paying for the production of other people consists in those that he himself possesses. All sellers are inevitably by the meaning of the word buyers. A general oversupply, of all commodities above the demand is, impossibility. People must spend their savings, productively, that is, in employing labor. 1. The founders of the neoclassical school had to accept that in practice the economy experienced a trade cycle or business cycle of booms and recessions, in which for some reason supply and demand did not always balance as their theory claimed. Their reaction was to blame these things on external factors that somehow led to temporary distortions in an otherwise fundamentally healthy system. So Jevons wrote that the business cycle was a result of sunspots which, he claimed, affected the climate and therefore the productivity of agriculture and the profitability of trade, while Walras saw crises as disturbances caused by the failure of prices to respond to supply and demand, comparable in effect to passing storms on a shallow lake. 2. Some later neoclassical economists did try to develop theories of the business cycle. Anwar Sheikh has summed up their approach. The system is still viewed as being self-regulating, only now the adjustment is seen as being cyclical rather than smooth. In orthodox theory, a cycle is not a crisis. Cycles must be viewed as small fluctuations, which at first approximation one may justifiably neglect. Violent or prolonged expansions and contractions arise from external factors. Crises, therefore, remain outside the normal process of capitalist reproduction. 3. This view still persists in what is known as real business cycle theories. These hold that business cycles are the aggregate result of the optimum response of individuals to changes in the economic environment. The economic cycle is assumed to have a stochastic oscillation around a trend. 4. They still do not allow what they see as short-term aberrations to undermine their faith in an unchallengeable system of laws which lay down how any efficient economy must operate. The possibility of crisis. Karl Marx, by contrast, argued that the possibility of general crises of overproduction was built into the very nature of capitalism. He destroyed the arguments based upon Say's law in a couple of paragraphs in the first volume of Capital. Of course, he acknowledged, every time someone sells an article someone else buys it. But, argued Marx, once money is used to exchange goods through the market, it does not follow that the seller has then immediately to buy something else. Money acts not only as a measure of value in directly exchanging goods, but also as a means of storing value. If someone chooses to save the money they get from selling a good rather than spending it immediately, then there will not be enough money being spent in the system as a whole to buy all the goods that have been produced. Nothing can be more childish than the dogma that because every sale is a purchase and every purchase a sale, therefore the circulation of commodities necessarily implies equilibrium of sales and purchases. If this means that the number of actual sales is equal to the number of purchases, it is mere tautology. But its real purport is to prove that every seller brings his buyer to market with him. Nothing of the kind. The sale and the purchase constitute an exchange between a commodity owner and an owner of money, between two persons as opposed to each other as the two poles of a magnet. No one can sell unless someone else purchases. But no one is forthwith bound to purchase, because he has just sold. Circulation bursts through all restrictions as to time, place, and individuals, imposed by direct barter, and this it effects by splitting up, into the antithesis of a sale and a purchase, the direct identity that in barter does exist between the alienation of one's own and the acquisition of some other man's product. If the interval in time between the two complementary phases of the complete metamorphosis of a commodity become too great, if the split between the sale and the purchase become too pronounced, the intimate connection between them, their oneness, asserts itself by producing a crisis. Point 5. The inevitability of crisis. These arguments used by Marx in Volume 1 of Capital imply the possibility, and no more than the possibility, of crises. Point 6. But in Volume 3 he went further, to argue for the inevitability of crises. He did so by moving beyond the most abstract considerations about the buying and selling of commodities with money to look at the concrete process involved in capitalist production and exchange. As is often remarked, Marx did not provide a single, integrated account of the crisis. Rather he refers to different aspects of the crisis in writings that are scattered in different parts of the text. Point 7. But it is not that difficult to construct a coherent account from these. The starting point is that competitive accumulation means that capitalists are simultaneously trying to increase the output of their goods as much as possible at the same time as trying to maximize profits by holding down wages. But wages constitute a major part of the money available to buy goods. Production tends to move in one direction, the consumption of the masses in the other. The conditions of direct exploitation, and those of realizing it, are not identical. They diverge not only in place and time, but also logically. The first are only limited by the productive power of society, the latter by the proportional relation of the various branches of production and the consumer power of society. But this last named is based on antagonistic conditions of distribution, which reduce the consumption of the bulk of society to a minimum varying within more or less narrow limits. It is furthermore restricted by the tendency to accumulate, the drive to expand capital and produce surplus value on an extended scale. The more productiveness develops, the more it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the conditions of consumption rest. 8. Some people have interpreted this passage as meaning that the mere fact that workers are exploited limits the scale of the market and creates crises. Point 9. Such underconsumptionist versions of Marxism share some features in common with the form of the mainstream economics that developed in the 1930s under the influence of Keynes. The conclusion seems to be that capitalism can escape crisis if the state intervenes to raise consumption the moment a recession seems likely to develop. But Marx's own argument does not stop with pointing to the possibility of consumption falling below production. He goes on to insist that the double nature of one set of commodities, those that make up the means of production, as both values and use values, makes that inevitable. A Russian Marxist economist of the late 1920s, Pavel V. Maksakhovsky, spelt out how this double nature works itself out. Point 10. As we have seen, the exchange value of goods is determined by the amount of labor required to produce them using the average level of techniques and skill operating in the system as a whole. But their production involves concrete human labor bringing objects into physical interaction with each other. The correct relations between different exchange values and different use values must exist for production to take place. The more industry develops, the more complicated these relations become. Textile machines cannot be produced without steel, steel without iron ore and coal, coal without cutting machinery, winding gear, and so on. But the chains of physical interaction depend on chains of buying and selling, in which coal firms sell to steel firms to textile firms and textile firms to consumers, that is, to people who get wages or profits to spend from other firms so long as these can sell their goods. Such long, intertwined chains linking production to final consumption only function if two completely different conditions are fulfilled. The correct physical relations between things that go to produce other things has to exist determined by the law of physics, chemistry, and biology. But, at the same time, each act of production has to expand the amount of value in the hands of the owners of each particular firm. The physical organization of the production of use values has somehow to correspond with the capitalist determination of prices by values. Discrepancies between the two requirements mean that the expansion of production inevitably leads to bottlenecks in the supply of raw materials, causing their prices to rise, cutting into the profits of those capitalists who buy them, and so redistributing surplus value from the capitalists producing finished goods and components to those producing raw materials. It also means that the demand for one vital commodity, labor power, can begin to exceed the supply, leading to upward pressure on wages. That is not all. If it were, the problem would simply be a tendency towards disproportionality between the different parts of the economy. 11 But there are further problems. Production will not take place at all unless capitalists think they can sustain themselves in competition with other capitalists, by getting a rate of profit at least equal to the average in the system as a whole. To guarantee this, they have repeatedly to reorganize production, using more advanced techniques to increase productivity per worker. But as all the capitalists try to do this, they continually reduce the average amount of labor needed to produce goods and therefore the value of the goods. The physical quantity of goods produced by the system will tend to rise, but the value of each individual good will tend to fall. The two things necessary for the system to function, the physical organization of production and the flow of value through the system, both change repeatedly but without there being any automatic compatibility between the changes taking place. Firms undertake production by buying physical equipment at prices dependent on the average amount of labor needed to produce them at a particular moment in time. But even as production is taking place, increases in productivity elsewhere in the system are reducing the value of that equipment and of the goods the firm is producing with it. The firm's calculations of profitability were based on the amount it had to spend on this equipment in the past, not on what its present value is, but it is on its initial investment that the firm has to make a profit. So the rapid rate of accumulation that characterizes the boom has the effect of cutting the prices of each unit of output, and this hits the profits to be made on investments made earlier in the boom. Not only do the values of goods keep changing, but, Max shows, the reaction of capitalists to these changes leads prices to diverge from values. As profits fall, some firms stop new investments for a period. This reduces the demand for the goods of the other firms that previously supplied them. These then try to maintain their sales by cutting their prices below the levels determined by value while they sack workers in order to try to protect their profits on the goods they are selling at reduced prices and at that same time cancel their own investments for fear they will not be profitable. A wave of contraction goes through the economy and with it a general reduction of prices below values. The contraction does not last forever. Some firms go bankrupt, allowing other firms to buy plant and equipment on the cheap and to cut the wages which workers are prepared to accept. Eventually, a point is reached where they can expect to get higher than average profits if they embark on a new round of investment and a new wave of expansion takes off as capitalists rush to take advantage of the better business conditions. Competition leads firms to undertake a level of investment which temporarily exceeds the existing output of new machinery, components, and raw materials. The overproduction of the downturn is replaced by underproduction in the upturn, and just as prices before were below values in the slump, now they rise above values in the boom. But this only lasts until all the new plant and machinery pass into production, increasing output at the same time as reducing the value of individual goods, making some investment unprofitable and giving rise in time to yet another downturn. The central point is that the cycle is not a result of mistaken decisions by individual capitalists or their governments, but of the very way value expresses itself in prices. This takes place through a continual oscillation with prices arising above and falling below values, not through some continuous equilibrium. This cannot be grasped without starting with the objective contradictions expressed in the notion of value. Only by dialectically drawing out these contradictions was Marx able to provide an overview of the system's dynamic. Credit and financial capital. The spells of expansion and contraction are modified and intensified by the role played by credit and those who play a special part in the development of this, the bankers. Capital passes through different forms in the course of capitalist production. 12 It begins as money. This is used to buy instruments and materials of production and labor power as commodities, which in turn are combined in the production process to produce other commodities. These are sold to get more money, which is then used to buy more means of production and labor power. In this way one cycle of production follows another endlessly, so that every element in it appears as a point of departure, transit, and return. Point 13. So capital takes the form of money, of commodities, of means of production and labor power, then of commodities again and finally of money. For the system to operate, all these forms have to exist simultaneously. If production is to keep going without a stop, there has to be a supply of money to buy commodities, a supply of commodities to be bought as productive capital and a supply of labor power. The cycle of capitalist production, then, is made up of three interconnected circuits of money, of productive capital and of commodities. Each circuit fulfills a function for capital accumulation and does so to some extent according to a dynamic of its own. In the early stages of capitalism, when the units of production were small, the productive capitalist could operate to some degree independently. He had the possibility of financing the buying of plant and machinery and paying his workers from his own pocket. He also had the possibility of selling his output directly to those who consumed it. But as the individual enterprises grew bigger, the capitalist often found his own resources were not enough to pay in advance for all the plant, machinery, and materials he needed. He had to borrow from others. He came to rely on credit, and on special institutions, banks, ready to lend to people in return for interest on these loans. At the same time, as the scale of the market grew, he could only sell his goods by relying upon specialists in the wholesale and retail trades, who would not be able to pay him for all those goods until they had, in turn, sold them to the final consumers. The productive capitalist borrowed on the one hand and lent on the other. Credit became an indispensable part of capitalist production. And the greater the extent of capitalist production within a particular economy, the longer and more complex became the chains of credit, of borrowing and lending. The productive capitalist could also become a large-scale lender. His fixed capital, his factory building and machinery was only renewed every few years. But production provided a more or less constant flow of profits. He could lend these profits to others in the interim before renewing his own fixed capital and would do so in return for the payment of interest. Once capitalism is fully developed as the dominant way of producing in a particular economy, the lending of past profits by those productive capitalists who do not wish to immediately reinvest becomes the chief source of the funds for those capitalists who do wish to invest but lack sufficient past profits to do so. The financial system emerges as a network of institutions that mediate between different productive capitalists. Those who run the financial institutions are out to make profits just as much as the productive capitalists are. They have funds of their own which pay for the expense of their operations and bridge any gap that might open up between their lending and borrowing, and they expect to earn a profit on them, just as the productive capitalists do on their capitals. There is a difference, however. The financial capitalists' profits do not come directly from production, but from a share they get of the productive capitalists' profits in return for lending to them, that is, interest payments. The rate of interest has often been confused in mainstream economic writings with the rate of profit. But in fact the level and direction of movement of the two are quite different. The rate of profit, as we have seen, is determined by the ratio of surplus value to investment in the production process. By contrast, the rate of interest depends solely upon the supply and demand for loanable funds. If there is more money available for lending in an economy, then the rate of interest will tend to fall. If there is an increased demand for borrowing, it will tend to rise. Since the profits of productive capitalists are the major source of the funds for lending, a high rate of profit will encourage a lower rate of interest. On the other hand, if profits are low, more productive capitalists will themselves want to borrow, and this will exert a pressure for interest rates to rise. How these contradictory pressures on interest rates work themselves out depends on other factors, particularly borrowing and lending by the state and the movement of funds in and out of a national economy. But these other factors cannot do away with the pressures of real production on the financial sector. Other complications arise out of this state of affairs. The lending that financial institutions make is not necessarily restricted to the amount they actually have at their disposal as a result of their own investment and borrowing. The financial institutions can assume that what they have borrowed will not have to be paid back immediately. Therefore, they can extend their lending beyond their immediate means, trusting that enough of it will be paid back for them to meet their own debts as they become due. This makes sense so long as the productive sector of the system is expanding its output. Increased lending today can be paid back out of increased output and surplus value in the not-too-distant future. Such prophecies about increased lending being recoverable are self-fulfilling up to a degree, since the increased lending to productive capital encourages it in turn to increase its own levels of investment, and to produce more profits from which to repay the bankers. But invariably a point is eventually reached when the drive for financial profits leads to levels of lending above what can be paid back out of the expansion of real output, producing financial crises on the one hand and attempts to escape their impact through fraud on the other. As Marx puts it, the credit system accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the world market, but does this through developing the incentive to capitalist production, enrichment through exploitation of the labor of others, to the most pure form of gambling and swindling. 14 Finance drives the process beyond its capitalist limits, resulting in overtrade, overproduction and excessive credit. 15 In ways that rebound on production itself. Marx's view of this process foreshadowed by a century the currently fashionable account of Hyman Minsky. 16 According to which financial operations invariably move on from a stage of normal profitable business to one of speculation, which culminates at a point when all of what is lent cannot be recovered, and encourages Ponzi. 17 Or pyramid schemes whereby money from new investors is simply used to pay high interest rates to old investors. The final complication is that financial institutions do not only use their funds to lend to productive capital. They also lend to individuals for their own requirements, or to buy shares in already existing companies through the stock exchange. Such use of funds is expected to earn the going rate of interest, just as lending to productive concerns does, and for this reason is regarded by the financial institutions as an investment of capital. Yet it in no way contributes to the process of capital accumulation, and the interest earned is parasitic on what is taking place in the productive sector of the economy. For this reason Marx calls it fictitious capital, describing it as the most fetish-like form of the relations of capital. 18 Since capital appears as a mysterious and self-creating source of interest, and it becomes the property of money to generate value and yield interest, much as it is an attribute of pear trees to bear pears. 19 Finance, speculation, and the crisis. We have seen that the profits of productive capital are the main source of the funds that the banks have at their disposal for lending, and that the productive capitalists' need for funds for accumulation is a major source of borrowing from the banks. This means that the cycle of expansion and contraction of new investment is accompanied by a cycle of expansion and contraction of lending. But the two cycles are not fully in phase with each other. Credit expands as the boom begins to take off, with some capitalists keen to lend rising profits and other capitalists keen to borrow, all convinced that there will be no problems of repayment with interest. But eventually a point is reached where the frenzy of investment begins to exceed the funds coming from pools of previous profits. Firms outbid one another as they try to get access to these pools, raising the level of interest they are prepared to pay to get credit. Rising interest rates cut into profits just as rising raw material prices and money wages do so as well. They add to the pressures tipping the system from expansion into crisis. The contraction that follows makes firms and banks much less willing to lend. They fear they may need every penny themselves as their revenue from sales threatens to decline. But contraction also increases the need for many firms to borrow if they are going to make up the shortfall in their sales incomes and not be forced into bankruptcy by unpaid bills. Interest rates continue to rise for a time, despite the shortage of profits to pay them, and add to the downward forces in the system. Fluctuations are intensified because of something else that happens at the height of the boom. Firms and banks see that lending is a quick way to boost their profits. They offer credit through financial paper of various sorts far in excess of their cash reserves on the assumption that other people and institutions will trust in such paper and accept it as payment for commodities without trying immediately to turn it into cash. In effect, credit created by the banks comes to be treated as a form of money, and as credit money is counted in certain measures of the money supply. Such easy credit encourages each firm to undertake massive productive investments as it competes to get a bigger slice of the expanding market than its rivals, even though this causes their combined output to far exceed the capacity of the market to absorb it. Easy credit also enables those on friendly terms with the banks to embark on an orgy of luxury spending, and all sorts of crooks and fraudsters to join in the very profitable business of borrowing in order to lend and lending in order to borrow. The real, underlying processes of production, exploitation, and creation of surplus value get completely hidden from view until the economy suddenly starts turning down and all the bits of paper which represent credit have to be repaid from profits which are too small to do so. At this point, firms and banks come to distrust the ability of each other to pay back what has been borrowed, and lending can grind to a virtual stop in what is today called a credit crunch. The chain of payment obligations due at specific dates is broken in 100 places. The confusion is augmented by the attendant collapse of the credit system, and leads to violent and acute crises, to sudden and forcible depreciations, to the actual stagnation and disruption of the process of reproduction, and thus to a real falling off in reproduction. Point 20. The behavior of fictitious capital serves further to intensify the general boom recession cycle of capitalism. Despite its non-productive nature, the monetary value of fictitious capital at any point in time represents a claim on real resources that can be converted into cash and from cash into commodities. When, say, share prices are rising during a boom, they add to the capacity of their owners to buy goods and tend to intensify the boom. When they fall with a recession, this adds to the pressure, reducing expenditure through the economy as a whole. The inevitably unstable, suddenly fluctuating prices of the various sorts of fictitious capital add to the general instability of the system as a whole. They intensify the swings from boom to recession and back, and they also play havoc with the capacity of money to provide a fixed measuring rod for value. Major economic crises almost invariably involve crashes of banks and other financial institutions, as well as the bankruptcy of productive firms and rising unemployment for workers. It is easy then for people to misunderstand what is happening and to blame finance, the banks, or money for the crisis, rather than the capitalist basis of production. The modernity of Marx. Marx's picture of crisis was far ahead of his contemporary mainstream economists. It was not until the 1930s that study of crises began to be taken seriously by the mainstream. Even the archpriest of free market economics, Friedrich August von Hayek, could admit in one passage that Marx was responsible for introducing, in Germany at least, ideas that could explain the trade cycle, while the only satisfactory theory of capital we yet possess, that of Baumgarten, had not helped us much further with the problems of the trade cycle. Point 21. Recurrent economic crises are as much a part of our world as of Marx's. Some at least of the ideological heirs of John Stuart Mill, Jevons, and Baumgarten do not try to conceal the fact, at least when they are writing for an elite upper-class audience in the Financial Times or The Economist, rather than propagandizing to the masses. So the long-time Conservative Chancellor of the Exchequer in Britain, Nigel Lawson, who once embraced the monetarist doctrine that crises were an accidental result of central bankers allowing the money supply to go wrong, 22, was eventually arguing that he was not responsible for the slump which followed the implementation of his policies because the business cycle is inevitable. They see the crisis as creative destruction without making clear that the creative element consists of wealth for one class, while the destruction is of the livelihoods of others. I will return to the question of crises in the 21st century later in this book. All that needs to be said for the moment is that there is no problem accounting for them by starting with Marx. Indeed, the only serious question confronting Marx's crisis theory does not arise from the occurrence of crises today, but rather from the fact that for 3.5 decades, from 1939 to 1974, a major capitalist country like Britain did not experience a recession in which economic output fell, while the biggest economy, the US, only experienced one very brief such recession. The absence of such crises became a major element in economic discussion in the decades of the 1950s, 1960s, and early 1970s. And without coming to terms with it, one cannot grasp the intractability of the boom recession cycle today. However, if crises were an inevitable feature of capitalism for Marx, they were not in themselves the central point in his analysis of its long-term dynamic. They were a cyclical feature of the system which it had managed to cope with several times by the time Capital was published, however great the hardship they had caused to the mass of the population, the distress to those capitalists who went bust, or the occasional outburst of popular discontent. They were not in themselves going to bring the system to an end. As the Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky put it nearly 40 years after Marx's death, capitalism does live by crises and booms, just as a human being lives by inhaling and exhaling. 23 The long-term dynamic came from elsewhere than the crisis, from two long-term processes at work in the system, processes that were a product of its aging as it went through each repetition of the cycle of expansion and contraction. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The theory. The first of these processes is what Marx called the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This is one of the most difficult parts of Marx's theory for newcomers to his ideas to understand, and also one of the most contentious. Non-Marxist economists reject it. So the often perceptive Observer economic columnist William Keegan has denounced Marx's account as an obsolete economic textbook which was itself written during the early, faltering phase of unreformed capitalism, quoting the French economist Marjolin to the effect that, a modicum of experience and some knowledge of history was enough to cast doubt on the theory of an inevitable decline of capitalism owing to a falling rate of profit. 24 Many Marxists who accept the theory of value and the main contours of Marx's account of the crisis are just as dismissive of it. 25 Others hedge round their support for it with so many provisos as to effectively cut it out of any account of the system's long-term development. Yet Marx himself regarded it as absolutely central. It enabled him to assert that capitalism is doomed by the very forces of production which it itself unleashes. The rate of self-expansion of capitalism, or the rate of profit, being the goal of capitalist production, its fall, appears as a threat to the capitalist production process. 26. This testifies to the merely historical, transitory character of the capitalist mode of production and to the way that at a certain stage it conflicts with its own further development. 27 It showed that the real barrier of capitalist production was capital itself. 28 Marx did not pick the idea that profit rates fall out of thin air. It was common among economists who preceded him. 29 As Eric Hobsbawm has said, two things worried the early 19th century businessmen and economists: the rate of their profits and the rate of expansion of their industries. Adam Smith had believed profit rates must fall as a result of increased competition, and Ricardo because of supposed diminishing returns in agriculture. 30 Marx provided an explanation which did not depend on such questionable assumptions. 31 But upon grasping that the dynamic of capitalist accumulation contains within it an irresolvable contradiction. Each individual capitalist can increase his own competitiveness through increasing the productivity of his workers. The way to do this is for each worker to use more and more means of production, tools, machinery, and so on in his or her work. That involves the means of production expanding more rapidly than the workforce. There is a growth in the ratio of the physical extent of the means of production to the amount of labor power working on them, a ratio that Marx calls the technical composition of capital. 32 But other things being equal, a growth in the physical extent of the means of production will also be a growth in the level of investment needed to buy them. So there will also be an expansion in the ratio of investment to the workforce, in the value of the means of production compared with wages. This ratio is Marx's organic composition of capital. 33 Its growth, for Marx, is a logical corollary of capital accumulation. Yet the only source of value and surplus value for the system as a whole is labor. So if investment grows more rapidly than the labor force, it must also grow more rapidly than the creation of new value, and profit comes from this. In short, capital investment grows more rapidly than the source of profit. As a consequence, there will be a downward pressure for the ratio of profit to investment on the rate of profit. The reason for the growth of investment is competition, the need of each capitalist to push for greater productivity in order to stay ahead of competitors. But however much competition may compel the individual capitalist to take part in this process, from the point of view of the capitalist class as a whole it is disastrous. For, as we saw in the previous chapter, capitalists measure the success or failure of their undertakings not in terms of the total profit they bring in but in terms of the rate of profit. Two objections are often raised to this picture of Marx's. The first is that technological advance does not always involve increasing the ratio of means of production to workers, that it can be capital saving rather than capital intensive. If scientific knowledge is progressing and being applied as new technologies, then some of these technologies may employ less machinery and raw materials per worker than old technologies. At any one time there will be some new technologies that are capital saving. This is true. But it does not refute Marx. For there are likely to be a greater number of capital-intensive rather than capital-saving innovations. At any given level of scientific and technical knowledge, some innovations may indeed be capital-saving. But when all these have been employed, there will still be other innovations to be obtained only by increasing the level of investment in means of production. The fact that some technical progress can take place without any rise in the ratio of capital to labor does not mean that all the advantages of technical progress can be gained without such a rise. If an individual capitalist can increase the ratio of capital to workers, he will be able to invest in and take advantage of innovations that need more capital as well as those that do not. If he cannot increase this ratio, then he will benefit only from those innovations that do not, and he will lose out in competition with those who can. Since, in theory at least, there is no limit to the possible increase in the ratio of means of production to workers, there is no theoretical limit to possible innovation based on this method of competition. In the real world, every operating capitalist takes it for granted that the way to gain access to the most advanced technical change is to increase the level of investment in means of production or dead labor. It is only in the pages of the most esoteric journals of political economy that anyone imagines that the way for the Ford Motor Company to meet competition from General Motors or Toyota is to cut the level of physical investment per worker. The capitalist usually recognizes that you cannot get the benefits of innovation without paying for it. For these reasons, the average amount of means of production per worker, Marx's technical composition of capital, will rise, and with it the organic composition of capital. Only one thing could stop the pressure for this rise, if for some reason there was a shortage of profit-seeking investment. In such a case, the capitalists would be forced to forego hopes of achieving the innovations possible through greater investment and settle for those they might stumble upon by accident. The second argument against Marx's account claims that changes in technique alone cannot produce a fall in the rate of profit. For, it is said, capitalists will only introduce a new technique if it raises their profits. But if it raises the profit of one capitalist, then it must raise the average profit of the whole capitalist class. So, for instance, Ian Steedman states, the forces of competition will lead to that selection of production methods industry by industry which generates the highest possible uniform rate of profit through the economy. 34 The same point has been accepted by various Marxist economists over the last 40 years, for instance by Andrew Glenn 35, Susan Himmelwaite 36, Robert Brenner 37 and Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy 38, and has been elaborated mathematically by Nobuo Okishio. 39 They conclude that capitalists will only adopt capital-intensive techniques that seem to reduce their rate of profit if that rate is already being squeezed either by a rise in real wages or by external competition. These things, not the organic composition of capital, hit the rate of profit. Marx's own writings provide a simple answer to any such argument, that the first capitalist to invest in a new technology gets a competitive advantage over his fellow capitalists which enables him to gain a surplus profit, but that this surplus will not last once the new techniques are generalized. What the capitalist gets in money terms when he sells his goods depends upon the average amount of socially necessary labor contained in them. If he introduces a new, more productive, technique, but no other capitalists do so, he is producing goods worth the same amount of socially necessary labor as before, but with less expenditure on real concrete labor power. His profits rise. 40 But once all capitalists have introduced these techniques, the value of the goods falls until it corresponds to the average amount of labor needed to produce them under the new techniques. The additional profit disappears, and if more means of production are used to get access to the new techniques, the rate of profit falls. 41. The implications of Marx's argument are far-reaching. The very success of capitalism at accumulating leads to problems for further accumulation. Eventually the competitive drive of capitalists to keep ahead of other capitalists results in a massive scale of new investment which cannot be sustained by the rate of profit. If some capitalists are to make an adequate profit, it can only be at the expense of other capitalists who are driven out of business. The drive to accumulate leads inevitably to crises. And the greater the scale of past accumulation, the deeper the crises will be. The countervailing tendencies. Marx's theory, it should be stressed, is an abstract account of the most general trends in the capitalist system. You cannot draw from it immediate conclusions about the concrete behavior of the economy at any individual point in space and time. You have first to look at how the general trends interact with a range of other factors. Marx himself was fully aware of this, and built into his account what he called countervailing tendencies. Two are of central importance. First, there is increasing the rate of exploitation. If each worker contributes more surplus value, this will counteract the fact that there are fewer workers per unit of investment. The increased exploitation could result from increasing the length of the working day, cutting real wages, increasing the physical intensity of labor, or a fall in the cost of providing workers with a livelihood as a result of increased productivity. In this case, the capitalist could increase the proportion of each individual worker's labor that went into surplus value, even if the worker's living standard was not reduced. Such an increase in the rate of exploitation could counteract some of the downward pressures on the rate of profit. The total number of workers might not grow as fast as total investment, but each worker would produce more surplus value even if he or she did not suffer a wage cut or have to work any harder. There is, however, a limit to the capacity of this method to counter the downward pressure on profit rates: the number of hours in the working day. The number of hours per day that go into providing for the upkeep of the worker can fall from 4 to 3, or from 3 to 2, but it cannot fall below 0. By contrast, investment in means of production can increase without limit. 42. Take the example of a firm which employs a static workforce of 30,000. Even if it worked them as long as was physically possible each day and paid them no wages, its daily profit could not exceed the value embodied in 30,000 x 16 hours labor. This is a limit beyond which profit cannot grow. But there is no such limit on the degree to which investment can grow. So a point will be reached where profits stop growing, even though competition forces the level of investment to continue rising. The ratio of profits to investment, the rate of profit, will tend to fall. The second countervailing factor is that the increase in the productivity of labor means there is a continual fall in the amount of labor time and therefore of value needed to produce each unit of plant, equipment, or raw materials. The technical composition of capital, the physical ratio of factories, machines, etc. to workers grows. But the factories, machines, and so on get cheaper to buy. And so the expansion of investment in value terms would be rather slower than the expansion in material terms. This would counteract to some extent the tendency for the value of investment to outstrip the growth in surplus value. There have been claims that this is more than just a countervailing tendency to Marx's law and in fact completely destroys it. Critics argue, using mathematical equations provided by Ocasio, That technical progress means that goods are always being produced more cheaply than in the past. 43 If a rise in the ratio of dead to living labor in a certain industry increases productivity, the price of its output will fall compared to the output of other industries. But that in turn will reduce the costs of investment in these industries and its ratio to labor. Lower investment costs will lower the organic composition of capital and raise the rate of profit. At first glance the argument looks convincing. It is, however, false. It rests upon a sequence of logical steps which you cannot take in the real world. Investment is a process of production that takes place at one point in time. The cheapening of further investment as a result of improved production techniques occurs at a later point in time. The two things are not simultaneous. 44. There is an old saying, you cannot build the house of today with the bricks of tomorrow. The fact that the increase in productivity will reduce the cost of getting a machine in a year's time does not reduce the amount a capitalist has to spend on getting it today. And if some other capitalist buys the cheaper machine, it immediately reduces the value of the machine owned by the first capitalist. While the new capitalist might be able to turn out goods in a more profitable way, the first capitalist has to deduct from his profits the loss in the value of his machine. 45. When capitalists measure their rates of profit, they are comparing the surplus value they get from running plant and machinery with what they spent on acquiring it at some point in the past, not what it would cost to replace it today. The point has added importance when it is remembered that the real process of capitalist investment takes place in such a way that the same fixed constant capital is used for several cycles of production. The fact that the cost of the investment would be less if it took place after the second, third, or fourth round of production does not alter the cost before the first round of production. The alleged disproof of Marx arises, as does the so-called transformation problem, from applying simultaneous equations to processes taking place through time. Simultaneous equations, by definition, assume simultaneity, with no passage of time. The decline in the value of their invested capital certainly does not make life any easier for the capitalists. To survive in business they have to recoup, with a profit, the full cost of their past investments, and if technological advance means these investments are now worth, say, half what they were previously, they have to pay out of their gross profits for writing off that sum. What they have gained on the swings they have lost on the roundabouts, with depreciation of capital causing them as big a headache as a straightforward fall in the rate of profit. 46. Capitalism is based not just on value but upon the self-expansion of the values embodied in capital. This necessarily implies a comparison of current surplus value with the prior capitalist investment from which it flows. The very notion of self-expanding values is incoherent without it. And the loss of value of the equipment and materials of production that have already been paid for is detrimental to the self-expansion of value. The fall in the cost of investment might help the new capitalist. But he in turn is under pressure from still other capitalists who invest after him in still cheaper equipment. And all the time the existence of surplus value made in previous rounds of production and available for investment in still newer techniques serves to push up the ratio of investment to the labor force. There is continual growth in the mass of surplus value seeking an outlet for investment. The more of this surplus value an individual capitalist can get hold of, the bigger the investments he can make and the more productivity increasing innovations he will be able to introduce compared to his competitors. A capitalist may be able to buy today a machine which is twice as productive as one he paid the same price for a year ago. But that is no help to him if a rival is using greater accumulated surplus value to buy a machine 4 times as productive. The individual capitalist can stay in business only if he spends as much surplus value as possible on new means of production. If the means of production become cheaper, that only results in his having to buy more of them in order to achieve competitive success. So long as there is more surplus value available for investment than there was previously, the organic composition of capital will tend to rise, other things being equal. 47 It makes no difference if the physical means and materials of production are cheaper, that just causes more of them to be employed. Crisis and the falling rate. But if the depreciation of capital through increased productivity cannot by itself save the rate of profit, it can if it is combined with something else, the crisis. For the crisis involves some capitals being made bankrupt. They are then forced to dispose of their capital not just at its depreciated value, but for anything they can get, however little. The beneficiaries are those capitalists who survive the crisis. They can pick up means of production accumulations of value on the cheap, enabling them to restore their own rates of profit. In this way, depreciation can ease the pressure on the capitalist system as a whole, with the burden of paying for it falling on those capitalists who were driven out of business, but not on those who remained. Those capitalists who die bear many of the costs of depreciation for the system as whole, making it possible for those who live on to do so with lower capital costs and eventually higher rates of profit than would otherwise be the case. The crises are always but momentary and forcible solutions of the existing contradictions. They are violent eruptions which for a time restore the disturbed equilibrium. 48. There is a continual double interaction between the long-term tendency for the rate of profit to fall and cyclical crises. The rise in the ratio of investment to labor employed as new investment takes place during periods of expansion exerts a downward pressure on the rate of profit, just as it is under pressure from rising raw material prices and wages. This can have a direct effect, with the fall in the rate of profit causing firms to stop investing, so causing recession in the capital goods industries, which then spreads elsewhere. Or it can happen indirectly if firms are successful in protecting the rate of profit temporarily by forcing down real wages. In that case, firms in the consumer goods industries cannot sell all their goods, or, as Marx puts it, they cannot realize the surplus value that they have exploited, and their profits fall, again producing recession. 49. But the crisis in turn leads to some firms going bust and provides opportunities for other firms to buy up their equipment and raw material and take on workers at lower wages. If enough firms go bust, the crisis itself can work to completely counteract the long-term downward tendency of the rate of profit. In short, the decline in the rate of profit helps produce the cyclical crisis, but the cyclical crisis helps resolve the long-term decline in the rate of profit. Marx's account of the falling rate of profit was not published until 11 years after his death and did not have a big impact on the analyses of his followers in the next 2 decades. It barely featured in the most important works of Marxist analysis by Rosa Luxemburg, Vladimir Lenin, and Nikolai Bukharin. It was accepted by Rudolf Hilferding but was not central to his analysis. 50. It was not until the 1920s that a concerted attempt was made to use it to analyze the long-term trajectory of the system by the Polish-Austrian Marxist Henryk Grossman. He was reacting to the propensity of many Marxists to deny that capitalism was inevitably heading to a great crash, a breakdown. He took up the argument in the form in which it had been put by the Austrian Social Democrat Otto Bauer, who claimed to show that capitalism could expand indefinitely, using schema from Marx in Volume 2 of Capital depicting the interrelation between different sectors of capitalist production. 51. Grossman claimed to prove, as against Bauer, that if these schema were applied over a sufficiently large number of cycles of production, a point would be reached at which the rate of profit would be too low to allow production to continue without cutting into workers' real wages and the consumption of the capitalist class itself. This would happen because the scope of accumulation expands, in proportion to the weight of the already accumulated capital, even as the rate of profit tends to decline. Eventually a point would be reached where sustaining accumulation absorbed all existing surplus value, leaving none for the luxury consumption of the capitalist class, and then beginning to eat into the value needed to sustain the working class. 52. Alternatively, if surplus value was used on an increasing scale to maintain the rate of profit on existing investment, there would be a collapse in the mass of surplus value available for new investment. The industries catering for investment would not be able to function. There would be absolute overaccumulation and a state of capital saturation in which the overaccumulated capital faces a shortage of investment opportunities and finds it more difficult to surmount this saturation. 53. In either case, the system would no longer be able to reproduce itself. There have been many objections to Grossman's arguments. Point 54. It is not clear from his argument why the rate of expansion of investment has to remain constant from one cycle to another, rather than slowly decline in response to the decline in the rate of profit, and in doing so reduce the tendency of the organic composition of capital to rise. In that case, the breakdown, it might seem, could be postponed for a very long time. Further, Grossman's book is ambiguous about whether his theory proves the inevitability of crisis or the inevitability of a complete breakdown of the system. He recognizes that the crisis can counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, but still concludes that the mechanism as a whole tends relentlessly towards its final end with the general process of accumulation. Once these counter-tendencies are themselves diffused or simply cease to operate, the breakdown tendency gains the upper hand and asserts itself in the absolute form of the final crisis. Point 55. Yet it is possible to see hypothetical circumstances in which Grossman's arguments would apply. Intense competition between capitals itself intensified by falling profit rates could compel each to invest in ever more expensive means of production so as to obtain the advanced technology that is a precondition for survival. In this way, the technical prerequisites of successful competition would contradict the possibility of maintaining profitability. The embodiment of capital in certain use values would contradict the possibility of expanding its value. Resistance from the working class could prevent restoration of profit rates through the method of paying for labor power at below its reproduction costs. And something might prevent the usual boom recession cycles from driving some firms out of business and easing the long-term problems of others. Grossman's theory can then show how the falling rate of profit can produce deep problems for the system, without being treated as definitive proof that capitalism has to collapse of its own accord. The concentration and centralization of capital. The second long-term process recognized by Marx was what he called the concentration and centralization of capital. Point 56. It is not difficult to grasp what is involved. Concentration refers to the way in which exploitation enables individual capitals to accumulate and so grow larger. The small firm becomes a big firm and the big firm becomes a giant, providing it can survive each cyclical crisis. Centralization refers to the way in which each crisis weeds out some capitals, leaving those that remain controlling a bigger part of the whole system. This process has important implications, not all of which were fully drawn out by Marx himself. The bigger the individual units of capital and larger the proportion of the system as a whole they constitute, the greater will be the impact on the rest of the system every time one of them goes bust. If a small firm stops making profits and goes bust, this will destroy only a small part of the market for other, previously profitable, small firms that supply it. There will be a very limited domino effect. If, however, one of the giants of the system goes bust, it can have a devastating impact on other previously profitable big firms that depended on it for their own markets, and on any banks or other firms that have lent it money. The domino effect becomes an avalanche effect. At the same time, however, the very size of firms can provide them with protection from market forces up to a certain point. The individual acts of labor within a great capitalist enterprise are not directly in competition with individual acts outside it. Instead, managerial decisions determine how they relate to each other. As Marx puts it, in manufacture, the collective working organism is a form of existence of capital. The mechanism that is made up of numerous individual detail laborers belongs to the capitalist. Manufacture proper not only subjects the previously independent workmen to the discipline and command of capital, but, in addition, creates a hierarchic gradation of the workmen themselves. Not only is the detail work distributed to the different individuals, but the individual himself is made the automatic motor of a fractional operation. 57. The great enterprises are like islands within the system where the relation between the work done by individuals is organized by a plan, not by the interrelation of their products through the market. What characterizes division of labor in manufactures? The fact that the detail laborer produces no commodities. It is only the common product of all the detail laborers that becomes a commodity. Division of labor in society is brought about by the purchase and sale of the products of different branches of industry, while the connection between the detail operations in a workshop is due to the sale of the labor power of several workmen to one capitalist, who applies it as combined labor power. While within the workshop, the iron law of proportionality subjects definite numbers of workmen to definite functions. In the society outside the workshop, chance and caprice have full play in distributing the producers and their means of production among the various branches of industry. 58. The islands of planning within the enterprises do not exist apart from the sea of commodity production around them. The internal regime is a response to the external pressure to extract and accumulate surplus value in order to compete. Anarchy in the social division of labor and despotism in that of the workshop are mutual conditions the one of the other. 59. The despotism arises from the pressure on the capitalist to relate the productivity of labor within the enterprise to the ever-changing productivity of labor in the system as a whole. But this cannot be done without using compulsion, pressing down on each worker, to achieve what is brought about in the wider society by the blind interplay of commodities. The law of value operates between enterprises through the market. Within the enterprise it has to be imposed by conscious regulation on the part of the capitalist. Planning within capitalism is not the opposite of the market, it is the way in which the capitalist tries to impose the demands of the market on the workforce. 60. The capitalist can often still have a certain leeway within which to operate. The enterprise can make profits if the market for its output is growing rapidly despite costs of production internally departing markedly from those currently prevailing in the system as a whole. Things are similar when it has gained a major share of the market in a sector of production that requires very large amounts of fixed capital. The production methods associated with the physical structure of its fixed capital can be much more costly than those available in the system as whole, but the enterprise is protected from serious competition for a long period of time by the sheer cost to new firms of entering the industry to compete with it. The existence of a certain capital as a fixed, physically constituted use value as well as a potentially fluid exchange value means that the law of value does not apply to it directly and instantaneously. This is not a state of affairs that can last indefinitely. Eventually the development of new, more advanced production methods in the wider system will lead to it facing sudden serious competition. It is then, through the impact of crisis on it, that the enterprise is forced to restructure so as to produce according to the law of value or to go under. The more enterprises there are that have been relatively protected in the past, that is, the higher the concentration and centralization of capital, the greater will be the crisis when it eventually breaks. But in the interim the giant firm can evade the crisis, and sometimes the interim can be a very long time. If many giant firms are able to do this for a period, the impression can arise that that system or part of it has become crisis-free. What is not noticed is that the price it pays for avoiding crises is that there is no restructuring to offset the long-term downward pressure on profitability. Capitals avoid small crises, only to be hit, eventually, by a much greater one. The other limit of capitalism. There is a final point that has often been lost in expositions of Marx's ideas. His stress on the expansion of the forces of production has been interpreted as identification with economic growth at all costs. Yet in both the earlier and the later writings of Marx and Engels there is a keen awareness of the contradictory character of such growth within class societies in general and within capitalism in particular. They wrote in 1845-6. In the development of the productive forces there comes a stage when productive forces and means of intercourse are brought into being which, under existing relations, can only cause mischief, and are no longer productive but destructive. 61. Marx and Engels did not just view capitalism as generally destructive. They also provided the outlines of a critique of the particular ecological damage wrought by it, as writers like John Bellamy Foster have emphasized in recent years. 62. Marx saw human beings as an integral part of the natural world. Labor, he wrote, is, in the first place, a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. 63. But the drive of capital to create surplus value leads to it undermining of the vitality of nature and the conditions for human life. Exploitation and squandering of the vitality of the soil takes the place of conscious rational cultivation of the soil as eternal communal property, an inalienable condition for the existence and reproduction of a chain of successive generations of the human race. 64. There arises an irreparable break in the coherence of social interchange prescribed by the natural laws of life. 65. Capitalist production develops technology, and the combining together of various processes into a social whole, only by sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer. 66. Just as large-scale industry lays waste and destroys labor power, large-scale mechanized agriculture directly exhausts the natural vitality of the soil. 67. Capitalist production, Marx recognized, was slowly destroying the very basis on which it, like all human production, rested, the metabolic interaction between humanity and the rest of the natural world. Marx's remarks were mainly concerned with the immediate effects of capitalist agriculture on soil fertility, which in his time could only be overcome by the use of guano-nitrous mineral deposits resulting from thousands of years of bird droppings to be found mainly on the coast of northern Chile. Marx's insights were taken up and developed in this sense by Karl Koski in the 1890s as implying a crisis of food production in the short term. But they seemed to lose their relevance with the discovery of how nitrous fertilizers could be made artificially during World War I, and world food production was able to expand without difficulty throughout the 20th century. But analyses of the relation between humanity and nature had wider implications than a simple concern with food output, as was spelt out by Engels in his manuscript The Dialectics of Nature, which was not published until 30 years after his death, in the mid-1920s. Here Engels noted that, although humans differ from other animals in being able to master nature, this historically has often had unforeseen negative consequences which cancelled out initial gains. He took as an example the way in which deforestation had wreaked havoc on Greece, Mesopotamia, and Asia Minor. Thus with every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature as over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh and blood and brain, belong to nature and exist in its midst. 68. Scientific progress was slowly providing the means to avoid causing ecological calamities by controlling and regulating production activity. But this regulation required something more than mere knowledge. It required a complete revolution in our hitherto existing mode of production, and simultaneously a revolution in our whole contemporary social order. 69. This was necessary because the individual capitalists, who dominate production and exchange, are able to concern themselves only with the most immediate useful effect of their actions. In relation to nature, as to society, the present mode of production is predominantly concerned only about the immediate, the most tangible result, and then surprise is expressed that the more remote effects of actions directed to this end turn out to be quite different, are mostly quite the opposite in character. 70. The implication is that capitalism contained another inbuilt limit besides that of its inbuilt tendency to economic crises. It is that left to itself it could eventually destroy the very environmental conditions for any form of human existence, including its own. Neither Marx nor Engels developed this implication. But it would become very important a century later. A dynamic and contradictory system. The recognition that capitalism is an ever-expanding system of alienated labor runs through the pages of Marx's economic writings. It is a system in which people's living force is taken from them and turned into a system of things that dominate them. Capital is labor that is transformed into a monstrous product whose only aim is to expand itself. Capital is dead labor, that, vampire-like, only lives by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. 71. It is this which gives capitalism a dynamic of growth unparalleled in previous societies. The endless drive to pump out surplus value in order to further pump out yet more surplus value, of accumulation in order to further accumulate, knows no bounds. As capitalism emerged in parts of Northwest Europe, it was compelled to stretch out its tentacles to encompass the whole earth, subjecting ever more living labor to it. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeoisie over the entire surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. The bourgeoisie has through its exploitation of the world market given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. To the great chagrin of reactionists, it has drawn from under the feet of industry the national ground on which it stood. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. In place of the old wants, satisfied by the production of the country, we find new wants, requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. In place of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations. 72. What stands out from Marx's analysis is precisely what has been missing from mainstream economics since his time, a sense of the mass forward rush of capitalism. 73. His model provides, as no other has, an account of a system that had expanded to fill most of Western Europe and North America by the time of his death in 1883 and expanded further to fill the whole globe in the 20th century. But that is not all. His model was not only of a self-expanding system, but of one whose expansion is based upon the interplay of contradictory forces that finds expression in the crisis and the downward pressure on the rate of profit. The expansion of the system simultaneously leads to a massive growth in the productive forces, the capacity of humanity to produce its livelihood, and of the transformation of these into destructive forces through the crippling of people's lives. Capitalism has been a totalizing, I am tempted to write totalitarian system, in a way in which no previous mode of production had been, compelling the whole world to dance to its frenzied rhythms of competition and accumulation. As it has done so, the system as a whole has continually reacted back upon the individual processes on which it depends. It forces each capital to force down the price of labor power to the minimum that will keep its workers able and willing to work. 74. The clash of capitals compels each to accumulate in a way that will produce downward pressure on profit rates for all of them. It stops any of them standing still, even if they occasionally become aware of the devastation they are causing. It is a system that creates periodic havoc for all those who live within it, a horrific hybrid of Frankenstein's monster and of Dracula, a human creation that has escaped control and lives by devouring the lifeblood of its creators. It is this understanding which above all distinguishes Marx's approach from every school of mainstream economics, orthodox and heterodox alike, and which means it alone provides a guide for analyzing capitalism in our century. But doing so means using Marx's concepts to go beyond Marx. Chapter 4. Beyond Marx, Monopoly, War, and the State. New developments. Marx depicted a system that was very dynamic, but also plagued with seemingly insuperable contradictions. Its very dynamism continually led capital to try to expand at a greater rate than could be sustained by the living labor power on which it ultimately depended. The barrier to capitalist production, Marx wrote, lay in capital itself. The implication was that as capitalism engulfed the whole world, it would be subject to longer and deeper slumps, interspersed with shorter and shallower periods of boom. At the same time, the concentration and centralization of capital would produce an ever greater polarization between a capitalist class which was diminishing in size and a working class that absorbed into itself the rest of society. The model was by design an abstraction. Marx consciously ignored much of the day-to-day functioning of markets and many of the features of particular capitalist societies in his attempt to grasp the underlying tendencies built into the mode of production as such its general laws. The way each of the 3 volumes of Capital operated at a different level of abstraction meant that the third volume, by integrating production and circulation, was closer to the actual operating detail of any really existing capitalist society than the first volume, even though its analysis depended on the basic concepts developed there. It dealt not only with the equalization of profit rates, the deviation of prices from values, crises, and the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, but also with credit and the banking system, commercial profits, interest payments to money lenders and rents to landowners. But even the third volume deliberately paid little attention to many important things: foreign trade, the impact on the capitalist system of absorbing the still enormous pre-capitalist parts of the world, or the role of the state. Marx had intended in the original plan for capital he drew up in the early manuscripts of the work further volumes dealing with such things. But he never had time to do so, immersed as he was in day-to-day revolutionary political activity, compelled to make a livelihood for himself through journalistic articles and, in the last years of his life, plagued by illness, although the 3 volumes he did fully or partially complete were themselves an incredible achievement. The gap between the model and the reality left many questions unanswered about the course capitalism would take. These questions did not necessarily seem to matter that much either to Marx and Engels or to the activists in the new workers' movements of the 1870s and 1880s. These were the years of a long period of crises known as the Great Depression. The U.S. steel magnate Andrew Carnegie expressed the mood even in capitalist circles in 1889. Manufacturers, see savings of many years, becoming less and less, with no hope of a change in the situation. It is in a soil thus prepared that anything promising of relief is gladly welcomed. The manufacturers are in the position of patients that have tried in vain every doctor of the regular school for years, and are now liable to become the victim of any quack that appears. 1. A quarter-century of falling profit rates too led to massive pools of poverty in London and other cities and to mass unemployment in the mid-1880s. 3. It was not surprising that Frederick Engels could feel that the logic of Marx's model was working itself out right in front of his eyes in England as the decennial cycle of stagnation, prosperity, overproduction, and crisis seemed to give way to a permanent and chronic depression. 4. The trajectory of capitalism soon, however, proved to be more complicated than the experience of the 1880s suggested. Profit rates recovered in Britain in the 1890s, and the US and Germany went through a new wave of economic expansion. 5. There were certain positive reforms for workers that seemed to contradict Marx's picture. Otto von Bismarck granted pensions to Germany's workers in 1889, and a British Liberal government produced a similar scheme in Britain 20 years later. Along with free school meals, real wages rose in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, even if they tended to stagnate after that. 6. Working hours everywhere tended to fall from 12 or 14 hours a day to 8, and the working week to fall from 6 days to 5.5. 7. The apparent refutation of the predictions drawn from Marx's model led to a crisis within Marxist ranks, known as the revisionist controversy. Out of it emerged 2 very different trends in the analysis of capitalism which were to confront each other again and again over the next century. Edward Bernstein, only a few years previously a close collaborator of Engels, produced a root and branch critique of Marx's methods and conclusions. Signs of an economic worldwide crash of unheard-of violence have not been established, he wrote. Overproduction in single industries does not mean general crises. 8. Workingmen, he concluded, are not universally pauperist as was set out in the Communist Manifesto. 9. These changes, he argued, had arisen because of the enormous extension of the world market and the regulation of production with the rise of the industrial cartels, so that general commercial crises were improbable. Bernstein's revision of Marx was rejected by Engels' other collaborator, Karl Kosky. But this did not prevent many socialist activists coming to accept in practice that capitalism had stabilized itself for the indefinite future. Challenging such views meant going further than Kosky and adding to Marx's analysis. It is this which, each in their own way, Rudolf Hilferding, Vladimir Lenin, Nikolai Bukharin, and Rosa Luxemburg tried to do. Soon it was not only the purely economic functioning of the system that required something more than the basic account provided by Marx. So too did a new period of immense political convulsions, as 44 years of peace in Western Europe gave way to the most horrific war humanity had yet known. Hilferding, Finance, Capitalism and Imperialism. The first Marxist economist to publish a detailed analysis of the changes was the Austrian Rudolf Hilferding in his work Finance Capital, in 1910. Basing himself on developments in Germany, he argued that banking capital and industrial capital were merging to produce a synthesis of the two, which he labeled finance capital. On this basis, giant trusts and cartels were emerging that could dominate whole sectors of industry. There is a continual tendency for cartelization to be extended. The individual industries become increasingly dependent upon the cartelist industries until they are finally annexed by them. The ultimate outcome of this process would be the formation of a general cartel. The whole of capitalist production would then be consciously regulated by a single body which would determine the volume of production in all the branches of industry. 10. Hilferding did not see competition as disappearing completely. He emphasized the importance of international competition, pointing to the way the merger of finance and industry inside a country led to pressure on its state to use protectionist tax duties to aid its capitalists in their struggle against rivals in the world market. It is not free trade England, but the protectionist countries, Germany and the United States, which become the models of capitalist development, wrote Hilferding. 11 Far from continuing with the traditional liberal notion of a minimal night watchman state, the great trusts wanted it to have the power to widen its boundaries so as to enlarge the market in which they could gain monopoly profits. While free trade was indifferent to colonies, protectionism leads directly to a more active colonial policy, and to conflicts of interest between different states. 12 Hilferding argued. The policy of finance capital is bound to lead towards war. 13. This analysis went beyond anything in Marx. He had witnessed the wars of his lifetime and written about them: the Opium Wars of Britain against China, the Crimean War, the American Civil War and the Franco-Prussian War. But these were wars, as he saw it, resulting from the drive of capitalism to impose itself on the remnants of the pre-capitalist world around it. Capitalism had come into the world mired in blood, but Marx's model contained no more than a few hints as to why fully established capitalist countries would be driven to war with each other. Hilferding had taken a first step towards a Marxism for the 20th century that explained what had changed since Marx's time in this all-important respect. There were, however, ambiguities in Hilferding's approach. The main trend in his book was to argue that the growth of monopolies did not do away with the tendency of capitalism to crisis, and their growing reliance on the state would lead to intensified international competition, imperialism, and the drive to war. But at points there were suggestions that pointed to a very different conclusion: that the monopolies and the state could work together to dampen the tendency towards crisis. The specific character of capital is obliterated in finance capital, which was able to resolve more successfully the problems of the organization of the social economy, even though it was still a class society, with property concentrated in the hands of a few giant capitalist groups. 14 This meant the mitigation of the old-style economic crisis. As capitalist production develops, there is therefore an increase in the part of production that can be carried on under all circumstances. Hence the disruption of credit need not be as complete as in crises in the earlier period of capitalism. Furthermore, the development of the credit crisis into a banking crisis on the one side and a monetary crisis on the other is made more difficult. 15. The mass psychoses which speculation generated at the beginning of the capitalist era seem gone forever. 16. Hilferding did not carry his argument through to its logical conclusion in Finance Capital, and still wrote that the system could not do away with the cyclical alternation of prosperity and depression. 17 But by the 1920s, when he served as a minister in two Weimar Republic governments, he veered towards Bernstein's approach with a theory of organized capitalism in which the anarchy of the market and the trend towards crisis disappear. 18 One corollary was to deny that there was anything in capitalism inevitably leading to war, since the organized capitalisms in different countries would want to cooperate with each other. A similar conclusion had already been reached in 1914 by Karl Kosky, leading him to a position that barely differed in practice from Bernstein's. But where Hilferding pointed to the merger of finance and productive capitalism, Kosky's argument rested on seeing a fundamental distinction and antagonism of interests between them. The finance capitalists had a direct interest in transforming each national state into an apparatus of support for their own expansion. Imperialism was therefore directly linked to finance capitalism. But the interests of finance capital were not identical to those of industrial capital, which could expand only by broadening its markets through free trade. It was from the industrial sector that impulses towards international concord arose in the bourgeois camp. Imperialism, the expression of one phase of capitalist development and the cause of armed conflicts, was not the only possible form of development of capitalism. 19. Koski stressed the role of arms firms in particular as having an interest in imperialism and war. But he maintained that the economic costs of rearmament, while they favored the development of some sectors of industry, were detrimental to others. Capital in the industrial countries needed to dominate the agricultural countries in order to get raw materials. But there was no reason why capitalists should not be able to cooperate to do this through a sort of super-imperialism. 20. In holding that the drive to war was something that happened despite the interests of most capitalists, Hilferding and Koski were articulating a view very similar to that of some liberals. One was the influential economist Hobson, who had produced his own theory of imperialism some 8 years before Hilferding. He saw imperialism as the product of one interest group, those connected with certain financial institutions. 21. These opted for guaranteed returns of interest on overseas loans rather than taking the risks involved in industrial investment at home, and welcomed colonial expansion as a way of making sure their state guaranteed the safety of their investments. So for Hobson the root of imperialism lay not with capitalism as such but with finance capital and those he saw as benefiting directly from it, the bond-holding rentiers who received their dividends regularly without ever having to worry themselves with productive or commercial activity of any sort. Another British liberal, Norman Angell, argued a similar position, identifying an essentially peaceful dynamic in capitalism, although ascribing a more benign role to finance, no doubt influenced by the unhesitating way the central banks of France and Germany had sent gold to help Britain, and Russia had then sent gold to help Germany, during the major financial crisis of 1907.22. In no department of human activity, he wrote, is internationalization so complete as in finance. The capitalist has no country, and he knows, if he be of the modern type, that arms and conquests and jugglery with frontiers serve no ends of his. 23. Such arguments have percolated down through the years to the present day. So the former revolutionary Marxist Nigel Harris argues that business has in general no more power over governments than populations, and the threat to the world comes not from untrammeled capitalism but from the states which guard their own interests. 24. Ellen Wood is still a militant Marxist, but her arguments are not that different. She has criticized what she calls classical Marxist theories of imperialism of the First World War years for failing to see that the political form of imperialism, in which exploitation of colonial peoples and resources depends on political domination and control of territory, is the essence of pre-capitalist empires. 25. Capitalist class exploitation, she insists, is a purely economic process which, like capitalist class relations, concerns the commodity market. 26. From this it follows that, while capitalism needs a state to exert control over society, it does not need states that enter into conflict with each other. Much the same argument is put by Michael Hart and Tony Negri in their book Empire. Hart wrote shortly before the U.S. invasion of Iraq that the elites behind the decision to go to war are incapable of understanding their own interests. 27. The classical theory of imperialism. Writing in the middle of the First World War, Nikolai Bukharin 28 and Vladimir Lenin 29 drew very different conclusions. They began with Hilferding's description of the integration of banking capital, industrial capital, and the state, but removed from it any sense of the result being harmonious by stressing the way in which the role of the state in international economic competition led to war. This was the overriding theme of Lenin's pamphlet Imperialism. Its aim was to be a popular outline, showing how the resort to war was a product of the latest stage of capitalism, the original subtitle to the work. Half a century ago, when Marx was writing Capital, free competition appeared to the overwhelming majority of economists to be a natural law. Marx had proved that free competition gives rise to the concentration of production, which, in turn, at a certain stage of development, leads to monopoly. This is something quite different from the old free competition between manufacturers, producing for an unknown market. Concentration has reached the point at which it is possible to make an approximate estimate of all sources of raw materials of a country and even, of the whole world. These sources are captured by gigantic monopolist associations. The associations divide them up amongst themselves by agreement. Point 30. Once this stage is reached, competition between the giant corporations is no longer based simply or even mainly on the old purely market methods. Taking control of raw materials so that rivals cannot get them, blocking rivals' access to transport facilities, selling goods at a loss so as to drive rivals out of business, denying them access to credit, are all methods used. Monopolies bring with them everywhere monopolist principles. The utilization of connections for profitable deals takes the place of competition in the open market. 31. The capitalist powers had partitioned the world between them, building rival colonial empires, on the basis of a calculation of the strength of the participants, their general economic, financial, military, and other strength. But the relative strength of these participants is not changing uniformly, for under capitalism there cannot be an equal development of different undertakings, trusts, branches of industry or countries. A partition of the world that corresponded to the relative strength of the great powers at one point no longer did so a couple of decades later. The partitioning of the world gives way to struggles over the repartitioning of the world. Peaceful alliances prepared the ground for wars and in their turn grow out of wars. One is the condition for the other, giving rise to alternating forms of peaceful and non-peaceful struggle on one and the same basis, that of imperialist connections and interrelations of world economics and world politics. 32. The epoch of the latest stage of capitalism shows us that certain relations between capitalist associations grow up, based on the economic division of the world, while parallel to and in connection with it, certain relations grow up between political alliances, between states, on the basis of the territorial division of the world, of the struggle for colonies, of the struggle for spheres of influence. 33. Britain and France had been able to build great empires, dividing Africa and much of Asia between them. The Netherlands and Belgium controlled smaller but still enormous empires in Indonesia and the Congo. By contrast, Germany had only a few relatively small colonies, despite its economy beginning to overtake that of Britain. It was this discrepancy that lay behind the repeated clashes between the rival alliances of great power that culminated in the First World War. Finally, where Trotsky focused simply on the control of the agrarian parts of the world, Lenin was insistent that the imperialist division of the world was increasingly centered on industrial areas. The characteristic feature of imperialism is precisely that it strives to annex not only agrarian territories, but even most highly industrialized regions. 34. Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy, written shortly before Lenin's work, but appearing afterwards with an introduction by Lenin, made the argument just as forcefully as he draws of the consequences of the tendencies that Hilferding had described. Combines, in industry and banking, unite the entire national production, which assumes the form of a company of companies, thus becoming a state capitalist trust. Competition is now competition of the state capitalist trusts on the world market. Competition is reduced to a minimum within the boundaries of the national economies, only to flare up in colossal proportions, such as would not have been possible in any of the preceding historical epochs. The center of gravity is shifted in the competition of gigantic, consolidated and organized economic bodies possessed of a colossal fighting capacity in the World Tournament of Nations. 35. Writing 3 years after the end of the war, he drew out the implications even more sharply. The state organization of the bourgeoisie concentrates within itself the entire power of this class. Consequently, all remaining organizations must be subordinated to the state. All are militarist. Thus there arises a new model of state power, the classical model of the imperialist state, which relies on state-capitalist relations of production. Here economics is organizationally fused with politics. The economic power of the bourgeoisie unites itself directly with the political power. The state ceases to be a simple protector of the process of exploitation and becomes a direct, capitalist collective exploiter. 36. War now becomes central to the system, arising from the competition between the state capitalist trusts, and also feeding back into and determining their internal organization. With the formation of state capitalist trusts, competition is being almost entirely shifted to foreign countries. The organs of the struggle waged abroad, primarily state power, must therefore grow tremendously. In peaceful times the military state apparatus is hidden behind the scenes where it never stops functioning. In war times it appears on the scene most directly. The struggle between state capitalist trusts is decided in the first place by the relation between their military forces, for the military power of the country is the last resort of the struggling national groups of capitalists. Every improvement in military technique entails a reorganization and reconstruction of the military mechanism. Every innovation, every expansion of the military power of one state, stimulates all the others. 37. The logic of the argument presented by Lenin and Bukharin was that the period of peace that followed the First World War would, sooner rather than later, give way to a new world war unless capitalism was overthrown. The possibility of a second round of imperialist war is, quite obvious, wrote Bukharin. 38. As we shall see later, the reaction of the great capitalist powers to the economic crisis that began in 1929 confirmed this prediction. That has not, however, stilled the argument against the Lenin-Bukharin account. The economics of empire. This argument assumed and still assumes 39 that peaceful free trade rather than a militaristic struggle to control chunks of territory would have been the most profitable course for the majority of capitalists to pursue. This claim is easy to deal with. The great period of growth of the Western empires was the last quarter of the 19th century. In 1876 no more than 10% of Africa was under European rule. By 1900 more than 90% was colonist. In the same period Britain, France, Russia, and Germany each established colonial enclaves and wide spheres of influence in China. Japan took over Korea and Taiwan, France conquered all of Indochina, the US seized Puerto Rico and the Philippines from Spain, and Britain and Russia agreed to an informal partitioning of Iran. At the same time there was a massive growth in the export of capital from Britain, still the biggest capitalist economy and the center of the world financial system, even if the US and Germany were rapidly catching up in industrial output. Total British investment in foreign bonds rose from £95 million in 1883 to £393 million in 1889. It soon equaled 8% of Britain's gross national product and absorbed 50% of savings. 40 Not all exports of capital, let alone of goods, went to the colonies. Much went to the US and quite a lot went to Latin American countries like Argentina. But the colonies were important. Britain's biggest colony, India, alone accounted for 12% of exported goods and 11% of capital exports. It also provided a surplus to Britain's balance of payments that could help pay for investments elsewhere in the world, and it provided Britain, free of charge, with an army for conquering other places. 41 The raw materials required for the most technologically advanced industries of the time came from colonial areas. On top of this, there was the strategic importance of the colonies. What mattered for both politicians and industrial interests was that Britain ruled the waves and could use its bases in the colonies to punish states that threatened those interests. It hardly seemed a coincidence to the theorists of imperialism that the decades which witnessed this massive expansion of colonization, of exports of capital and of extraction of raw materials also saw the recovery of profitability and markets from the gloom of the Great Depression. They may not always have managed to theorize this clearly, but the coincidence of empire and capitalist boom was real enough. The Lenin-Bukharin theory therefore stands up as an account of the pre-World War I decades and of the drive to war. Nevertheless, there was a weakness in Lenin's version of the theory. It generalized from the experience of British imperialism at the end of the 19th century to the whole of imperialism, and tended to make the entire theory rest upon the key role of the banks in exporting financial capital. But this did not fit with the picture even when Lenin was writing, let alone in the decades afterwards. The export of finance had indeed been a central feature of British imperialism, but the situation was rather different with its new competitors. In the German case it was the industrial combines, especially those in heavy industry, rather than finance as such, that sought to expand beyond national frontiers by the establishment of colonies and spheres of influence. And the characteristic feature of the US and Russian economies in the pre-First World War decades was not the export of capital but the inflow of funds from other capitalist countries. The focus on finance became even more problematic in the quarter of a century after Lenin wrote. The quantity of capital invested abroad never rose above the level of 1914 and then declined. 42 Yet the great capitalist powers remained intent on imperialist expansion during the interwar years, with Britain and France grabbing most of the Middle East and the former German colonies, Japan expanding into China, and German heavy industry looking to carve out a new empire in Europe. The phraseology of certain parts of Lenin's pamphlet has led to some interpretations of it that see financial interests, rather as Hobson and Kosky did, as mainly responsible for imperialism. This was especially so when, basing himself on Hobson, Lenin insisted on the parasitic character of finance capital, writing of the extraordinary growth of a social stratum of rentiers, i.e. people who live by clipping coupons, who take no part in any enterprise whatever, whose profession is idleness. 43. This stress on the parasitism of finance capital has even led to some on the left embracing strategies based on anti-imperialist alliances with sections of industrial capital against finance capital, precisely the Kosky policy that Lenin attacks so bitterly. Bukharin's account of imperialism by and large avoids these faults. He uses the category of finance capital repeatedly. But he explicitly warns against seeing it as something distinct from industrial capital. Finance capital must not be confused with money capital, for finance capital is characterized by being simultaneously banking and industrial capital. 44 It is inseparable, for Bukharin, from the trend towards domination of the whole national economy by state capitalist trusts struggling globally against other state capitalist trusts. Such a struggle did not have to concentrate on investing in foreign countries. It could turn into something else, the effort to wrest from other countries already industrialized areas or sources of important raw materials by force. As Bukharin put it, the further it develops the more it will become a struggle for the capitalist centers as well. 45. It was necessary, in other words, to turn vast amounts of value into means of destruction, not only in order to try to obtain more value but to hold on to that already possessed. This was the logic of the capitalist market applied to the relations between states. Each had to invest in preparations for war in order not to lose out as the other invested more, just as each capital had to invest in new means of production so as to hold its own in market competition. Imperialist policies were nothing but the reproduction of the competitive struggle on a worldwide scale, with state capitalist trusts, not individual firms, the subjects of competition. The explosions of war were a result of the contradiction between the productive forces of the world economy and the nationally limited methods of appropriation of the bourgeoisie separated by states. 46 In other words, just as competition between capitals was reduced within states, it operated on an ever more ferocious scale between them. Rosa Luxemburg, Imperialism and the Collapse of Capitalism. Lenin and Bukharin were not the only Marxist opponents of imperialism to attempt to prove that it was an essential stage of capitalism. Rosa Luxemburg also did so with a rather different theoretical analysis in her The Accumulation of Capital, published in 1913. 47 It rested on what she believed to be a central contradiction within capitalism that had escaped Marx's notice. Marx had produced tables in Volume 2 of Capital showing the interrelation between accumulation and consumption. Each round of production involved using the products of the previous round, either as material inputs or as means of consumption for the workforce. This required that the material products in one round corresponded to what was needed for production to proceed at the next round. It was not merely a question of the right amounts of value passing from one round to the next, but also of the right sorts of use values, such and such quantities of raw materials, new machinery, factory building, etc., and such quantities of food, clothing, etc., for the workforce. Rosa Luxemburg, in examining Marx's tables, came to the conclusion that discrepancies were bound to arise between the distribution of value from one round to another and the distribution of the use values needed to expand production. More consumer goods would be produced than could be bought with the wages paid out to workers, or more investment goods than could be paid for out of profits. In other words, the system inevitably produced an excess of goods for which there was no market within it. Overproduction was not just a phase in the boom-slump cycle, but endemic. Conceived of as a closed system, in which all the outputs of one round of production had to be absorbed as inputs in later rounds, capitalism was doomed to tend towards a complete breakdown. In the early stages of capitalism, this was not a problem. It was not a closed system. Precisely because it grew up within a pre-capitalist world, it was surrounded by people who were not part of it: artisans, the remnants of feudal ruling classes, and vast numbers of subsistence peasants. They could absorb the surplus goods, providing raw materials in return. But the more capitalism came to dominate in a particular country, the more it would be faced with this contradiction unless it expanded outwards to seize control of other, pre-capitalist, societies. Colonization was in this way essential for the continued functioning of the system. Without it, capitalism would collapse. Luxemburg did not simply produce this argument in an analytical form. She supplemented it with chapter after chapter showing in horrifying detail how the historical development of capitalism in Europe and North America had been accompanied by the subjugation and exploitation of the rest of the world. Her conclusion, like Lenin and Bukharin's, was that socialist revolution was the only alternative to imperialism and war. Her analysis was, however, subject to trenchant and devastating critiques, most notably by the Austrian reformist Marxist Otto Bauer and by Bukharin. Bauer produced his own versions of the reproduction tables, claiming that there was no problem getting the inputs and outputs to balance properly over several rounds of production. Bukharin concentrated on refuting points Luxemburg made in her anti-critique reply to Bauer. She had argued that there had to be something outside capitalism to provide an incentive to the capitalists to keep investing. It was not good enough for ever-increasing amounts of investment to absorb the growing output of society, since, she argued, this would provide no gain to the capitalists to justify such investment. Production to an ever greater extent for production's sake is, from the capitalist point of view, absurd, because in this way it is impossible for the entire capitalist class to realize a profit and therefore to accumulate. 48. Bukharin's reply, in essence, amounted to pointing out that it was precisely such apparently absurd accumulation for the sake of accumulation that characterized capitalism for Marx. 49. Capitalism did not need a goal outside itself. It could be added that it is precisely this which epitomizes the extreme alienation of human activity in the system. It is driven forward not by the satisfaction of human need, not even by the human need of the capitalist, but by its own dynamic. Bukharin did not deny that discrepancies arise in the course of capitalist development between production and consumption. He insisted in his comments on Luxemburg that they are inevitable, but it is precisely the capitalist crisis that overcomes them. Overaccumulation and overproduction occur, but not all the time. They arise in the course of the crisis and are liquidated by its further development. And Bukharin quoted Marx, "There is no permanent crisis." 50. For him, imperialism was not to be explained by the problems of overproduction, but by the way in which it aids the capitalist pursuit of higher profits. Bukharin's argument against Luxemburg cannot be faulted. But he and Lenin do leave something unexplained: why the export of capital during the high tide of imperialist expansion was able to lead capitalism out of the Great Depression. For all its problems, Rosa Luxemburg's theory did attempt to find a link between imperialism and the temporary mitigation of crisis, which Lenin and Bukharin failed to. Writing in the 1920s, Henrik Grossman, critical both of Rosa Luxemburg and her detractors 51 did point to a way of making the link. The flow of capital from existing centers of accumulation to new ones overseas could ease the pressure leading to a rising organic composition of capital and a falling rate of profit, even if such a solution would only have a short time effect. Point 52. This insight can make sense of the actual pattern of economic development during the high tide of imperialism at the end of the 19th century. Had the half of British investment that went overseas been invested domestically, it would have raised the ratio of investment to labor and so lowered the rate of profit. As it was, estimates suggest that the capital output ratio actually fell from 2.16 in 1875 to 83 to 1.82 in 1891-1901, 53, and that the early 1890s were a period of rising profit rates. 54. And in these years what happened in Britain still had a major impact on the rest of the system. This points to a wider and very important insight into the dynamic of capitalism in the 20th and 21st centuries, to which we will return in later chapters. For the moment it is sufficient to recognize that imperialism arose out of the competitive drive of capitals to expand beyond national frontiers and led, as a temporary side effect, to a lessening of the pressures otherwise driving up the organic composition of capital and so lowering the rate of profit. But it could only be a temporary effect because eventually investments made in the new centers of accumulation would produce new surplus value seeking investment and exerting a downward pressure on profit rates. As that happened, the old contradictions in the system would return with a vengeance, opening up a new period of economic instability which would lead to intensified competition, not only of an economic but also of a military sort. This is effectively what happened in the first decades of the 20th century, with an international tendency towards falling profit rates and increased tensions between states. Amended in this way, the insistence by Lenin, Bukharin, and Luxemburg on the connection between capitalism and war could be made theoretically watertight. A problem Marx left behind. The classic theory of imperialism has one important implication. It raises the question of the relation between states and the capitals within them. Marx left the question unresolved. He took up some of its aspects in his non-economic writings 55 but did not get as far as integrating them into his analysis of the capitalist system as a whole. But the question is not one that any serious analysis of capitalism in the century after his death can avoid. A quick glance at the growth of state expenditure shows why. From its share of national output being more or less static through the 19th century, except at times of all-out war, it started growing in the second third of the 20th century and has never stopped doing so. The most common view of the state, among Marxists and non-Marxists alike, has been to see it as something external to the capitalist economic system. This approach has long been accepted by the mainstream realist school in the academic discipline of international relations. It sees states as self-contained entities clashing internationally according to a logic which has nothing to do with the economic form of organization existing within them. 57. A somewhat similar approach is to be found in some Marxist writings. Capitalism, in this view, consists of the pursuit of profits by firms without regard to where they are based geographically. The state, by contrast, is a geographically based political entity, whose boundaries cut across the operations of individual capitals. The state may be a structure that developed historically to provide the political prerequisites for capitalist production, to protect capitalist property, to police the dealings of different members of the ruling class with each other, to provide certain services which are essential for the reproduction of the system, and to carry through such reforms as are necessary to make other sections of society accept capitalist rule, but it is not to be identified with the capitals that operate within it. Those who view the state as simply external to capitalism tend to refer to the state in the singular and often to capital in the singular as well. This way of putting it may make sense when providing an account of capitalism at the most abstract level, with the state providing a level playing field on which different capitals compete on equal terms. But the actually existing capitalist system is made up of many states 58 and many capitals. 59. But even those who see states as existing in the plural, as does Ellen Wood, often conclude that they serve the interests of capital in general, not of particular capitalists based within them. The essential role of the state in capitalism, she argues, is not to serve as an instrument of appropriation, or a form of politically constituted property, but rather as a means of creating and sustaining the conditions of accumulation at arm's length, maintaining the social, legal, and administrative order necessary for accumulation. 60. As against these views, there are those whose analyses start from the classic theories of imperialism, with their language about the state merging with capital, of state monopoly capitalism, or simply of state capitalism, and their view of the clashes between states as an expression of international competition of the capitals operating within them. A Baudelarized version of this view became part of the orthodoxy of Stalinist Marxism in the years from the 1930s to the 1970s, known for short as STMACAP. A more serious attempt to describe the world system as composed of state capitals in the decades after the Second World War was made by Mike Kidron. 61 in his account, individual states and individual capitals became completely congruent with each other. Every state acted at the behest of a set of nationally based capitals, and every significant capital was incorporated in a particular state. Any exceptions, for Kidron, were a hangover from the past, relics which would disappear with the further development of the system. A parallel attempt to see the world in terms of states representing capitals was developed in the early 1970s in debates between German Marxists. 62 Claudia von Braun-Moll, for instance, wrote, "It is not the state in general that must be analyzed but the specific political organization of the world market in many states. The role of the state in question in its specific relationship with the world market and with other states must always be included in the analysis from the outset." 63. Few people have followed through such attempts to develop such insights into a rigorous interpretation of the world system. But some of their presuppositions are taken for granted in everyday ways of talking and writing about the world. People habitually speak of the economic interests of this or that state, of how one is doing compared with another, of the profits of one or other country. So the recent very useful account of capitalism since the Second World War by Robert Brenner emphasizes the interactions of U.S. capitalism, Japanese capitalism and German capitalism, with negotiation by states playing a central role. 64 There is the implication of a tight alignment of interest between a particular national state and a particular sector of the international capitalist system. The view of national states as wholly congruent with national capitals is a big oversimplification, especially in today's world, with multinational corporations operating in scores of countries, as we shall see later. But this does not mean that states simply stand at arm's length from particular capitals, or that states do not act at the behest of particular nationally based groupings of capital. They remain tied to them in complex ways. The genesis of the capitalist state. A starting point for understanding this can be found in the relationship between the development of modern states and capitalism. This was not dealt with explicitly by Marx, and it was Engels who first did so in a manuscript written after Marx's death and not published until 1935. His studies led him to conclude that as merchants and tradespeople of the towns grew in importance at the end of the Middle Ages, they allied themselves with the monarchy against the rest of the feudal ruling class. Out of the confusions of the people that characterized the early Middle Ages, there gradually developed the new nationalisms and the beginnings of national states very different to the earlier political structures. 65 Lenin further theoretically elaborated similar insights as the revolutionary movement in Russia tried to come to terms with the demand for independent states arising among the Tsarist Empire's minority nationalities on its borders in southeastern Europe and in the colonial possessions of the West European powers. He spelled out the deep connections between the struggle to establish national states and the emergence of groups in the pre-capitalist world who wanted to base themselves on capitalist forms of economic organization. Throughout the world, the period of the final victory of capitalism over feudalism has been linked up with national movements. For the complete victory of commodity production, the bourgeoisie must capture the home market, and there must be politically united territories whose populations speak a single language, with all obstacles to the development of that language and to its consolidation in literature eliminated. Therefore, the tendency of every national movement is towards the formation of national states, under which these requirements of modern capitalism are best satisfied. The national state is typical and normal for the capitalist period. 66. Modern states have not developed, according to this conception, as external to the capitals based within them. They have been shaped historically by the process by which capitalist methods of accumulating wealth began to take root, first in parts of Europe and then in the rest of the world. Those groups identifying with such methods needed to protect themselves against the various social forces associated with the pre-capitalist society in which they developed, and very soon against other capitalist groups located elsewhere. This meant seeking to shape political structures to defend their common interests, by force if necessary, in what could be a hostile world. Where old pre-capitalist state forms existed, they had to get control of them and reorganize them to fit their own interests or break apart from them to form new states. By the late 19th century it was not only existing capitalist interests which sought to build such states. So too did elements from old exploiting classes in places like Germany, Tsarist Russia, and Japan, who wanted to survive in a world increasingly dominated by capitalist powers on the one hand, and the middle-class intelligentsia who came to play a leading role in many of the national movements in the colonial world on the other. This picture has been rejected by some Marxists on the grounds that states existed before the rise of capitalism. The system of states is then seen as something completely distinct from the system of capitalism, and there is a logic of states that differs from the logic of capital. But the old states were not left as they were with the rise of capitalism. They were reshaped fundamentally, with the redrawing of old territorial boundaries and the establishment for the first time of centralist structures that reached down into the lives of every inhabitant. 67 The fact that the new structures functioned through the deployment of force, not the production of commodities for sale, did not stop them being shaped by the changing relations of production and exploitation created by the rise of capitalism. And they were from the beginning and remain today structures that feed back into the organization of production by capitals, influencing the tempo and direction of their accumulation. The logic of states was a product of the wider logic of capitalism, even if it frequently came into contradiction with other elements in the system. 68. Capital exists in three forms: as productive capital, as commodity capital, and as money capital. 69 Every process of capital accumulation under fully developed capitalism involves repeated changes from one form to another. Money capital is used to buy means of production, raw materials, and labor power. These are put together in the production process to turn out commodities. These commodities are then exchanged for money. This money is then used to buy more means of production, raw materials and labor power, and so on. The forms of capital are continually interacting as one changes into the other. But there can also be a partial separation of these three different forms. The organization of direct production, the selling of commodities, and the supply of finance can devolve upon different groups of capitalists. Money capital and commodity capital can be continually mobile, moving from place to place and across national boundaries, unless obstructed by the state or other bodies exercising force. Things are rather different with productive capitals. Regarded simply as accumulations of value, they differ from each other only in their size. But each individual capital, like each individual commodity, has a twofold character. As well as being measurable in terms of exchange value, it is also a concrete use value, a concrete set of relations between people and things in the process of production. Each particular capital has its concrete ways of bringing together labor power, raw materials, and means of production, of raising finance and getting credit, and of maintaining networks for distributing and selling its output. These all involve interaction with other people and with nature, interactions of a physical sort, which take place on a day-to-day basis in fixed geographical locations. No productive capital can function without, on the one hand, a guarantee of its control of its own means of production, and, on the other, a labor force that is doubly free from coercion by non-capitalist exploiters on the one hand and free from any way of making a livelihood than by selling its labor power on the other. The productive capitalists in any particular locality necessarily act together to try to shape its social and political conditions, that is to exercise influence over the state. As sociologist Neil Brenner puts it, in its drive to accumulate surplus value, capital strives to overcome all geographical barriers to its circulation process. Yet to pursue this continual dynamic, capital necessarily depends upon relatively fixed and immobile territorial infrastructures, such as urban regional agglomerations and territorial states. Capital's endemic drive is intrinsically premised upon the production, reproduction, and reconfiguration of relatively fixed and immobile configurations of territorial organization, including urban regional agglomerations, transportation networks, communication systems, and state regulatory institutions. 70. Most capitalist enterprises operate not simply on market calculations, but also on the long-term relations they establish with other enterprises that sell to them and buy from them. Otherwise they would live in continual fear that any change in market conditions would cause their suppliers to sell elsewhere and those who transport and retail their goods suddenly to lose interest in them. They seek to lock in these other firms by a combination of financial incentives, business favors, and personal contact. To this extent production does not take place in individual firms, but in industrial complexes, which have grown up over time. 71. The market models of classical and neoclassical economics portray capitals as isolated atoms which engage in blind competition with other capitals. In the real world, capitalists have always tried to boost their competitive positions by establishing alliances with each other and with ambitious political figures, alliances cemented by money but also by intermarriage, old boy networks and mutual socializing. 72. Even the fluidity of money capital does not diminish the importance of the particular national states for particular financial institutions. As Kostas Lipovitsas has noted in his analysis of money under capitalism, trade credit depends on trust among individual capitalist enterprises that is subjective and private, since such trust draws on knowledge that enterprises have accumulated about each other in the course of their commercial relations. 73 And the networks that provide such knowledge have to a very high degree been organized on a national basis, with the state, through the central bank, playing a key role. The institutions and markets of the credit system, regulated and managed by the central bank, place social power and trust at the service of capitalist accumulation. 74. The relationship between states and capitals are relationships between people, between those engaged in exploiting the mass of the population and those who control bodies of armed men. Personal contact with the leading personnel of the state is something every capitalist aims at, just as every capitalist seeks to cultivate ties of trust and mutual support with certain other capitalists. The connections Lenin referred to 75 are immensely important. Such interactions inevitably leave an imprint on the internal makeup of each capital, so that any particular capital would find it very difficult to cope if it were suddenly to be torn apart from the other capitals and the state with which it has coexisted in the past. The national state and different nationally based capitals grow up together, like children in a single family. The development of one inevitably shapes the development of the others. The groups of capitals and the state with which they are associated form a system in which each affects the others. The specific character of each capital is influenced by its interaction with the other capitals and the state. It reflects not only the general drive to expand value, to accumulate, but also the specific environment in which it has grown up. The state and the individual capitals are intertwined, with each feeding off the other. Neither the state nor the particular capitals can easily escape this structural interdependence. The particular capitals find it easier to operate within one state rather than another, because they may have to profoundly restructure both their internal organization and their relations with other capitals if they move their operations. The state has to adjust to the needs of particular capitals because it depends on them for the resources, particularly the revenues from taxation it needs to keep going. If it goes against their interests, they can move their liquid assets abroad. The pressures which different states apply on each other are indispensable for the capitals based within each to ensure that their interests are taken into account when they are operating globally. The existence of rival states is not something produced from outside capitalism, nor is it optional for capitalists. It is integral to the system and to its dynamic. Failure to grasp this, as, say, Nigel Harris does, leaves a great hole in any attempt to understand capitalism over the last century. The autonomy of the state and the class nature of its bureaucracy. The mutual dependence of states and capitals does not, however, mean that states can simply be reduced to the economic entities that operate within them. Those who do the actual running of the state take on functions which competition between firms prevents firms themselves undertaking. They have to mediate between rival capitals, providing judicial systems and overseeing, through central banks, the financial system and the national currency. As Clausewitz put it, since capital as a whole exists only in the ideal sense, it requires special guidance and supervision by a fully differentiated political administrative system. 76. The state also has to provide mechanisms for integrating the mass of people into the system, on the one hand the coercive institutions that beat people into submission, on the other hand the integrative mechanisms that divert grievance into channels compatible with the system. The proportions in which these two sets of mechanisms operate vary from situation to situation, but everywhere they exist to complement each other. The coercive mechanisms persuade people to take the easier path of integration into the system, the integrative mechanisms provide the velvet glove which conceals the iron hand of state coercive power, so legitimizing it. The Italian revolutionary Marxist Antonio Gramsci rightly used Machiavelli's metaphor of the centaur, half animal, half human, to capture the way in which force and consent are combined in the state. 77. The coercive and the integrative mechanisms depend on organization and leadership from outside the sphere of capitalist exploitation and accumulation, as such from military and police specialists on the one hand, from political leaders able to mobilize some degree of social support on the other. An effective state requires the building of coalitions that obtain the support or at least the compliance of such elements while allowing them a certain leeway to pursue their own interests. 78. It then, inevitably, reflects not just the interests of capital in general, but the concessions it makes to integrate other social groups and classes into its rule. It necessarily displays an important degree of autonomy. Marx commented in 1871 that the complicated state machinery, with its ubiquitous and complicated military, bureaucratic, clerical and judiciary organs, encoils the living society like a boa constrictor. The state bureaucracy arises to assure the domination of the existing ruling class, but in the process becomes a parasite which is capable of humbling under its sway even the interests of the ruling classes. 79. This autonomy reaches its highest points when governmental power lies with reformist, populist or fascist parties with a powerful base among workers, peasants, or the petty bourgeoisie. There are cases when those who exercise such autonomy are able to break with and even expropriate important capitalist interests within their territory. This was to be true on numerous occasions in the course of the 20th century. German Nazism, Argentine Peronism, Nasserism in Egypt, Ba'athism in Syria and Iraq, are all examples. There are also innumerable cases in which individual capitals behave in ways detrimental to the interests of their state, moving funds and investment abroad, doing deals with foreign capitalists that undercut other local capitals, even selling weapons to states fighting their own. Yet there are limits to the extent to which a state can break free from its capitals, and capitals from their state. A state may override the interests of particular capitalists. It cannot forget that its own revenues and its own ability to defend itself against other states depend on the continuation of capital accumulation. Conversely, the individual capital can, with considerable difficulty, uproot itself from one national state to reign and plant itself in another, but it cannot operate for any length of time in a Wild West situation with no effective state to protect it both against those forces below which might disrupt its normal rhythms of exploitation and against other capitals and their states. A break between either a state with its capitals or by capitals with their state is a difficult and risky business. If a state turns on private capital, it can create a situation in which people begin to challenge not merely private capital but capital accumulation as such and, with it, the hierarchies of the state. If a private capital breaks with its state, it risks being left to fend alone in a hostile and dangerous world. This mutual interdependence between states and capitals has implications for an issue which many analysts never even touch on: the class character of the state bureaucracy itself. The assumption is usually either that it is simply a passive creature of a private capitalist class, or that it is a separate political formation with interests quite different to those of any form of capital. Class is seen as depending on individual ownership of property, and the conclusion drawn is that the state bureaucracy cannot be an exploiting class or part of an exploiting class. This is implicit in the view of, say, Ellen Wood and David Harvey, who see state-run economic activities as lying outside the system of capitalist production. 80. Such an approach leaves a huge hole when it comes to analyzing capitalism in the century and a quarter since Marx's death. The total income of society passing through the hands of the state has reached levels much greater than income going directly to private capital as profits, interest, and rent. Investment directly undertaken by the state is often more than half of total investment. 81. And the state bureaucracy directly disposes of a very big portion of the fruits of exploitation. An analysis of class in such a situation cannot restrict itself to looking at things as they appear in the official common sense of a society as expressed in its juridical definitions of property. Classes, for Marx, depend not on such formal definitions, but on the real social relations of production in which people find themselves. They are aggregates of people whose relationship to material production and exploitation forces them to act together collectively against other such aggregates. In an unfinished final chapter to Volume 3 of Capital, Marx insists that classes cannot be identified simply by the sources of revenues, since this would lead to an infinite division of classes, paralleling the infinite fragmentation of interests and rank into which the division of social labor splits laborers as well as capitalists and landlords. 82. What makes such diverse groups come together into the great classes of modern society, he argues elsewhere, is the way in which the revenues of one set of groups arise out of the exploitation of those who make up other groups. As he put it in his notebooks for capital, and wage labor only express two factors of the same relation. 83. The capitalist is only a capitalist insofar as he embodies the self-expansion of value, insofar as he is the personification of accumulation. Workers are workers only insofar as the objective conditions of labor confront them as capital. Since the directing layer in the state bureaucracy is compelled to act as an agent of capital accumulation, whether it likes it or not, it comes to identify its own interests as national capitalist interests in opposition to both foreign capital and the working class. Just as the individual capitalist can choose to enter one line of business rather than another, but cannot avoid the compulsion to exploit and accumulate in whatever line he goes into, so the state bureaucracy can move in one direction or another, but cannot ignore the needs of national capital accumulation without risking its own longer-term future. Its autonomy consists in a limited degree of freedom as to how it enforces the needs of national capital accumulation, not in any choice as to whether to enforce these or not. The dependence of the state bureaucracy on capitalist exploitation is often concealed by the way in which it raises its revenues by taxation of incomes and expenditure, by government borrowing or by printing money. All of these activities seem, on the surface, to be quite different from capitalist exploitation at the point of production. The state therefore seems like an independent entity which can raise the resources it needs by levying funds from any class in society. But this semblance of independence disappears when the state's activities are seen in a wider context. State revenues are raised by taxing individuals. But individuals will attempt to recoup their loss of purchasing power by struggles at the point of production, the capitalists by trying to enforce a higher rate of exploitation, the workers by attempting to get wage increases. The balance of class forces determines the leeway which exists for the state to increase its revenues. These are part of the total social surplus value, part of the total amount by which the value of workers' output exceeds the cost of reproducing their labor power. In this sense, state revenues are comparable to the other revenues that accrue to different sections of capital, to the rents accruing to landowners, the interest going to money capital, the returns from trade going to commodity capital, and the profits of productive capital. Just as there is continual conflict between the different sections of capital over the sizes of these different revenues, so there is continual conflict between the state bureaucracy and the rest of the capitalist class over the size of its cut from the total surplus value. The state bureaucracy will, on occasions, use its own special position, with its monopoly of armed force, to make gains for itself at the expense of others. In response to this, the other sections of capital will use their own special position: industrial capital its ability to postpone investment, money capital its ability to move overseas to fight back. Yet in all this, the different sections of capital cannot escape their mutual interdependence more than temporarily. It eventually asserts itself in the most dramatic fashion, through crises: the sudden collapse of the system of credit, the sudden inability to sell commodities, sudden balance of payment crises, or even the threat of state bankruptcy. Those who direct the bureaucracies of the state may not own individual chunks of capital, but they are forced to behave as agents of capital accumulation, to become, according to Marx's definition, part of the capitalist class. Marx points out in Capital that with the advance of capitalist production there takes place a division of function within the capitalist class. The owners of capital tend to play a less direct part in the actual organization of production and exploitation, leaving this to highly paid managers. But, insofar as these managers continue to be agents of capital accumulation, they remain capitalists. Hilferding developed the argument further, pointing to the divisions within a single capitalist class between the mass of rentier capitalists, who rely on a more or less fixed rate of return on their shares, and promoter capitalists who gain extra surplus value by gathering together the capital needed by the giant corporations. 84 We can add a further distinction, between those who manage the accumulation of individual capitals and those who, through the state, seek to promote the development of the sibling capitals operating within an individual state, what may be called political capitalists. State capitalism and state capitalists. One of the most significant developments of the 20th century was the emergence of big state-owned economic sectors. The state came to plan the whole of internal production in Germany in the latter part of the First World War, in the US and Britain as well as Germany throughout most of the Second World War, and, of course, in the USSR from Stalin to Gorbachev, and in China under Mao. Just as many analysts accept the common sense view that the state is something outside of capitalism, so they also refuse to accept that state-run industries and economies can be capitalist. 85 The classical Marxists, however, saw things rather differently. Marx in Volume 2 of Capital was already including among the sum of individual capitals, the state capital, so far as governments employ productive wage labor in mines, railways etc., perform the function of industrial capitalists. 86 Engels spelt this out much more fully in reacting to Bismarck's nationalization of the German railway system. The modern state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine, the state of the capitalists, the ideal personification of the total national capital. The more it proceeds to the taking over of productive forces, the more it actually becomes the national capitalist, the more citizens it exploits. The workers remain wage workers, proletarians. The capitalist relation is not done away with. It is rather brought to a head. 87. Koski could argue in the 1890s that the original economic liberalism of the Manchester School no longer influences the capitalist class because economic and political development urged the necessity of the extension of the functions of the state, forcing it to take into its own hands more and more functions or industries. 88. Trotsky could write a quarter of a century later, in the manifesto of the Communist International to the workers of the world. The statization of economic life, against which the capitalist liberalism used to protest so much, has become an accomplished fact. It is impossible to return not only to free competition but even to the domination of trusts, syndicates and other economic octopuses. Today the one and only issue is, who shall hereforth be the bearer of statist production, the imperialist state or the victorious proletariat? 89. What all of them recognized was that state rather than private ownership of the means of production did not alter the fundamental relations of production or the dynamic of capitalist accumulation. For the state, The purpose of nationalist industry was to enable domestic accumulation to match that undertaken by foreign rivals so as to be able to survive successfully in economic and/or military competition. To this end, the labor employed remained wage labor, and the attempt was made to hold its remuneration down to the minimal level required to sustain and reproduce labor power. The state might plan production within the enterprises it owned, but its planning was subordinated to external competition, just as the planning within any privately owned firm was. The self-expansion of capital remained the goal, and this meant that the law of value operated and made itself felt on the internal operations of the enterprises. In behaving like this, state appointees behave as much like capitalists as living embodiments of capital accumulation at the expense of workers as do private entrepreneurs or shareholders. It was a failure to recognize this that led Hilferding in the 1920s to come to the conclusion that organized capitalism was overcoming the contradictions analyzed by Marx. By the late 1930s, state planning in Nazi Germany led him to conclude that what existed was no longer capitalism at all, but a new form of class society, in which organization had superseded capitalism, and where the driving force had ceased to be profit-making to feed the competitive accumulation of rival capitals. What Hilferding failed to grasp, as do all those today who still identify capitalism with the private ownership of firms competing in free markets, is that the system remained based on competitive accumulation between different capitals, even if these were now military state capitalisms. It was driven forward by the same dynamic and subject to the same contradictions analyzed by Marx. This was true during the period of total war, in which the rival states did not trade directly with each other and naval blockades greatly limited their competition in foreign markets. Every success in accumulating military hardware by a state forced efforts to accumulate similar levels of military hardware in its rivals. Just as the efforts of rival car producers to outsell each other bring the concrete forms of labor in different car plants into an unplanned interrelationship with each other, transforming them into different amounts of a homogeneous abstract labor, so too the efforts of rival tank-producing states to outsuit one another have the same result. Marx described how under the market capitalism of his time, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society only by the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly through them, between the producers. 90. In the world system as it developed after Marx's death, military competition came to play the same role in bringing individual acts of labor performed in different, apparently closed, state entities, into a relationship with each other. Acquisition of the means of destruction on the necessary scale to assure success in war depended upon the same drive to accumulate means of production as did the struggle for markets, and with that went the holding down of wages to the cost of reproduction of labor power, the forcing up of productivity to the level prevailing on a world scale, and the drive to use the surplus for accumulation. As Tony Cliff pointed out more than 60 years ago, the only difference, in this respect, between military and economic competition was the form the accumulation took, whether it was terms of an accumulation of use values that could be used to produce new goods or of use values that could be used to wage war. In either case, the importance of these use values to those controlling them was determined by comparison with use values elsewhere in the system, a comparison which transmuted them into exchange values. This also meant the rate of profit continued to play a central role. It no longer determined the distribution of investment between different sectors of the internal economy. The requirements of the military did this. But it operated as a constraint on the economy as a whole. If the ratio of total national surplus value to total investment in the military-industrial machine fell, this weakened the ability of the national state capitalism to sustain itself in warfare with its rivals. The decline in the rate of profit could not lead to economic slump, since the war machine would go on growing as long as there was any remaining mass of surplus value to be used up, however small. But it could contribute to military defeat. The same capitalist logic could be seen as operating in the states where new bureaucracies emerged to take control of the means of production. Although they called themselves socialist, their economic dynamic was dependent on their interrelations with the wider capitalist world. If they traded with the capitalist countries beyond their borders, they were drawn into the logic of commodity production and the requirement to remain competitive in markets by undertaking accumulation in an essentially capitalist way. But even if they tried to adopt an autarkic policy of cutting themselves off economically, they could not avoid having to defend themselves against predatory foreign imperialisms. In either case, they were subject to the logic of capitalism as a world system in the 20th century in the way Bukharin had described in the early 1920s. And those who ruled these societies were as much personifications of accumulation as were the private capitalists of Marx's time, driven into historic opposition to the wage laborers who toiled on the means of production. They were, in other words, members of a capitalist class, even if it was a class which collectively rather than individually carried through exploitation and accumulation. The state seemed, on the face of it, a great island of planning, at one time even half a continent of planning within a world of market relations. But so long as states competed to expand the forces of production within them more rapidly than each other, the planning was, like the islands of planning within the individual capitalist enterprise of Marx's time, simply planning to keep labor productivity abreast with the labor productivity prevailing on a world scale. The law of value imposed itself through such competition on all the units in the world system. Those running whole states, particular state sectors or individual enterprises were alike subject to pressure to reduce the price paid for every exertion of labor power to its value within the system as whole. The individual capitalist managers and individual state managers could rely for a time on the sheer size of the resources at their disposal to try to ignore these pressures. But they could not do so indefinitely. At some point they had to face hard choices if they were not to risk collapse. They could try to impose the law of value on those who labored for them through what could be a painful and hazardous process of internal restructuring, or they could take desperate gambles in order to try to shift the global balance of forces in their favor. For the civilian corporation this might mean pouring resources into one last, possibly fraudulent, marketing ploy, for those running the state, to try to use its military force to compensate for its economic weakness. Hence the way in which the real history of capitalism in the 20th century was very different to the picture of peaceful and honest competition presented in economic textbooks and accepted by some Marxists who have not understood the need to look at the real social relations which lie beneath surface appearances. Chapter 5. State spending and the system. An important distinction. If the enormous growth of the economic importance of the state was one feature which distinguished 20th century capitalism from the capitalism of Marx's time, another was the growth of all sorts of expenditures that were not directly productive. Marx had taken over from Adam Smith the distinction between productive and unproductive labor. Smith had been writing at a time when the capitalist mode of production was still in its infancy, and he sought to work out what was needed for it to overcome obstacles to its further advance. He therefore distinguished between the uses of hired labor that enabled the capitalist to make profits so as to further advance production and those which simply absorbed existing resources. Employing someone to make things to sell was productive, employing someone to tend to one's individual desires was not. Or, as it was sometimes put, employing someone in a factory created wealth, employing someone as a personal servant simply used wealth up. But it was not only servants who Smith regarded as unproductive and wasteful in this sense. He had the same attitude to the hordes of placemen and women who lived off the revenues of a state which had not been reformed fully to suit the needs of capitalist production. 1. Marx took up this distinction as he prepared various drafts for Capital and developed his own understanding of it. He, like Smith, was interested in what made capitalism function even if out of opposition to, not support for, the system. And so his concern was with what was productive in capitalist terms too. It was, he argued, that which was productive of surplus value. Labor which produced surplus value enabled capitalists to accumulate. Labor which did not produce surplus value was of no use in this respect, it was unproductive. In all this, he was careful to make it clear that the productiveness of labor did not depend on the physical form or how socially useful the product was. What mattered was its ability to create surplus value, nothing else. This distinction between productive and unproductive labor, he wrote in one of his notebooks, has nothing to do with either the particular speciality of the labor or with the particular use value in which is incorporated. Point 3. Marx's distinction was not between material production and what today are categorized as services. Some services have a use value that is bought and sold as a commodity on the market or make a useful addition to some other commodity. These have an exchange value which is determined by the socially necessary labor time needed to produce them and so can provide capitalists with new surplus value. They are therefore productive. Acting in a film, for instance, is productive insofar as it creates a use value that is sold profitably as a commodity by the capitalist who employs the actor. Similarly, moving things from where they are made to where they can be consumed, as is done by some transport workers, is productive, since it is in effect part of the process of completing their production. By contrast, actors who appear on television to urge people to buy a particular good are not productive, since their labor does not create new use or exchange values. It merely aids in the selling of goods that have already been produced. Guglielmo Carchedi has rightly argued, the category services only confuses matters and should be dropped. A service is nothing more than the useful effect of a use value, be it of a commodity, or be it of labor. Point 4. Therefore, services encompass productive labor and unproductive labor. 5. In his first discussions on the issue in the early 1860s, Marx assumed, like Smith, that unproductive labor is concerned with services provided by individuals for the upper classes. Point 6. These included providing entertainments, dealing with physical infirmities and spiritual weakness, and resolving the conflict between private interests and national interests. The last sort were regarded by the industrial capitalists themselves as incidental expenses of production to be kept down to the most indispensable minimum and provided as cheaply as possible. Point 7. Marx recognized that sometimes personal services for the ruling class were provided not by individuals working on their own account, but by capitalists employing paid labor to provide them to others. In these cases, he argued, the labor was productive because it created surplus value. The capitalists who employed it, after all, sold the produce of the labor at more than they paid for the labor power and pocketed a profit as a result. So a teacher employed personally in someone's home to teach their children was providing a service from which no profit was made and was unproductive. By contrast, a teacher employed by a company which made a profit by running a school was productive. One did not in any way help capitalists to accumulate value, the other did. The distinction was between labor that was integral to capitalist production and accumulation, and that which was not. But in Capital, Marx also found himself having to revisit the distinction between productive and unproductive labor in a different context, a context which was integral to, not external to, capitalist production in its totality. For as capitalism developed, it became increasingly dependent on many forms of labor that produced nothing. There was the labor involved in maintaining discipline inside the capitalist enterprise, the work of managers, supervisors, foremen. There was the commercial labor involved in the exchange of already produced commodities as they went through the various chains of buying and selling before reaching the final consumer. There was the financial labor involved in reckoning up profit and loss, advancing credit, and dividing up surplus value between the various sections of the capitalist class. Marx recognized that these sorts of labor would grow in quantity as capitalism expanded. It is clear that as the scale of production is extended, commercial operations required constantly for the recirculation of industrial capital, multiply accordingly. The more developed the scale of production, the greater, the commercial operations of industrial capital. Point 8. Such labor could not be regarded as productive if the capitalist employed it in these ways, any more than the labor of the servant could be. Maintaining discipline, selling goods, or getting the accounts done were necessary functions that had to be paid for by deductions from surplus value, not creative labor that added to surplus value. They did not produce something new, but were merely concerned with controlling the production of value by others, with transforming it from one form into another, or with dividing it up between people. The activities of a supervisor, a bank clerk or a shop assistant could no more create value than could the valet. But what happened if the productive capitalist used other capitalists to carry out some of these functions on his behalf? The labor employed by these other capitalists should be counted as productive according to Marx's established definition, since it enabled them to make a profit. But seeing things like this presented a problem. The profit did not arise from increasing the total amount of output any more than it did when productive capitalists directly employed people to perform the tasks. It simply amounted to the second capitalist getting a slice of the surplus value originally in the hands of the first capitalist. Marx concluded that from the point of view of capitalist production such labor was unproductive, even though this seemed to be based on a different definition of productive labor to that he used elsewhere. For this reason Jacques Bidet, for instance, has argued that Marx was inconsistent. 9 Yet it made sense in terms of the thing. Both Adam Smith and Karl Marx were interested in the distinction between what advanced capitalist development and what retarded it. So long as capitalists were operating in an economic environment in which capitalist production was not yet dominant, those who employed workers to provide personal services were providing them mainly to those whose wealth came from outside the capitalist system. The payments received, for instance, by the owners of a school constituted a transfer of resources into the capitalist sector from the pockets of pre-capitalist exploiters, resources that could then be used for productive accumulation. By contrast, the merchants or shopkeepers who handled the goods of the productive capitalists got their profit from the already created surplus value of the productive capitalist. They were not adding to total surplus value and with it the further accumulation of capital. As Marx put it at one point, to industrial capital the costs of circulation appear as unproductive expenses, and so they are. To the merchant they appear as a source of profit, proportional, given the general rate of profit, to their size. The outlay to be made on these circulation costs is therefore productive investment for mercantile capital. And the commercial labor which it buys is likewise immediately productive for it. 10. The competition between commercial capitalists with each other meant that each was subject to the same pressures as the capitalists involved in production to keep wages down to the value of labor power. For this reason their workers were exploited in the same way as workers for capital involved in production. The more a commercial capitalist held down the wages and increased the workload of his employees, the greater was the share he could keep for himself of the payment he got from the productive capitalists for providing services to them. If it took 8 hours of socially necessary labor time to perform, say, a certain sales task, but only 4 hours to cover a sales worker's wage, then the shopkeeping capitalist could pocket 4 hours worth of the surplus value supplied from elsewhere in the system. But this did not mean that commercial labor could be equated with productive labor when it came to understanding the dynamics of the system as a whole. One created resources that could be used for further accumulation, and the other did not. That is why Marx is insistent. Costs which enhance the price of a commodity without adding to its use value, which are therefore to be classed as unproductive expenses so far as society is concerned, may be a source of enrichment to the individual capitalist. On the other hand, as this addition to the price of the commodity merely distributes the costs of circulation equally, they do not cease to be unproductive in character. For instance, insurance companies divide the losses of individual capitalists among the capitalist class. But this does not stop these equalized losses from being losses so far as the aggregate social capital is concerned. 11. The distinction between productive and unproductive labor is often seen as a merely scholastic question. But once seen in terms of what contributes to accumulation and what does not, it has enormous implications, including some that Marx himself never developed. What is productive of surplus value for the individual capitalist is not necessarily what is productive in terms of adding to the surplus value available to capital in general for accumulation. And it is this that is central for the dynamic of the system. The scale of unproductive labor. The level of unproductive expenditures involved in sales and finance grew throughout the 20th century. Anwar Sheikh and Ertugrul Ahmet Tonak calculate that the number of workers employed in trade in the U.S. grew from 10,690,000 in 1948 to 24,375,000 in 1989, and of those in finance and insurance from 1,251,000 to 7,123,000. Meanwhile, the number of productive workers only grew from 32,994,000 to 41,148,000.12. Fred Mosley estimates the numbers in commerce as growing from 8.9 to 21 million between 1950 and 1980, and the number in finance from 1.9 to 5.2 million, while the productive workforce only grew from 28 to 40.3 million. 13. The figures do not include the large number of managerial employees who Marx regarded as non-productive because they are involved in policing those who actually produce value. Simon Mahan has calculated that the growth in their numbers and remuneration caused the share of unproductive wages and salaries in the material value added in the US to rise from 35% in 1964 to over 50% in 2000.14. These figures also understate the total growth of unproductive labor because they do not include employees involved in non-productive state functions like the military and the legal system. Unproductive expenditures and waste production. There is another sort of labor that also has to be taken into consideration when examining 20th and 21st century capitalism. This is the labor that goes into producing commodities that are sold like other commodities but which do not then re-enter later rounds of production, whether as means of production or as wage goods. The labor producing luxury goods for the capitalist class falls into this category. So too does labor that goes into military weaponry. Although such labor has usually been regarded as productive by Marxists, it shares with non-productive labor the fact that it does not add to capitalist accumulation. For these reasons it was argued by Mike Kidron in the early 1970s that it should also be regarded as non-productive. The aging of capitalism opened a gulf between the two criteria of productiveness that he used interchangeably: employment by capital and augmenting capital. Now that capital is king, the two criteria are no longer congruous. Millions of workers are employed directly by capital to produce goods and services which it cannot use for further expansion under any conceivable circumstances. They are productive by one criterion and unproductive by the other. Given the need to choose, productive labor today must be defined as labor whose final output is or can be an input into further production. Only such labor can work for capital's self-expansion. To spell it out, in late capitalism only part of the surplus can be used for the expansion of capital. The rest is waste product. 15. More recently, Alan Freeman has also suggested that the notion of unproductive labor has to be extended to involve the use of labor to produce things that are then used in an unproductive manner. The workers who decked the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development in marble are just as unproductive as the clerks who now walk across it. 16. Guglielmo Carchedi, by contrast, argues there is labor that is productive if it has created new value, even if this does not then contribute anything to the next round of accumulation. 17. Regardless of how it is categorized, the proportion of labor that is waste from the point of view of capital accumulation has become enormous. Kidron calculated that 3/5 of the work actually undertaken in the US in the 1970s was wasted from capital's own point of view. 18. The state sector and non-productive labor. Expenditures by individual capitals that are neither going to capital investment nor to the wages of productive workers can be broken down into different categories. Those concerned with the disciplining of the workforce and ensuring it works flat out: expenditures on internal security, supervisory labor, and time and motion measurement, checking on work speeds. Those concerned with keeping the allegiance of the workforce, e.g. expenditures on internal public relations, works bulletins, management-run works committees, subsidies to works sports teams. Those devoted to financial transactions, obtaining credit, bank charges, etc. Those devoted to sales, advertising, etc. Those concerned with keeping the workforce fit and able to work: company medical facilities, factory canteens, etc., in some cases the provision of housing for the workforce. Those concerned with training the workforce, what mainstream economists often call human capital. Expenditures on research and development. Expenditures and are unambiguously unproductive. They create nothing and are only concerned with getting the maximum of already created value from the workers' expenditures and are unproductive from the point of view of capital in general. They do not in any way add to the capacity of the system as whole to accumulate. But the individual firm can regard them as productive in the same way as Marx wrote that the individual merchant capitalist did. They serve to get control of surplus value which would otherwise go to rival firms. So advertising expenditure, for example, may be seen by the firm, like expenditure on new equipment, as a way of expanding its position in the market, of forestalling attempts to enter the market by other capitalists, and so on. Similar expenditure on patents and patent protection may be seen as a way of getting a stranglehold on the market to below. The growth of state expenditures in the course of the last century has involved states taking over partial responsibility for many of these outlays from the hands of the private capitals based in their national territory. So state expenditures can be broken down into categories playing the same or analogous functions to the expenditures of firms. There are those expenditures which are clearly unproductive in terms of accumulation throughout the system as a whole. Among these are those concerned with protecting property, maintaining social discipline and ensuring the smooth reproduction of class relations, maintaining state-run or financed forms of maintaining popular allegiance to the system, such as state-produced propaganda and subsidies to religious institutions, the perpetuation of the ruling ideology through sections of the educational system, maintaining the financial infrastructure of the system through the printing of national currencies and running central banks. Alongside these there are expenditures beneficial to nationally based capitals in competition with foreign capitals, but which, like the individual capitalist's expenditure on marketing or advertising, do not add to accumulation as a whole. This includes military expenditure, spending on export promotion schemes, negotiations with other governments over international trade and investment regulations, etc. It was these unproductive expenditures that Marx referred to when he wrote, "Political economy in its classical period, like the bourgeoisie itself in its parvenu phase, adopted a severely critical attitude to the machinery of the state, etc. At a later stage it realized and learned from experience that the necessity for classes which were totally unproductive arose from its own organization." Point 19. Such growth in unproductive expenditures came to have a big impact on the dynamic of the system after Marx's death. Waste output and the system's dynamic. Marx hinted at one important point about non-productive labor in his first attempt at a draft for Capital, the Grundriss. He includes among the moments that can delay the rise in the organic composition of capital and the fall in the rate of profit, the transformation of a great part of capital into fixed capital which does not serve as agency of direct production, unproductive waste of a great portion of capital, etc. The unproductive consumption of capital replaces it on one side, annihilates it on the other. 20. Marx is saying that if for some reason part of the surplus value available for investment is diverted into some other use, there is less new capital available for firms seeking innovations that will cut their costs, and the trend towards capital-intensive investment will be reduced. The same point was made much more explicitly in the 1960s by Mike Kidron, apparently without knowing that Marx had spelt the argument out. Point 21. He pointed out that Marx's argument about the falling rate of profit rested on two assumptions, both realistic: all output flows back into the system as productive inputs through either workers' or capitalists' productive consumption. Ideally there are no leakages in the system and no choice other than to allocate total output between what would now be called investment and working class consumption. Secondly, in a closed system like this the allocation would swing progressively in favor of investment. If the first assumption, that all outputs flow back into the system, was dropped, in other words, if some of these outputs are lost to the production cycle, then there would be no need for investment to grow more rapidly than the labor employed. The law of the falling rate of profit would not operate. Leaks of surplus value from the closed cycle of production/investment/production would offset the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Point 22. As Kidron put it in a later work, in Marx the model assumes a closed system in which all output flows back as inputs in the form of investment goods or wage goods. There are no leaks. Yet in principle a leak could insulate the compulsion to grow from its most important consequences. In such a case there would be no decline in the average rate of profit, no reason to expect increasingly severe slumps and so on. Point 23. The argument is impeccable, and Kidron goes on to suggest the form these leaks have taken. Capitalism has never formed a closed system in practice. Wars and slumps have destroyed immense quantities of output, incorporating huge accumulations of value, and prevented the production of more. Capital exports have diverted and frozen other accumulations for long stretches of time. Point 24. As we saw in Chapter 4, Henrik Grossman had recognized that imperialism in diverting surplus value overseas had temporarily reduced the upward pressures on the organic composition of capital in the domestic economy and the therefore tendency to crisis. He also at least partially anticipated Kidron's point about the effect of military expenditure. He noted that, while wars were enormously destructive of use values, they had the effect of easing the purely economic contradictions of capitalism since they pulverize values and slow down accumulation. By reducing the tendency for accumulation to rise faster than the employed labor force, they countered the fall in the rate of profit. The destructions and devaluations of war are a means of warding off the imminent collapse, of creating a breathing space for the accumulation of capital. War and the destruction of capital values bound up with it weaken the breakdown and necessarily provide a new impetus to the accumulation of capital. Militarism is a sphere of unproductive consumption. Instead of being saved, values are pulverized. Point 25. Military expenditure is a particular form of waste that can appeal to capitalists connected to a particular state. For it enhances their capacity to struggle for control of worldwide surplus value with rival capitalists. It is functional for nationally based complexes of capital in the same way that advertising is for individual firms, even while wasting resources for the system as a whole. It was therefore a characteristic phenomenon of the classical form of imperialism that led to the First World War, and it survives today in the massive arms spending of the United States in particular. The logic of arms-based economic expansion has escaped many Marxist economists. It is absurd, they argue, to see a deduction by the state from the total surplus value as somehow countering the tendency for surplus value to grow more slowly than total investment costs, and so overcoming the fall in the rate of profit. What they have failed to understand is that this absurdity is just part of the greater absurdity of the capitalist system as a whole, of its contradictory nature. They have not seen that engaging in military competition can be just as much a legitimate capitalist goal as engaging in economic competition for markets. As we saw in the last chapter, one of the greatest followers of Marx, Rosa Luxemburg, could not understand how capitalism could continually expand the value embodied in means of production without producing more goods for consumption. Similarly, these Marxists have not been able to understand how capitalism could possibly benefit from continually expanding the means of destruction. They have been so bemused by the irrationality of what capitalists are doing as to try to deny that this is how the system works. But such expenditures had enormous implications for capitalism in the latter part of the 20th century. Waste expenditures played a contradictory role. They reduced the amount of surplus value available for productive investment, so counteracting the tendency towards over-rapid accumulation and crisis. But the eventual effect in slowing down accumulation was to create a whole new series of problems for the system, as we will see in Chapter 9. Welfare and the supply of labor power. Not all the state expenditures listed earlier fall into the unproductive category as narrowly defined or into the wider category of waste. State-financed research and development in the list above, that feeds through into aiding accumulation in the wider economy, clearly plays a role for those capitals that benefit from it, similar to that of dead labor embodied in means of production. But what of expenditures on health, education, and welfare services, and of individual capitalists? Here it is necessary to examine something Marx only discusses in passing: the reproduction of the working class that capitalism needs for exploitation. The first industrial capitalists of the late 18th and early 19th centuries in Britain did not have to worry over much about the supply of labor power. It was available in abundance once primitive accumulation had driven sufficient peasants from the land. They assumed they could bend former peasants and their children to the discipline of unskilled machine minding 26 while relying on drawing men trained as artisans into the factories for more skilled work. For these reasons, Marx, who dealt at length with primitive accumulation and the treatment of workers in the factories, virtually ignored the problem for capitalists of getting a labor force with the right physiques and skills. Yet by the time of his death, the spread of capitalist industry to ever newer new sectors of production was making the supply and management of labor power outside as well as inside the factory something of increasing concern to those promoting capitalist accumulation. The individual capitalist aimed to pay the individual worker just enough by the hour, day, or week to keep him or her fit and motivated to work. But this did not cater for a number of important things if labor power of the right quantity and quality was going to be available for the capitalist class as a whole over time. It did not take into account the need for workers to learn necessary skills, nor did it sustain them through periods of unemployment so as to be able to supply their labor power when the crisis ended. It did not deal with the problem of workers temporarily losing their capacity to be productively exploited through illness or injury. And it did not provide for the upbringing of working-class children who would be the next generation of labor power. 27. There were various ad hoc attempts to deal with each of these problems through the 19th century. Religious and other charitable funds provided some relief for the unemployed or the sick. Pressure was put on working-class women to bear the burden of child-rearing through the propagation of ideologies that treated men as the wage earner and men's wages as a family wage. 28. Some firms would provide housing under their own control and sometimes minimal health facilities as well for their workforces. Groups of skilled workers would run funds to provide for periods of unemployment or sickness. Firms would incorporate into the factory system a version of the apprenticeship system of pre-capitalist artisanship, with youngsters learning a trade by working under skilled workers for 5 or 7 years on minimal wages. But over time it became clear that the ad hoc methods were inadequate and that the state had to take over many of the tasks from private capitalists and charitable concerns. In Britain it intervened as early as the 1834 Poor Law to ensure that the conditions under which the unemployed or the infirm could get poverty relief were so arduous that those who could work would, however low the pay. In 1848 it established a Board of Health to act against the spread of diseases in working class areas, which was affecting richer areas too. Over the decades it was cajoled into limiting the working hours of children and barring women from occupations that might damage their capacity to bear and bring up the next generation. In the 1870s it moved to set up a state system of elementary education and to encourage the building of homes for skilled workers. Then in the first decade of the 20th century it made the first moves to coordinate the various ad hoc measures of the previous 70 years into national structures to provide minimal social insurance benefits for unemployment, old age, and sickness. 29 The impetus to do so came from the shock of discovering in the course of recruitment for the Boer War how few of the working class were healthy enough to undertake military service. Anne Rogers has summarized the reaction of the upper and middle class. The belief that change was necessary if Britain was to compete successfully with Germany and the United States remained central. Whether the argument was formulated by the Fabians or by liberal imperialists, the concentration was on the damage that poverty was doing to society rather than the misery it caused individual workers. The underlying reason for the desire to improve the health of the working class was the need for a healthier labor force in the factories and the army. 30. These measures were not simply a result of capitalists getting together and deciding what was rational for their system. They came into being only after recurrent campaigns involving upper-class philanthropists with a conservative disdain for the money-grabbing grubbiness of capitalism, middle-class moralizers about working-class behavior, political opportunists out to get working-class votes, factory inspectors, and doctors with professional concerns about people's safety and well-being and, alongside them and often independently of them, trade union and socialist activists. But such coalitions framed the projects they pursued in terms of what they saw as rational for capitalism. And that meant what was necessary to supply it with pools of sufficiently healthy and skilled labor power. This was shown clearly by one feature that characterized the reforms of the early 20th century just as much as it had the charitable efforts of the early 19th century. Any benefits were always to be provided in such a way as to coerce into seeking work all those who were fit and able. The principle of less eligibility had to apply. Getting the benefit must still leave the recipients worse off than the worst paid work. What is more, the benefits were not meant to come from a diversion of value from capital to labor, but by a redistribution of income within the working class through the insurance principle. Weekly payments from those able to work were to sustain those unable to do so because of sickness or unemployment. The role of the state in the supply, training, and reproduction of labor power grew through the 20th century, reaching a peak in the long boom from the mid-1940s through to the mid-1970s, and continuing into the new period of crises which followed. All through this the welfare state continued to be tailored to the interests of nationally based capitals, even when the impetus for extending its role came from below, as during the Second World War, when the British Tory politician Quintin Hogg famously declared, "If you do not give the people social reform, they are going to give you social revolution." 31 The British Labour Minister of the 1940s Aneurin Bevan argued that public health measures had become part of the system, but they do not flow from it. In claiming them, capitalism proudly displays medals won in battles it has lost. 32 The fact, however, is that those who formulated them, including Bevan, did so in ways that could fit in with the needs of the system. This has important implications for the labor power that goes into such services and for the people who supply it. There is a widespread tendency for Marxists as well as some non-Marxists 33 to insist that such labor cannot be productive since it does not produce commodities directly. But that also applies to much labor inside any capitalist enterprise, which is merely a precondition for other labor that produces the final products. It is productive as part of the labor of the collective worker. 34 In the enterprise, a fully trained carpenter or bricklayer can be many times more productive than an unskilled one. A fully trained toolmaker can do jobs an unskilled laborer is incapable of. The labor of those who train them is adding to the capacity of the collective worker to produce value. And they are exploited, since they are paid the value of their labor power, not of the training they provide. There can be a debate over exactly how the skills added by their labor fit into Marx's categories. Are they to be equated with plant and equipment as a form of constant capital or as simply enhanced labor power, as variable capital? 35 There are also debates between individual firms over the merits of undertaking training programs. They may gain in the short term, but what is to prevent other firms poaching their skilled labor without ever having paid for its training? 36 Finally, there are arguments about how to characterize the labor used to train other workers. Is it productive or indirectly productive? But there should be no doubt about its role in increasing overall potential output and productivity. It is part of the total productive labor of the firm and of the system as a whole. 37 A big portion of the labor that goes into the educational system plays an identical role in providing the skills capital needs, although in this case the skills are not available simply for individual capitalists, but for all the capitalists operating from within the state that provides it. The training in skills which future workers get from a teacher in an educational institution adds to the amount of socially necessary labor they can produce in an hour in exactly the same way as the training they might get inside an enterprise. And the cost of the training is part of the cost of providing labor power, just as much as the wage that goes into buying the food, clothing, and shelter the workers require. Enterprises under modern capitalism require labor power with at least minimal levels of literacy and numeracy. The teachers who provide this have to be considered as part of the collective worker, ultimately working for the complex of nationally based capitals that the state services. Apologists for capitalism recognize this inadvertently when they refer to the provision of education as adding to social capital and demand value added in schools. The same general principle applies to health services that cater for actual, potential, or future workers. Spending on keeping the workforce fit and able to work is in reality a part of the wage even when it is paid in kind rather than in cash and goes to the workers collectively rather than individually. In Marx's terminology, it is part of variable capital. This is absolutely clear in countries like the US, where healthcare is provided for most workers through insurance schemes provided by their employers. It should be just as clear in countries like Britain, where the state provides them on behalf of the nationally based capitals. The popularly used term social wage is an accurate description. It is just as accurate when applied to unemployment benefits available only to those who show they are able and willing to work, and to pension schemes dependent on a lifetime of labor. The capitalist wants contented workers to exploit in the same way that a farmer wants contented cows. Workers cannot be expected to labor with any commitment to their work unless there is some sort of promise that they will not starve to death once they reach retirement age. As Marx put it, there is a historically and socially determined element to the cost of reproducing labor power as well as a physiological one. But labor power is not an object like other commodities, which are passive as they are bought and sold. It is the living expression of human beings. What from a capitalist point of view is recuperation of labor power is for the worker the chance for relaxation, enjoyment, and creativity. There is a struggle over the social wage just as over the normal wage, even if both are, to a certain degree, necessary for capital. The problem is compounded from capital's point of view by the fact that not all welfare provision is in any sense productive. A good portion of it is concerned solely with maintaining the existing relations of exploitation. Studies of the schooling of working-class children in the 19th century emphasize the degree to which what was involved was not education in skills so much as inculcating into them discipline and respect for authority. 38 Not until late in the 19th century did a concern with basic skills for the workforce begin to become a central preoccupation for British capitalism facing foreign competition. 39 Today disciplines like economics and sociology are about trying to reproduce bourgeois ideology, while others like accountancy are concerned with the unproductive redistribution of surplus value among members of the capitalist class. If capital has no choice but to tolerate these unproductive expenses of production, there are other elements in welfare expenditure it would love to be able to do without and does its utmost to minimize. These go to those who are not needed as labor power or are incapable of providing it. It has a similar attitude to provision for the mass of the elderly, but is restrained to some degree by its need to give the impression to currently employed workers that their future is assured. Marx pointed out that there exists, alongside the reserve army of labor, able to enter the active labor force when the system undergoes periodic expansion, a surplus population in whose survival it has no real interest apart from that of warding off rebellion and preventing a demoralizing impact on the employed working class. The history of welfare legislation over the last 180 years has been a history of attempts to separate that provision which is necessary for capital in the same way that wage payments are, and that which is unnecessary but forced on it by its need to contain popular discontent. This finds expression in repeated debates among those who would manage national capitalisms over how welfare policy interacts with labor market policy, among mainstream economists about the natural or non-inflationary level of unemployment, and among sociologists and social work theorists about the underclass. The division between social expenditures that are in some way productive for capital and those that are non-productive cuts across some of the normal ways of dividing up national budgets. So education is both training for productive labor and also training for unproductive forms of labor and the inculcation of bourgeois ideological values. Health services and unemployment benefits both keep the workforce fit and ready to provide labor power and are mechanisms for maintaining social cohesion by providing at least minimal provision for the old, the infirm, and the long-term unemployed. These ambiguities become important whenever capital finds the costs of state provision begin to cut into profit rates. At such points states come under the same pressure as do big capitals when faced with sudden competition, the pressure to restructure and reorganize their operations so as to accord with the law of value. On the one side this means trying to impose work measurement and payment schemes on welfare sector employees similar to those within the most competitive industrial firms. On the other side it means cuts in welfare provision so as to restrict it as much as possible to servicing labor power that is necessary for capital accumulation, and doing so in such a way that those who provide this labor power are prepared to do so at the wages they are offered. These pressures grow as managing labor power becomes more important for the state. In the process, employees working in the welfare, health, and educational sectors who could at one stage of capitalist development regard themselves as part of the professional middle class with salaries and conditions comparable to lawyers or accountants find themselves subject to a traumatic process of proletarianization. This, as we shall see, adds to the problems that beset national capitalist states as they attempt to cope with sudden crises. Public expenditures become a central focus for class struggle in a way in which they were not in Marx's time. Part 2. Capitalism in the 20th Century. Chapter 6. The Great Slump. An unprecedented crisis. The deepest slump capitalism had ever known, followed by the most sustained boom, interspersed with the bloodiest war in human history. Such was the course of capitalism in the middle 50 years of the 20th century. The epic entree of the slump was the United States, which had emerged from the First World War as the greatest economic power, with 50% of global industrial production, overtaking both victorious Britain and defeated Germany. The onset is often identified with the Wall Street crash of October 29, 1929, when the New York Stock Exchange fell by almost a third. But business was already in trouble before the crash, with auto output down by a third in September compared with March 1929.1. Over the next 3 years U.S. industrial production fell by about half, and the slump spread across the Atlantic to Europe, where there were already incipient signs of crisis. German industrial production also fell about half and, with a slight delay, French fell by nearly 30%. Only Britain saw a smaller fall of about 20%, but that was because its heavy industries were already in a depressed condition. By 1932 a third of the workforce in the US and Germany were unemployed and a fifth in Britain. Those hit were not only manual workers as in previous crises, but white-collar employees who thought of themselves as belonging to the middle class. Hundreds of local banks went bust in the US and some giant banks in Europe collapsed spectacularly, destroying people's savings and aggravating the general sense of disaster. Hitting all industrial countries at once, the crisis destroyed the demand for the output of agricultural countries, driving down the prices farmers received and creating vast pools of misery. No region of the globe avoided at least some decline in output too, and world trade fell to a third of its 1929 level. 3 By comparison, both world output and world trade had grown during the previous Great Depression of the 1870s and 1880s. 4. The 1920s boom. The ideological shock of the crisis was increased by the way capitalism had seemed to have recovered in the preceding years from the destruction of the First World War. Industrial output in the US had doubled from 1914 to 1929, with the emergence of a host of new industries that began to revolutionize patterns of consumption: radio, rayon, chemicals, aviation, refrigeration, and the replacement of horse-borne by motorized transport. The boom in the US had a beneficial impact in Europe. Germany, racked by civil war in 1919-20 and then unparalleled inflation in 1923, had then seen industrial output grow 40% above its 1914 level. In France industrial production had doubled. The press had displayed an unbounded optimism about capitalism, proclaiming a new era of endless prosperity. Mainstream economists had been just as confident. Alvin Hansen wrote that the childhood diseases of capitalism's youth were being mitigated, while America's most eminent neoclassical economist, Irving Fisher, had stated on the eve of the Wall Street crash that stock prices have reached what looks like a permanently high plateau, and continued to exude optimism for some months after, while in Britain John Maynard Keynes had assured his students, "There will be no further crash in our lifetime." 5 Social Democrat Marxists joined in the chorus, with Hilferding's theory of organized capitalism, as a system in which the anarchy of the market and the trend towards crisis had disappeared. 6 Suddenly they were all proved wrong. The initial reaction of mainstream politicians and their fellow travelers in the economics profession was to assume that they only had to wait a short time and the slump would begin to correct itself. Recovery is just around the corner, as U.S. President Herbert Hoover assured people. But recovery did not come in 1930, 1931 or 1932. And the economic orthodoxy which had been so confident in its praise of the wonders of capitalism so recently could not explain why, and it still cannot explain why today. There have been attempts at explanation. The most common among the most orthodox at the time was that articulated by the English economist Arthur Cecil Pigou. Workers, according to his argument, had priced themselves out of their jobs by not accepting cuts in their money wages. Had they done so, the magic of supply and demand would have solved all the problems. Irving Fisher belatedly put forward a monetarist interpretation, arguing that the money supply was too low, leading to falling prices and so cumulatively increasing debt levels. More recent monetarist theorists put the blame on the behavior of the central bankers. If only, the argument went, the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank had acted to stop the money supply contracting in 1930 and 1931, then everything would have been all right. The arch-monetarist of the post-war decades, Milton Friedman, traced its mistakes and the depth of the slump back to the death of New York Reserve Bank President Benjamin Strong in October 1928.7. By contrast, Friedrich von Hayek and the Austrian school argued that excessive credit in the 1920s had led to an imbalance in the structure of production aid, which would be made worse by increasing the money supply. Still other economists blamed the dislocation of the world economy in the aftermath of the First World War, while John Maynard Keynes stressed an excess of saving over investment that led to a lack of effective demand for the economy's output. Finally, there was the claim, still perpetuated in much media commentary today, that the raising of U.S. tariffs by the Smoot-Hawley Act in the summer of 1930 unleashed a wave of protectionism, preventing a recovery that would otherwise have occurred if free trade had been allowed untrammeled sway. Ever since then, the proponents of each view have found it easy to tear holes in the arguments of those holding the other views, with none being able to survive serious criticism. That is why the current Federal Reserve head, Ben Bernanke, sees explaining the slump as the ever-elusive holy grail of his profession. Yet if the slump of the 1930s cannot be understood, neither can the chances of it recurring in the 21st century be seriously assessed. Disentangling the real causes of the slump from this mishmash of contradictory argument involves, first of all, looking at what really happened during the 1920s. Rapid economic growth and the proliferation of new consumer goods had encouraged people to see this as a decade of continual rises in living standards and enormous productive investment, a story that is still frequently accepted today. But in fact, wages rose by a total of only 6.1% between 1922 and 19,299, and the manufacturing workforce remained static while industrial production expanded by about a third. Michael Bernstein notes that the lower 93% of the non-farm population saw their per capita disposable income fall during the boom of the late 1920s. 10 The fall in labor's share of total income meant that the proportion of national output that could be bought with wages fell. The economy could only keep expanding because something else filled the resulting gap in demand. Many analyses have argued that investment fulfilled this role. Gordon Brown tells how much recent literature sees that the most notable aspect of the 1920s was overinvestment. 11 A. Chastened Hansen noted in his analysis of the slump that, although a vast sum of $138,000,000,000,000 of investment had led consumption during the 1920s, only half of that was business investment, and of that only a third was new investment, i.e. a mere $3 billion a year. 12 In other words, beneath the appearance of rapidly expanding investment, the reality was a relatively low level of productive accumulation despite the impetus provided by the new industries. Other analyses, by Simon Kuznets 13, Steindl 14 and Gilman 15 bear this out. Only one, stark, conclusion can be drawn from such figures. The boom could not have taken place if it had only depended on the demand for goods created by productive investment and wages. A third element had to be present to prevent the piling up of unsold goods and recession in the mid-1920s. As Hansen recognized, stimulating and sustaining forces outside business investment and consumption were present. With these stimuli removed, business expenditures would have been made on a more restrictive scale, leaving the economy stagnant if not depressed. 16. Hansen, as a mainstream economist, even if by now a critical one, saw these forces as being non-business capital expenditures and the growing importance of durable consumer goods financed in large part by $1 billion per year growth of installment credit and rather feckless foreign lending. 17. A classic Marxist analysis of the slump by Louis Corey puts the stress on the growth of luxury consumption, unproductive expenditures, and credit. The 1920s were a decade in which incomes from dividends and managerial salaries rose several times faster than real wages. 18 Until the bourgeoisie were responsible for over 40% of consumption, according to him. 19 Then there was growing expenditure on advertising and sales drives as firms sought markets for the growing number of goods they were turning out. This expenditure, in the form of incomes for sales personnel in these same industries, could then create a market for some of the goods businesses were trying to sell. A doubling of consumer credit. 20 Enabled the middle class and some layers of workers to buy on the never some of the new range of consumer goods, with car sales at a level in 1929 they were not to reach again until 1953. And finally there were upsurges of non-productive speculative investment in real estate and the stock market. Such things could not create fresh new surplus value to solve the problem of profitability. But their byproduct was unproductive expenditure in new building, new managerial salaries and conspicuous consumption, all of which absorbed some of the goods being poured out by industry, encouraging further speculation. Superabundant capital became more and more aggressive and adventurous in its search for investment and profit, overflowing into risky enterprises and speculation. Speculation seized upon technical changes and new industries which were introduced regardless of the requirements of industry as a whole. 21. Spending on new non-residential construction rose by more than half over the decade, and was most intense in the central business districts of cities. This was most notable in New York, where work on the world's tallest building, the Empire State Building, began in 1929 only for it to be known by 1931 as the Empty State Building. 22. While the US boomed, there was also a boost to economic expansion in Europe with an inflow of American funds that could make up for some of the destruction caused by the war. The impact of the US Dawes Plan of 1924 was particularly important in encouraging loans to Germany. These factors were already losing their capacity to sustain the boom in industry before the Wall Street crash. There was the beginning of a recession in 1927, but a brief upsurge of investment in heavy industry and autos in 1928-9 pulled the rest of the economy forward. 23 Then, in the late spring and early summer of 1929, this came to a sudden end, with a sharp fall in fixed investment. 24 And auto production. 25 The expansion of credit and the scale of speculation that sustained unproductive expenditures had hidden the underlying problems right up to the last minute. But once there was a single tiny break in the chain of borrowing and lending that held it up, the whole edifice was bound to come tumbling down. Marx's comment on crises could not have been more apposite. The semblance of a very solvent business with a smooth flow of returns can easily persist even long after returns actually come in, only at the expense partly of swindled moneylenders and partly of swindled producers. Thus business always appears almost excessively sound right on the eve of a crash. Business is always thoroughly sound until suddenly the debacle takes place. 26. The recession precipitated a sudden contraction of speculative ventures and unproductive expenditures, so reducing still further the market for industrial output. Faced with declining sales, industrialists were already beginning to borrow from the banks, rather than lend to them. Those who had engaged in the speculative boom now tried to borrow more in order to cover their losses after the crash, but borrowing was now very difficult. Those who could not borrow went bust, creating further losses for those who had lent to them. The slump spread from one sector of the economy to another. Once the decline started, there seemed no end to it. Industrial decline led to pressure on the banks, which in turn deepened industrial decline and put more pressure on the banks. But that only further exacerbated the disproportion between productive capacity and consumer demand, further worsening the crisis in industry. As firms tried to sustain sales by competitive price cutting, profits everywhere fell, and with them the willingness even of firms that survived to invest. The non-productive expenditures that helped to fuel the boom were cut right back as companies tried to conserve their funds and the slump grew deeper. The position in Europe was no better, with recession also already underway when Wall Street crashed. Conditions were worst in Germany, the world's second biggest industrial economy, which began experiencing an economic downturn in 1928-27. By the summer of 1929 the existence of depression was unmistakable. 28 as unemployment reached 1.9 million and the spectacular failure of the Frankfurt Insurance Company began a series of bankruptcies. Problems in each country impacted on those in others. There had already been an outflow from Germany of some of the American funds associated with the Dawes Plan before the crash. It now became a torrent as hard-hit American institutions recalled their short-term loans from Germany, creating difficulties for German industrialists who had been relying on them to finance their own industrial overcapacity. Austria's biggest bank, the Kreditanstalt, went bust in May 1931. Britain was hit by the withdrawal of foreign funds from its banks, and broke with the world financial system based on the gold standard. This in turn created vastly exaggerated fears in the US where the Federal Reserve Bank raised interest rates, and there was a spectacular increase in bank failures. 29 and industrial production slumped even more. The proliferating impact of the crisis made it easy for people to confuse effects with causes. Hence the contradictory interpretations from mainstream economists, with some blaming too much money, some too little, some central bank interventions, some lack of intervention, some excessive consumption, some too little consumption, some the gold standard, some the turn of states to protectionism and competitive currency devaluation, some the rapidity of the growth of investment, some its tardiness, some the forcing down of wages, some their stickiness in falling, some the scale of indebtedness, some the refusal of the banks to lend. 30. Yet amidst the contradictory interpretations there was an occasional partial glimpse that something fundamental was causing havoc to the system to which all the mainstream economists and politicians were committed. The two economists usually thought as representing polar opposite attitudes, Keynes and Hayek, both stumbled on the same factor but in such a way that neither they nor their apostles took it seriously. The main theme running through Keynes's general theory of employment, interest, and money was that saving can exceed investment, opening up a gap that reduced the effective demand for goods, and therefore output, until the reduced level of economic activity had cut saving down to the level of investment. This could be overcome, he argued, by cutting the rate of interest and putting more money in people's pockets by tax cuts and increased government spending. But he recognized that these measures might not work, since people and firms might still decide to save rather than spend. In particular, he was somewhat skeptical of the success of a merely monetary policy directed towards influencing the rate of interest. 31 He is best known for explaining the weakness of investment on the crowd psychology of speculators when the capital development of a country becomes a byproduct of the activities of a casino. The job is likely to be ill done. 32 And the flagging animal spirits of entrepreneurs. 33 But at points in the text he threw in another factor. He argued that the very process of expanding capital investment led to a decline in the return on it in the marginal efficiency and therefore to a blunting of the spur to further investment. 34 He believed the declining marginal efficiency of capital to be an empirical fact which could be found, for instance, in the interwar experience of Great Britain and the United States. The result was that the return on capital was not sufficiently above the cost to the entrepreneurs of borrowing as to encourage new investment, so tending to interfere with a reasonable level of employment and with the standard of life which the technical conditions of production are capable of furnishing. 35 This he sees as both a long-term trend and a short-term effect, turning the boom into a slump in each cycle. The essence of the situation is to be found in the collapse of the marginal efficiency of capital, particularly, of those types of capital which have been contributing most to the previous phase of heavy new investment. 36 Keynes's explanation for this was grounded in his overall marginalist approach, with its acceptance that value depended on supply and demand. As the supply of capital increased, it would grow less scarce, and the value to the user of each extra unit would fall until, eventually, it reached 0.37. This theoretical reasoning seems to have been too obscure for most of Keynes's followers. The declining marginal efficiency of capital hardly appears in most accounts of his ideas. Yet it is the most radical single notion in his writings. It implies that the obstacles to full employment lie with an inbuilt tendency of the existing system and not just with the psychology of capitalists. If that is so, there would seem to be no point in governments simply seeking to restore confidence, since there is nothing to restore confidence in. Hayek expressed in passing the same view of what was happening to profits, although from a different reasoning. He claimed that cyclical crises resulted from disproportions between different sectors of production, with excessive credit causing the output of producer goods to grow too rapidly in the relationship to the output of consumer goods. 38 In this way, he believed, he could explain the cycle as an inevitable means by which the different sectors adjusted to each other, much as Marx saw the crises as able partially to resolve internal contradictions in capitalism, but what Marx viewed negatively, Hayek viewed positively. His theory still, however, had a big hole in it. Why should the lag between the sectors cause so much greater problems than in previous decades? Why, in particular, should the production goods sector not keep growing fast enough to pull the rest of the economy behind it? The answer he put forward in passing in 1935 was that profitability fell with the expansion of what he called roundabout processes of production, that is, processes with a high ratio of means of production to workers, or as Marx would have put it, a high organic composition of capital. That margins must exist is obvious. If it were not so, there would exist no inducement to risk money by investing it in production rather than to let it remain idle. These margins must grow smaller as the roundabout processes of production increase in length. 39. In other words, both Keynes and Hayek recognized, though they could not clearly explain, the feature which is central to Marx's theory of capitalist crisis: the downward pressures on the rate of profit. In fact, Marxist theory can provide an explanation of the slump which avoids the contradictions of all the mainstream theories. Profit rates in the US had fallen about 40% between the 1880s and the early 1920s. 40. Those in Britain were already in decline before 191,441, and those in Germany had failed to return to their pre-war normal level. 42. Such declines could be traced back to long-term rises in the ratio of investment to the employed workforce, about 20% in the case of the US. 43. American profitability was able to make a small recovery through the 1920s on the basis of a rise in the rate of exploitation. But the rise was not sufficient to induce productive investment on the scale necessary to absorb the surplus value accumulated from previous rounds of production and exploitation. Firms were torn between the competitive pressures to undertake investment in massive new complexes of plant and equipment, and the fear that any new equipment would not be profitable. Some would take the risk, but many did not. This meant that the big new plants that came into operation towards the end of the boom necessarily produced on too big a scale for the market, flooding it with products which undercut the prices and profits of old plants. New investment came to a halt, leading to a fall in employment and consumption that worsened the crisis. The blind self-expansion of capital had led to an ever greater accumulation of constant capital compared with living labor. This expressed itself on the one side by a rate of profit considerably lower than a quarter of a century before, and on the other by employers holding back wages and so diminishing the share of output that could be absorbed by workers' buying power. Overproduction and the low rate of profit were aspects of the same process that would eventually lead to the slump. An upsurge of unproductive expenditures and credit could postpone this, but do no more. The stage was set for a deep crisis, and it only required scares in the stock exchange and the financial sectors for it to occur. The crisis in these respects was very similar to those described by Marx in passages where he analyzed the crises of 1846 and 1857 in Britain. 44. It also fits with Grossman's interpretation of Marx's account, with its stress on the way in which firms are pushed to undertake new investments that threaten to make the already low rate of profit drop to such an extent that much of the new investment becomes unprofitable, so as to cause all investment to freeze up. 45. But there remains something else that has to be explained: why the automatic market mechanisms which had always in the past been capable, ultimately, of lifting the economy out of crisis no longer seem to be working. 3 years after the crisis started, industrial production in the US, Germany, Britain and France was still declining. To explain this, it is not enough just to look at the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The other long-term trend in Marx's account, the concentration and centralization of capital as the system aged, also played a role, as was suggested in Chapter 3. At first it delayed the outbreak of the crisis. The Bolshevik economist Preobrazhensky, attempting to analyze the crisis in 1931, argued that there had been a big change since Marx's time. Then recessions had led to the elimination of inefficient firms and allowed the rest to enter into new rounds of accumulation. But now the system was dominated by big near-monopolies which were able to prevent the liquidation of their inefficient plants. They would do their utmost to keep their operations intact, even if it meant their plants operating at only a fraction of their usual capacity and cutting investment to the minimum. This produces a thrombosis in the transition from crisis to recession and prevents or at least delays the restructuring necessary for an emergence from the crisis. Monopoly emerges as a factor of decay in the entire economy. Its effects delay the transition to expanded reproduction. 46. Once the crisis erupted, the sheer size of individual industrial or financial capitals was such that the collapse of any one of them threatened to drag others down with it. The banks would lose the money they had lent it, and so cut off credit to other firms. Its suppliers would be driven out of business and so damage other firms dependent on them. And the end to its spending on investment and wage bills would reduce demand in the economy as a whole. The delayed crisis was now a much magnified one, which could not automatically resolve itself. The response of the big capitals was to turn to the state for bailouts to keep the system going. The turn to state capitalism. At first governments continued to place their hopes in the untrammeled operation of the market mechanism, with only limited actions to protect some banks. But the crisis continued to get worse, particularly in the US and Germany. Enormous damage was being done to capital itself as it tried to operate with little more than half its previous production levels. At the same time, desperation was leading the mass of people to look to remedies that might turn the whole of society over. Major sections of capital began to look for an approach that might solve their problems, however much it broke with old ideological shibboleths. By the summer of 1932, the head of General Electric in the US was campaigning for state intervention. The shift which eventually took place was from forms of monopoly capitalism in which the state kept in the background, providing services to big capital but keeping away from attempting to direct it, to forms in which it attempted to ensure the international competitiveness of nationally based capital. That came to involve consciously restructuring industry by shifting surplus value from one section of the economy to another. The shift had been foreshadowed in the later stages of the First World War, when the state had taken draconian powers to force individual capitals to concentrate their efforts on the military struggle. But in the aftermath of the war, the state had given up the power it had acquired. Now the sheer scale of the crisis forced a rethink. Political crises in the US and Germany brought governments to power early in 1933 prepared to implement radical change in order to save capitalism from itself. In the US this took the form of Roosevelt's New Deal. It extended already existing public works schemes to mop up some of the unemployment, guaranteed the funds of the banks which had not gone bust, encouraged the self-regulation of industry through cartels, destroyed crops so as to raise agricultural prices and incomes, carried through very limited experiments in direct state production and also made it a little easier for unions to raise wages. Federal expenditure, only around 2.5% of GDP in 1929, reached a peacetime peak of just over 9% in 1936. It was a recognition that capitalism in its monopoly stage could no longer solve its problems without limited state intervention. But it was still limited intervention. Federal expenditure fell back in 1937. Such timidity could have only a limited impact on the crisis. All the efforts of the New Deal could not push the upturn that began in the spring of 1933 beyond a certain point. The number of unemployed fell by 1.7 million, but that still left 12 million jobless. It was not until 1937, 8 years after the start of the crisis, that production reached the 1929 figure. But even then fixed investment in industry remained low, 47, and there was 14.3% unemployment. Yet this mini-boom gave way in August 1937 to the steepest economic decline since the history of the U.S., which lost half the ground gained by many indexes since 1932.48. The 1920s had shown that the non-productive expenditures associated with monopoly capital could postpone crisis but not stop its eventual impact being greater than previously. The 1930s showed that pump priming by governments might produce a short-lived and limited revival of production, but could not give a new lease of life to the system either. A more profound change in the direction of state capitalism was needed. From slump to war. It was here that the German and Japanese examples were significant. The major sections of their ruling classes accepted political options that subordinated individual capitalists to programs of national capitalist accumulation imposed by the state while repressing the working class movement. The major capitalist groups remained intact. But from now on they were subordinated to the needs of an arms drive which they themselves supported. Armaments and the expansion of heavy industry drove the whole economy forward, providing markets and outlets for investment, as wages lagged behind rising output and profit rates were partially restored. In Germany, such methods pulled the economy right out of the slump and kept it booming while the American economy was slumping again in 1937. By 1939 output had climbed 30% above the 1929 level and unemployment had fallen from 6 million to 70,000, with the creation of 8 million new jobs. 49 Most of the new production went into arms and the heavy industries that provided military preparedness, but a tenth of increased output did go into raising private consumption. 50 And the economic expansion itself paid for a large percentage of the cost of fueling the boom, with only about a fifth of government spending being covered by a budgetary deficit. In effect, the Nazi dictatorship was able to ensure that new investment took place, even though initial profit rates were low. However, there were major problems with any such policy. Germany was not a self-contained economic unit. The forces of production internationally had long since developed to the point where they cut across national boundaries, and there was a growing need for certain strategic imports as the armaments boom took off. The only way to overcome this while keeping the German economy self-contained, and therefore immune to international recessionary pressures, was to expand the boundaries of the German Reich so as to incorporate neighboring economies, and to subordinate their industries to the German military drive. The logic of state-directed monopoly capitalism led to a form of imperialism Lenin had referred to in 1916, the seizure of highly industrialized regions. 51 Beyond a certain point such expansion led to inevitable clashes with other great powers which feared threats to their own empires and spheres of influence. As they reacted by building up their own armed forces, the German and Japanese regimes in turn had to direct even more of the economy towards arms and to reach out to grab new territory in order to defend the lands they had already grabbed. This provided their capitalists with new sources of surplus value to counter any downward pressure on profit rates. But at the same time it increased the hostility of the existing empires, leading to the need for a greater arms potential and further military adventures. The breaking points were the German seizure of Western Poland and the Japanese onslaught on Pearl Harbor. 52. Just as deepening slump in each major capitalist country had fed into the slumps developing elsewhere, so now did the path out of the slump through military state capitalism. British and American imperialism could only defend their own positions in the world after the fall of France in 1940 and Pearl Harbor in 1941 by moving on from the half-baked state-directed capitalism of the mid-1930s to fully militarist economies of their own. The British state took charge of all major economic decisions, directing which industries should get raw materials and rationing food and consumer goods, with the civilian economy reduced to a mere adjunct of the centrally organized war economy. The U.S. government not only controlled the armaments sector of the economy, which represented about half the total production of goods. The state decided what consumer goods should be produced and what consumer goods should not be produced. 53 It spent huge sums building armaments factories which it handed over to private corporations to run. Government capital expenditure in 1941 was 50% higher than the country's entire manufacturing investment in 1939, and in 1943 the state was responsible for 90% of all investment. 54 Again, a military state-dominated economy seemed to provide answers to the problems that had faced the economy before the war. 9 million unemployed became less than 1 million within 3 years, and there was a growth in the civilian economy despite the vast expenditure on non-productive output. Total output doubled between 1940 and 1943, and consumer expenditure in 1943, even when measured in 1940 prices, exceeded those of earlier years. 55 The war economy could achieve what 8 years of the New Deal could not: full employment of the productive capacity of the largest of the aging capitalisms. As John Kenneth Galbraith has noted, the Great Depression of the 30s never came to an end. It merely disappeared in the Great Mobilization of the 40s. 56 The Russian variant. There was one other major economy where state direction seemed to provide an alternative to being torn apart in the maelstrom of the world system. This was the USSR. In the 1930s, nearly all commentators saw it as based on radically different principles to those of Western capitalism, and this view persisted among many right up until its implosion in 1989–91. The right defined it simply as totalitarian, as if there was no dynamic to its economy, and many on the left adopted a mirror image view, speaking of it as communist or socialist, or those who were more critical as post-capitalist 57 or a degenerated workers' state 58. All these different approaches assumed a high degree of continuity between the Soviet system as it operated in the 1930s and the revolutionary state established in 1917. But the central mechanisms directing the Soviet economy were not established during the revolution, but in 1928–9 under the impact of a profound economic and political crisis. By that time little remained of the revolutionary democracy that had characterized the country in the immediate aftermath of the October Revolution of 1917. A new bureaucratic layer had increasingly concentrated power in its own hands amidst the devastation of an already economically backward country suffering from 3 years of World War followed by 3 years of civil war. Nevertheless, the driving force behind the economy through to the mid-1920s remained the production of goods to satisfy the needs of the population, and living standards rose from the abysmal levels of the War and Civil War years, even if bureaucrats' living standards rose disproportionately more than those of workers and peasants. Then in late 1928 a wave of panic hit the bureaucracy in the face of warlike threats from Britain and a domestic crisis as peasants held back supplies of food, creating hunger in the cities. 59 Afraid of losing their control over the country through a combination of rebellion at home and armed pressure from abroad, the bureaucracy, led by Joseph Stalin, turned pragmatically to a series of measures that involved super-exploitation of the peasantry and the working class in order to build the industry the country lacked. The cumulative effect was to push the whole economy towards a new dynamic other than that of fulfilling people's needs, a dynamic ultimately determined by military competition with the various Western states. As the Czech historian Michael Ryman has said, there were not enough resources to guarantee the proposed rate of industrial growth. The planning agencies therefore decided to balance the plan by means of resources the economy did not yet have at its disposal. The fulfillment of the plan depended on a very brutal attack on the living and working conditions of industrial workers and the rural population. This was a plan of organized poverty and famine. 60. Stalin, justifying the subordination of everything else to accumulation, insisted, "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this lag in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us." 61 The environment in which we are placed, at home and abroad, compels us to adopt a rapid rate of growth of our industry. 62 In undertaking the task of accumulation, the bureaucracy substituted itself for a capitalist class that no longer existed. But the methods it used were essentially those of capitalist industrialization elsewhere in the world. Collectivization. In reality, the state takeover of the land increased the proportion of agricultural output available for industrial accumulation while driving a very high proportion of the peasantry from the land, just as enclosures had for England's early capitalists. The growing industries were mainly manned by wage labor, but some subordinate tasks were carried out by some millions of slave laborers. The rights workers had held onto through the 1920s were abolished. Control of the economy by a single centralist state bureaucracy with a monopoly of foreign trade meant accumulation could proceed without interruption, as in the militarist state monopoly capitalisms of the West. But the economy could not be isolated completely from the wider world system, any more than those of Germany and Japan could in the late 1930s. Importing machinery for industrialization from the West depended on export earnings from grain at a time of falling world prices, and that depended on the state seizing the grain from starving peasants, some millions of whom died. Preobrajhensky noted, as exporters we are suffering severely from the world crisis. 63. There was, however, a relative isolation from the world economy, and this meant the accumulation could proceed as long as there was some surplus value, regardless of the rate of profit at any particular time. This did not, however, overcome economic contradictions. Fulfilling the production plans for heavy industry and armaments invariably involved diverting resources to them from consumer goods industries, whose output fell even as the economy as a whole expanded at great speed. Such an outcome was the opposite of planning in any real sense of the word. If two of us plan to go from London to Manchester but one of us ends up in Glasgow and the other in Brighton, then our plan did not guide our action. The same was true of Soviet planning. As in the West, competitive accumulation produced a dynamic of growth on the one hand and of chaos, inefficiency, and poverty on the other. It also produced a tendency to imperialist expansion beyond national borders, as was shown in 1939 when Stalin divided Eastern Europe with Hitler, taking half of Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, only to find in 1941 that Hitler had set his eyes on seizing and pillaging the USSR for German capitalism. Balance sheet of a decade. In the 1930s there had been a widespread feeling among the supporters of capitalism that it was in deep trouble, among its opponents that it was finished. Lewis Corey had written of the decline and decay of capitalism. 64. John Strachey that there can only exist for the capitalist areas of the world an ever more rapid decay with the permanent contraction of production. 65. Preobrajhensky of the terminal crisis of the entire capitalist system. 66. Leon Trotsky of the death agony of capitalism. 67. Their prophecies did not seem absurd at a time when the supporters of capitalism were tormented by worries as to what had gone wrong with their supposedly infallible system. Yet the desperate turn to state capitalism and massive arms production allowed the system to enter into a new phase of expansion. The question remained, for how long? Chapter 7. The Long Boom. The Golden Age of Western Capitalism. Many economic forecasters expected the world economy to slip into crisis again after the war, after a brief period of boom as in 1919. It did not happen. What followed was the longest boom that capitalism had ever known, what is often now called the Golden Age of Capitalism, or in France, the Glorious 30 Years. By the 1970s American economic output was 3 times the 1940 level, German economic output was 5 times the level of 1947, French output up 4-fold. A 13-fold increase in industrial output turned Japan, still thought of as a poor country in the 1940s, into the second largest Western one economy after the US. And along with economic growth went rising real wages, virtually full employment and welfare provision on a scale people had only been able to dream of previously. Conditions were very different in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, what became known as the Third World after the Bandung Conference of 1955. Their massive poverty remained the lot of the vast mass of people. But the European powers were forced to relinquish their colonies, and increased per capita economic growth too created the expectation that eventually the economically less developed countries would begin to catch up with the most advanced. It became the orthodoxy on both the right and much of the left to proclaim that the contradictions in the system perceived by Marx had been overcome. The key change, it was argued, was that governments had learned to intervene in the economy to counteract tendencies to crisis along the lines urged in the 1930s by John Maynard Keynes. All that was needed for the system to work was for the existing state to disregard old free market orthodoxies and to intervene in economic life to raise the level of spending on investment and consumption. This could be done either by changes in interest rates to encourage private investment, or through increasing government expenditure above its tax revenues. Deficit financing of the latter sort would increase the demand for goods and so the level of employment. It would also pay for itself eventually through a multiplier effect. The extra workers who got jobs because of government expenditures would spend their wages, so providing a market for the output of other workers, who in turn would spend their wages and provide still bigger markets. And as the economy expanded closer to its full employment level, the government's revenue from taxes on incomes and spending would rise, until it was enough to pay for the previous increase in expenditure. These two measures were soon seen as the archetypal Keynesian tools, three for getting full employment and accepted as essential for economic management by both conservative and social democratic politicians in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, and early 1970s. Keynes had, as we saw in the last chapter, expressed more radical notions at points, notably the contention that the very process of expanding capital investment led to a decline in the return on it, the marginal efficiency of capital. Point 4. He had even gone so far as to urge the gradual euthanasia of the rentier who lives off dividends. 5. And to argue that a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investment will prove the only means of securing an approximation to full employment. Point 6. But Keynes himself shied away from these more radical insights. In practice he was very cautious indeed. 7. Writes his ultra-moderate biographer Robert Skidelsky, and the version of Keynesianism 8 that hegemonized mainstream economics for the 30 years after the Second World War purged Keynes's theory of its radical elements. For this reason, the radical Keynesian Joan Robinson denounced it as bastard Keynesianism. Point 9. Mainstream economics believed in those years that it had the capacity to enable governments to do away with the crises that had plagued capitalism since the early 19th century. The capitalist system could now, the orthodoxy preached, deliver endless prosperity, rising living standards and a decline in the level of class struggle providing governments accepted its diktats and avoided the mistakes of 1929-32. John Strachey had been by far the best-known Marxist writer on economics in Britain in the 1930s. His books, The Nature of Capitalist Crisis, The Coming Struggle for Power and the Theory and Practice of Socialism had taught Marxist economics to a whole generation of worker activists and young intellectuals, with the message that capitalism could not escape from recurring and ever deeper crises. Yet by 1956 he was arguing, in his book Contemporary Capitalism, that Keynes had been right and Marx wrong on the crucial question of whether the capitalist crisis could be reformed away. Point 10. Keynes's only mistake, Strachey held, was that he failed to see that the capitalists would have to be pressurized into accepting his remedies. The Keynesian remedies will be opposed by the capitalists certainly, but experience shows they can be imposed by the electorate. Point 11. The belief that Keynes's ideas were responsible for the long boom persists today, with a widespread view on the left that the abandonment of those ideas is responsible for the crises of recent years. This is essentially the position put forward by the journalists Dan Atkinson and Larry Elliott in a series of books. 12. The Observer columnist Will Hutton. 13. And the radical economic consultant Graham Turner. Point 14. A version of it is accepted by some Marxists. Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy ascribe the post-war growth to a Keynesian approach by industrial capital, in which accumulation was based on a compromise with working-class organizations on the terrain of the welfare state. Point 15. David Harvey presents a picture of capitalism expanding on the basis of a class compromise between capital and labor in which the state could focus on full employment, economic growth, and the welfare of its citizens, while fiscal or monetary policies usually dubbed Keynesian were widely deployed to dampen business cycles and to ensure reasonably full employment. Point 16. Yet the most amazing fact about the period in which Keynesianism reigned supreme as the official economic ideology was that the measures it proposed for warding off crises were not used. The economy expanded despite their absence until the 1960s in the US and the 1970s in Western Europe and Japan. As R.C.O. Matthews long ago pointed out, the economic expansion of the post-war years in Britain did not depend on the specific Keynesian remedies to recurrent crises of budget deficits or a higher level of government investment than in the pre-war years. 17 Magnod Desai has noted, in the USA Keynesian policies were slow to be officially adopted. They finally triumphed with the Kennedy-Johnson tax cut of 1964.18 that was after the Great Boom had already lasted 15 years. The same point is made for Germany by Thun Notemans. Counter-cyclical demand management policies were only pursued in Germany, during the 1970s. 19 Insofar as government intervention was used to determine the speed of the economy, it was to slow down booms, not to avert recessions, as with the stop-go policies of British governments faced with balance of payments problems in the 1950s and 1960s. Michael Bleney, reanalyzing the figures used by Matthews and others, concludes that Keynesianism played little role in the West European long boom, and only a limited one in the US. And he notes that it was the big increase in US levels of military expenditure compared with the pre-war years that provided most of the fiscal stimulus, largely because of much higher defense spending. Total government spending on goods and services increased by nearly 9% of potential GNP. 20. The explanation of the boom as a result of Keynesian policies is often combined with references to a Fordist period in which the great capitalist corporations accepted a compromise with workers based on wages high enough to buy a continually increasing amount of output. The French economist Michel Aglietta, for instance, has argued that Fordism regulated private working-class consumption by generalizing the wage relation to guarantee the maintenance cycle of labor power. 21 So, for him and his regulation school version of Marxism, Keynes is the prophet of Fordism, with Keynes's criticism of neoclassical economics and his notion of effective demand a partial recognition of the need for production and consumption to be integrated at a certain stage of capitalist development. Certainly, one element in the dominant state interventionist ideology of the post-war decades was the contention that welfare provision could counterbalance cyclical ups and downs in the demand for consumer goods. The supply-side need of capital to ensure the reproduction of labor power for it to exploit seemed to coincide with demand-side worries about keeping markets expanding. Promises to expand welfare provision also suited Social Democrat and Christian Democrat parties in Europe as a way of winning votes and luring workers away from the communist parties to their left. Yet none of this is adequate to explain why the global economy should boom in the post-war years after slumping pre-war. What is more, there was no conscious policy by the Fordist managers of mass production industries to opt for such a supposed Keynesian policy of raising real wages and welfare provision. As Robert Brenner and Mark Glick say, U.S. capital never resigned itself to the principle of maintaining labor's share or failed to fight tooth and nail to limit the degree to which wages kept up with the cost of living or with productivity. There was never anything resembling a generalist social contract on how revenue was to be divided between investment and consumption or between profits and wages. 22. The reality was that as capitalism expanded in the post-war decades, the full employment that resulted forced employers and the state to pay much more attention than previously to reproducing labor power and deflecting working-class discontent. Both the conventional Keynesian account and regulation theory confuse causes with effects. In the process they fail to account for the most significant feature of the post-war decades. The rate of profit in the US was between 50 and 100% higher than in the 4 decades before the Second World War. And it more or less sustained that higher level until the late 1960s. 23 It was this which explained why capitalists kept investing on a scale sufficient to keep the economy booming without most states needing even to try using the counter-cyclical measures suggested by Keynes. But how were such high profit rates achieved and sustained alongside rapidly rising real wages? Part of the answer lies in the impact of the slump and the war. Some firms had gone bankrupt in the slump. Much capital had been written off. Restructuring through crisis had begun to perform some of its old role of allowing capital to undertake renewed accumulation with a lower rate of profit. The destruction of the war provided further assistance. Vast amounts of investment which would otherwise have raised the ratio of investment to labor were instead used for military purposes. Shane Mage, for instance, estimated the combined effect of the crisis of the 1930s and the Second World War on the U.S. economy. Between 1930 and 1945, the capital stock of the U.S. fell from $145 billion to $120 billion, a net disinvestment of some 20%. 24 written off was an amount equal to a fifth of the pre-existing accumulated surplus value plus all the additional surplus value produced over those 15 years. Meanwhile, capitalists in the defeated states, Germany and Japan, emerged from the war with much of their capital destroyed. They had no choice but to write off much of the value of old investments as they began accumulation afresh, with the skilled labor force forced to accept low wages by the massive unemployment resulting from military devastation. But these factors are not, in themselves, a sufficient explanation for the length and continuity of the boom. They do not explain why profit rates did not resume their downward slope once new productive investment came into effect. Had capitalism continued on its pre-war trajectory, there would have been crises at least every 10 years or so. Yet, although there were periodic dips in growth rates, sometimes described as growth recessions, there was only one brief spell of falling output in the US and none in the other major industrial countries for more than a quarter of a century. Attempts have been made to explain the boom as a result of rapid technological innovation, the waves of immigration of young workers in the 1950s and 1960s, or the cheapening of raw materials from the non-industrial countries. But such things had not been able to prevent cyclical crises previously. Technological innovation might have reduced the cost of each unit of new investment, but it would also have reduced the lifespan of old investments, so increasing deductions from profits due to depreciation costs. Massive immigration to Britain from Ireland and to the US from Europe had characterized the 19th century without stopping pressures on profit rates. The cheapening of raw materials was in part caused by the way the boom itself encouraged capitalists to produce synthetic substitutes. Within the industrial economies, there was, however, one new factor that could explain what was happening. There was an unprecedented level of peacetime arms spending. It had been only a little over 1% of GNP in the United States before the war. Yet post-war disarmament left it at 4% in 1948, and it then shot up with the onset of the Cold War to over 13% in 1950-53, remaining between 5 and 7 times the level of the interwar years throughout the 1950s and 1960s. The military consumed an enormous quantity of investable surplus value that would otherwise have gone into the productive economy according to a calculation by Michael Kidron, an amount equal to 60% of U.S. gross fixed capital formation. The immediate impact of such spending was to provide a market for the output of major industries. More than 9/10 of the final demand for aircraft and parts was on government account, most of it military, as was nearly 3/5 of the demand for non-ferrous metals, over half the demand for chemicals and electronic goods, over 1/3 the demand for communication equipment and scientific instruments, and so on down the list of 18 major industries, 1/10 or more of whose final demand stemmed from governmental procurement. 25. The role of military expenditure has been ignored by most mainstream Keynesian accounts of the post-war boom and by many Marxists. On both sides there has been a tendency to identify capitalism with the pure free market form it took for a brief period in Britain in the 19th century and to see the state and the military as extraneous to it. Missing has been any sense of the changes that had already begun to be analyzed by Hilferding, Bukharin and Lenin, let alone the further transformations brought about through slump, war, and the Cold War. Some Marxists and a few Keynesians did, however, grasp one important impact of arms spending. It provided a market for the rest of the economy that was not affected by the ups and downs of the wider economy, a buffer that limited the downward movement of the economic cycle. So the American Marxists Paul Barron and Paul Sweezy could see arms spending as an important mechanism for absorbing an ever-growing surplus and overcoming overproduction. 26. They could not, however, explain why taxation to pay for it did not have the effect of reducing demand elsewhere in the economy. And, as Michael Blenny has pointed out, the military purchases of the US government could not have played a major direct role in boosting the European economies. Point 27. The account of the impact of waste expenditure on the dynamic of the wider economy provided by Kidron was able to deal with such problems, since its starting point was not underconsumptionism but the rate of profit. Arms expenditure, like unproductive expenditures, might be a deduction from profits in the short term, but in the long term it had the impact of reducing the funds available for further accumulation and so slowed the rise in the ratio of investment to the employed labor force. Kidron's logic found empirical confirmation in what actually happened to the organic composition of capital. Its rise in the post-war decades in the US was much slower than in the pre-slump decades. Point 28. It was also much lower than that which occurred in post-war Europe, where the proportion of national output going into arms spending was considerably lower than in the US. Point 29. Arms, accumulation, and planning. The arms economies were not a result of a conscious strategy aimed at warding off slumps. They followed from the logic of imperialist competition in the Cold War era. But sections of capital certainly appreciated their effects in keeping the boom going. Military-industrial complexes emerged, drawing together the military and those in charge of the arms industries, which had a direct interest in pushing forward the inter-imperialist conflicts. They were able to unite the ruling class as a whole behind their policies not only because of fear of the rival power, but also because of the effect of arms budgets in sustaining accumulation. John Kenneth Galbraith described in the 1960s the interrelation between government expenditure and what he termed the planning system by which each large corporation planned its investments many years in advance. Although there is a widespread supposition to the contrary, this increase has the strong approval of the businessmen of the planning system. The executive of the great corporation routinely opposes prodigality in government expenditure. But from his pleas for public economy defense expenditures are meticulously excluded. Point 30. One effect of such expenditures was to allow the great corporations to undertake long-term planning of their own investments with the assurance that they would be able to make a profit on them and turn it into cash by selling their goods. This changed their internal operations in ways which seemed to contradict the usual assumption about capitalist behavior being motivated by short-term profit requirement and price competition for markets. Galbraith painted a picture of how the situation appeared. The market is superseded by vertical integration. The planning unit takes over the source of supply or the outlet, a transaction that is subject to bargaining over prices and amounts is thus replaced with a transfer within the planning unit. As viewed by the firm, elimination of a market converts an external negotiation and hence a partially or wholly uncontrollable decision to a matter for purely internal decision. Nothing, we shall see, better explains modern industrial policy. Capital supply is the extreme case than the desire to make highly strategic cost factors subject to wholly internal decisions. Markets can also be controlled. This consists in reducing or eliminating the independence of action of those to whom the planning unit sells or from whom it buys. At the same time, the outward form of the market, including the process of buying and selling, remains formally intact. 31. At a time when the largest 200 manufacturing enterprises had 2/3 of all assets used in manufacturing and more than 3/5 of all sales, employment, and net income. 32. This represented a huge section of the U.S. economy in which most economic operations were not subject to the immediate vagaries of the market. There was competition between the giants, but it was to a large extent undertaken by means different to the old competition to sell goods more cheaply than one another. The giant firms learned that they could ward off potential competitors by resorting to non-productive methods, the use of their wealth to get a tight grip over distribution outlets, the use of advertising to hype up their own products, regardless of their intrinsic merits, the systematic cultivation of well-greased contacts with buyers from governmental bodies. Galbraith thought this represented a fundamental change in the nature of capitalism itself. And Marxists who defined capitalism simply in terms of the free market competition between rival private capitalists could easily come to the same conclusion, since the huge area of production internal to the great corporations was not directly subject to the law of value. Extreme variations in the degree of efficiency. The internal efficiency of companies showed how far many differed from the capitalist ideal. And capital did not automatically move under the impact of market forces out of sectors with big fixed investments, a high organic composition of capital and a low rate of profit, as a simplistic reading of capital might suggest. Whether it did so or not depended on the decisions of managers who might decide to sacrifice short-term profitability for long-term growth within markets over which they already had a stranglehold. If the law of value continued to operate, it was in the long term, since eventually corporations would not be able to grow and to keep rivals and newcomers to the industry at bay unless they continued to get enough surplus value to make massive new investments. But often they would only discover whether they had done so once the long boom itself came to an abrupt end. The other advanced capitalisms. The picture so far has been of the U.S. economy in the post-war boom. It was responsible for approaching half of total world output at the end of the war, and its dynamic determined to a great extent what happened elsewhere. But the big European economies, with substantial but lower levels of arms spending, showed many of the same features. In Britain and to a lesser extent France, great investments in arms industries had the effect of drawing the rest of the economy forward, counteracting some of the pressures for the organic composition to rise and the rate of profit to fall, and permitting continual economic expansion, all without resort to Keynesian measures. In Germany, armaments were less important. But the role of the government remained important. One Marxist account tells how, far more than in any other capitalist country, the bourgeoisie in the Federal Republic made use of the state apparatuses and the monetary and fiscal system to force capital accumulation by means of favorable depreciation rates, credits for reconstruction at favorable rates of interest, and finance for investment. All this took place in contradiction to the official neoliberal economic theory. 33. In Japan, state capitalism advanced further in its influence over civilian industry than almost anywhere else in the Western world, despite a low level of direct state ownership. The state and the largest private firms worked together to ensure that that portion of the national income that had gone into arms before 1945 now went into productive investment. The motive force for rapid growth was fixed investment in plant and equipment. Private fixed investment grew from 7.8% of GNP in 1946 to 21.9% in 1961.34. When imported raw materials were in short supply in the late 1940s and the 1950s, the government took charge of their allocation to industries it thought would best contribute to the growth of the economy, to the building up of key industries like coal mining, iron and steel, and the expansion of exports. The Ministry of International Trade and Industry issued guidelines to industry which it ignored at its peril. The giant firms that had accepted the dictates of the war economy before August 1945 as essential to military expansion now accepted the dictates of MITI as essential to peaceful economic expansion. Japanese entrepreneurs are vigorous in investing. They will not confine their fixed investment within the limit of gross profits or internal accumulation, unlike the case of entrepreneurs in other advanced countries. Even if the fixed investment is over and above their gross profits, the enterprise will undertake investment so long as bank finance is available. 35. In other words, the heads of big business and the state work together to ensure the growth of Japanese national capitalism by mobilizing the whole mass of surplus value and directing it towards strategic sectors, regardless of considerations of short-term profitability. What other state capitals did with military considerations uppermost, Japanese state capitalism did in the interests of overseas market competition. Exports played a very important role in driving the economy forwards. And that meant that Japanese growth was ultimately dependent on the U.S. arms economy. As Robert Brenner shows in a highly empirical study, German and Japanese manufacturers derived much of their dynamism by means of appropriating large segments of the fast-growing world market from the US and UK, while beginning to invade the US domestic market. This redistribution of market share, the filling of orders by German and Japanese manufacturers that had formerly been supplied by US producers, gave a powerful boost to their investment and output. 36. It was not social compromise and the welfare state that produced the long boom and the golden age. Rather, they were all byproducts of militarist state capitalism. Prosperity rested on the cone of the H-bomb. 37. Labor power in the Great Boom. Throughout the first post-war decades, unemployment was at levels known previously only during brief boom periods. In the US, unemployment was less than 3% in the early 1950s, in Britain it hovered between 1.5 and 2%, in West Germany a high level of unemployment caused by the economic dislocation of the early post-war years fell to 4% in 1957 and a mere 1% in 1960. So the problem for industrialist capitalist states was not coping with unemployment, but its opposite, ensuring that employment grew at sufficient speed to feed capital's seemingly insatiable appetite for labor power. The U.S. employed workforce rose by 60% between 1940 and 1970. Such expansion demanded completely new supplies of labor power. Whether politicians and government administrators liked it or not, the state could not leave supplying the key raw material for economic or military competition, labor, to the vagaries of a free labor market. The state had to supplement and even partially supplant the wages system with services and subsidies provided by itself on a much greater scale than previously. One answer to the shortage of labor power lay in reducing the agricultural workforce still more, with state-sponsored amalgamations of small farms, an approach followed in much of Western Europe. Another lay in encouraging massive emigration of people from less developed countries to the cities of the industrial countries. A third solution, again adopted almost everywhere, was the drawing of married women into paid employment. Yet each of the ways of enlarging the labor force created new problems for capital and the state. Squeezing labor from agriculture could work only if resources were put into agriculture in order to increase its productivity. This could be very expensive. But the alternative was that the provision of food for the growing urban population and raw materials for industry would suffer, creating working-class discontent and bottlenecks in accumulation. And eventually there was little in the way of spare labor power left in the countryside to provide for the needs of industry as the peasantry shrank in numbers. Migration from the Third World was a very cheap way of getting labor power. The advanced country had to bear none of the costs of rearing and educating this part of its labor force effectively. It was getting a subsidy from the immigrant workers' country of origin. 38 The new workforce was usually younger than the native workforce, and demanded less in the way of health care, old age pensions and so on. And its members were usually more prepared to tolerate low wages, harsh working conditions, rigid discipline, and so on, in short, to be super-exploited. The pool from which this new labor came was potentially limitless. Yet there were practical limits. As migrant workers became accustomed to living and working in their new home, they demanded conditions closer to those of established workers. They wanted decent accommodation and welfare benefits. The state had either to increase its expenditure on these things or to see growing social tensions that could lead to either intensified class struggles or to racial clashes between old established and newer workers. Unable to afford the social expenditure needed to head off such sources of social instability and eager to deflect discontent away from itself, the state usually reacted by imposing controls on further immigration. The wholesale entry of married women into the workforce also demanded a certain level of investment by the state. Means had to be found to ensure that it did not lead to the neglect of child rearing, the socialization of the next generation of workers, or a breakdown in the provision of food, shelter, and clothing for the male workforce. Many of these means could be provided, at relatively low cost, with the application of new technology. The refrigerator, washing machine, and vacuum cleaner, the replacement of the coal fire by electricity, gas, or oil heating, the popularization of frozen foods, the spread of fast food outlets, even the television set, all had the effect of reducing the amount of effort needed to ensure the reproduction of both present and future labor power. And they usually cost not a penny to the state or capital, being paid for by the family out of the enlarged income it received as the wife took up paid employment. Caring for young children while both their parents worked created greater difficulties, since the provision of nursery facilities could be costly for the state, even if these costs too could often be recouped from the wage of the working wife. So all the methods of expanding the labor force could work, up to a certain point, but beyond that they tended to imply quite considerable overhead costs. Welfare costs could be borne while the system was expanding rapidly. The insurance principle ensured, as we saw in Chapter 5, that some sections of the working class paid for welfare provision to other sections. The extra cost amounted to only 2 or 3% of GNP in Western Europe, while in the US the state made a small surplus. 39 But the costs would become a burden once the Great Boom collapsed. There was another solution available to the labor shortage. But it was even more expensive. It was to increase state expenditure on the reproduction of the labor force, so as to increase the average level of skill. In all the advanced countries there was a considerable increase in educational expenditures during the Great Boom, particularly in the upper grades of secondary education and in higher education. 40. Finally, there was a third area of expansion of state expenditures designed to increase productivity, expenditures designed to provide a feeling of security for employed workers. Into this category fell old age pensions and unemployment benefits. As James O'Connor noted, the primary purpose is to create a sense of economic security within the ranks of employed workers and thereby raise morale and reinforce discipline. 41 Hence in many countries in the late 1960s wage-related unemployment benefits and redundancy payments were introduced. They were the other side of the shakeout of labor from older industries. This socialization of labor costs had some important consequences for the system as a whole. Under conditions of acute labor shortage, the national capitalist state had to tend and care for labor power as well as exploit it if productivity was to match international levels. But this meant that workers had some possibilities of being able to sustain themselves without selling their labor power. There was a partial negation of the character of free labor, but only a partial negation, since the state applied all sorts of pressures to keep people in the labor market. Yet even this limited negation of the free labor market was a burden that put up the overheads of each national capital. As such, they exerted a downward pressure on the rate of return on the total national investment. For a long period this did not seem to matter. Other factors were at work protecting the rate of profit. But once the upward dynamic of the boom began to weaken, the costs of welfare became a crucial problem. The two functions of increasing productivity and buying consent were no longer complementary. Capital had to try to reduce the cost of maintaining and increasing productivity, even if doing so upset its old mechanisms for keeping control over the working class. This was to be an important factor shaping class struggle once the long boom faltered. The Eastern Bloc. The Western economies and Japan were not the only ones to achieve rapid growth rates during the post-war decades. So too did the USSR and the countries it dominated in Eastern Europe. Soviet electricity output grew by 500% between 1950 and 1966, steel output by just under 250%, oil output by 600%, tractor output by 200%, fabric output by 100%, shoe output by 100%, the housing stock by 100%. 42 By the mid-1970s the same consumer goods which had transformed people's lives in Western Europe and North America, the television set, the refrigerator, the washing machine, were also making their appearance in Soviet and East European homes, even if more slowly. 43 Since the collapse of the Eastern Bloc in 1989–91 it has usually been forgotten that in the 1950s and 1960s even by many Western opponents of the USSR took it for granted that its growth rate was higher than regimes elsewhere in the world had achieved. A trenchant critic of the system, Alec Nove, could write, "The success of the Soviet Union, in making itself the world's second industrial and military power, is indisputable." 44. But simply growing fast did not overcome the external pressures for more growth, since even after decades of industrialization the Soviet economy was still less than half the size of its then main military competitor, the US. Indeed, in some ways the pressures grew greater. At the beginning of industrialization, there were enormous reserves of labor that could be released for industry from agriculture. That meant it was not of any great concern to those at the top of the bureaucracy if much of this labor was used wastefully. It started to matter as the countryside began to empty of young men, leaving much of the agricultural production needed to feed the cities to be done by diminishing numbers of aging people. The slave labor camps were run down soon after Stalin's death in 1953, in part for political reasons but also to release inefficient slave labor for efficient exploitation as wage labor. It was an indication that the phase of primitive accumulation was at an end. There was recurrent talk within official circles from that time onwards about economic reform. During one such phase, in 1970, the leader Leonid Brezhnev spelled out the rationale. Comrade Brezhnev dwelt on the question of the economic competition between the two world systems. This competition takes different forms, he said. In many cases we are coping successfully with the task of overtaking and outdistancing the capitalist countries in the production of certain types of output, but the fundamental question is not only how much you produce but also at what cost, with what outlays of labor. It is in this field that the center of gravity between the two systems lies in our time. 45. This was the same logic of competitive accumulation that operated on the sometimes huge state sector of the Western industrial capitalisms or, for that matter, on the giant corporations described by Galbraith. The organization of production inside the USSR might involve the putting together of different use values to produce further use values. But what mattered to the ruling bureaucracy was how these use values measured up to the similar conglomerations of use values produced inside the great corporations of the West. And that meant comparing the amounts of labor used in the USSR to the labor used in the Western corporations. Or, to put it in Marx's terms, production within the USSR was subject to the law of value operating on the global scale. 46. One of the illusions created by the rapid non-stop growth of the USSR was that it proceeded smoothly and rationally according to the various 5-year plans, in contrast with the ups and downs in the West. But the relentless drive to accumulate had as a necessary byproduct disorganization, chaos, and waste in whole areas of production. At the beginning of every plan vast new industrial projects would begin to be constructed. But after a while it would become clear that they could not all be finished. Some would be frozen, while the resources for them were diverted elsewhere. This meant a continual chopping and changing of the goods resources were expected to produce, sudden pressure on people to produce more of one product and less of another, concealment by people at every level in the production process of the resources at their disposal in case they were suddenly pressed to produce more, massive amounts of waste as some of the things contained in the plans were produced, but not other things necessary for their use. 47. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union it has become habitual on both the left and the right to blame all this simply on bureaucratic irrationality, without acknowledging its similarity to the irrationality of the managerial despotism within Western enterprises and the common roots of both in the subordination of human labor to competitive accumulation, that is, to the self-expansion of capital. Yet it was possible to trace each of the forms of irrationality within the Soviet economy back to overinvestment just as it is with managerial irrationality within Western corporations. There was not only waste in the Soviet-type economies. There was also unevenness in growth over time, as in the West. Studies in the 1960s, mainly by Eastern European economists, revealed the presence of cyclical ups and downs in economies modeled on the USSR. The Czechoslovaks Joseph Goldman and Karel Korbut told in 1968 how. Analysis of the dynamics of industrial production in Czechoslovakia, the German Democratic Republic and Hungary supplies an interesting picture. The rate of growth shows relatively regular fluctuations. These fluctuations are even more pronounced if analysis is confined to producer goods. 48. The Yugoslav Branko Horvat was able to publish a book called Business Cycles in Yugoslavia 49 which pointed out that even before the market reforms of 1968 the Yugoslav economy was significantly more unstable than 10 other economies that were cited, including the United States. A Western academic showed that such unevenness was already visible in the Soviet Union from the time of the first 5-year plan onwards. 50. The pattern of unevenness showed great similarities with the Western capitalist states during the long boom. Its origin lay in the dynamics of competitive accumulation. As we saw in Chapter 3, At a certain point in any boom, the competitive drive of capitalists to invest leads to a drying up of existing supplies of raw materials, labor, and loanable capital. The prices of all these things, commodity prices, money, wages, and interest rates, begin to rise until the least profitable firms suddenly find they are operating at a loss. Some go out of business. Others survive, but only by abandoning planned investments and closing down factories. Their actions in turn destroy markets for other capitals, forcing them to abandon investments and close down factories. The excess demand of the boom gives rise to the overproduction of the slump. The secret of the Western long boom of the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s lay in the way the national state could reduce the pressures leading to overaccumulation, take direct action to try to maintain a high rate of exploitation, intervene to slow down the boom before it led key firms to become unprofitable, and maintain a minimum guaranteed level of demand through military orders. The state monopoly capitalist arms economy was not able to do away with the cyclical pattern of capitalist accumulation. Specifically, it could not stop competitive pressures causing capitalists to tend to expand production during upturns in the economy on a scale which exceeded the available resources. But it was able to prevent such spells of overaccumulation leading to slumps of the pre-Second World War sort. Something of the same pattern existed in the Soviet-type economies. Bottlenecks arose throughout the economy, threatening the closure of vast sectors of production through shortages of inputs. Output never rose nearly as rapidly as planned. The monetary funds paid out by enterprises for materials and labor exceeded the output of the economy, giving rise to inflationary pressures which found direct expression as price rises or hidden expression as acute shortages of goods in the shops. Left to itself, over-rapid accumulation by certain key enterprises would soon have absorbed the resources many enterprises depended on to keep operating at existing levels, leading to the wholesale closure of their plants and the destruction of the markets for the output of other enterprises. It would have become a crisis of overproduction of commodities. But as in the West in the long boom, the state stepped in to try and preempt this by cooling down the economy. It ordered enterprises to freeze certain investments and to divert resources to others. This involved factories suddenly switching from one sort of output to another. The myth of the pre-planning of production gave way to the reality of after the event, a posteriori allocation, with the repeated shifting of inputs and outputs. One planned target which always suffered in the process was that for consumer goods production. The result was to increase still further the discrepancy between the funds laid out by enterprises on wages and the goods available for these wages to buy, to increase open or hidden inflation. Deep social and political crises in 1953, 1956, 1968, and 1970-71 showed how the tensions this produced could find sudden expression. But so long as it was possible to restore growth rates, the tensions could be reduced, usually by a combination of repression on the one hand and concessions over living standards on the other. Such remedies hid temporarily the underlying pressures towards crisis. Those who failed to analyze the system in terms of competitive accumulation failed to see this. This was true of the Western pro-capitalist theorists of totalitarianism. One can search their writings of the 1950s and 1960s in vain for some hints that Russian-type systems contained inbuilt economic contradictions. It was also true of most of those who saw them as some sort of socialist or workers' states. They were continually over-optimistic about the economic prospects in their own way, mirroring the illusions of the Western Keynesians. Arms, profits, and of the Cold War. The arms budgets of the great powers were central to their economic development. But their roots were not narrowly economic. They flowed from a new struggle to divide and redivide the world between the main victors of the Second World War, the US and the USSR. The Cold War. The US had aspirations for its industries, the most advanced and productive in the world, to penetrate the whole world economy through free trade. The Western European powers, exhausted by the war, were in no position to challenge it directly. Russia's rulers were in a different situation. The war's end left them dominating virtually the whole of northern Eurasia, from the borders of Western Europe right through to the Pacific. With levels of industrial productivity less than half those of the US, they were in no position to sustain themselves in economic competition through free trade. But they could contest the US attempt at global hegemony by blocking its access to the economies under their control, not just the territory of the old Russian Empire, but also the countries of Eastern Europe which they subordinated to their military-industrial goals. The US, for its part, rushed to cement its hegemony over Western Europe through financing pro-American Christian Democrat and Social Democrat political parties, the Marshall Plan for reviving European industry within parameters favorable to U.S. interests, and the creation of the NATO military alliance and setting up U.S. bases in Western Europe. The pattern was laid for the next 40 years, of each of the two great powers reaching out to draw as much of the world as possible into its sphere of influence so as to gain a strategic advantage over the other. They fought a bloody war over control of the Korean peninsula, not because of the little wealth it then possessed, but because of the strategic implications for the whole of the East Asian and Pacific region. Each tried over the following decades to extend its sphere of influence by giving aid and arms to states which fell out with its rival. The Cold War conflict could not be explained by economics as often understood, in terms simply of profit and loss accounting. The armaments bills of both great powers soon exceeded anything their rulers could hope to gain from the increased exploitation of the lesser powers under their control. At no stage in the 1940s or 1950s did total U.S. overseas investment exceed U.S. spending on arms. Even in the period of disarmament prior to the outbreak of the Korean War, military expenditure totaled something like $15 billion a year. Thus it was 25 times as high as the sum of private capital exports. 51 By 1980 total expenditure on defense had risen to around $200 billion, less now than total overseas investment of $500 billion, but still substantially more than the profits that could possibly accrue from that investment. The picture for the USSR was somewhat similar. In the years 1945 to 50 it pillaged Eastern Europe, removing plant and equipment wholesale from East Germany and Romania, and forced the region as a whole to accept prices below world market levels for goods going to the USSR proper. 52 But even in that period the economic gains from this must have been substantially less than the escalation of the USSR's arms budget once the Cold War had well and truly begun. And from 1955 onwards fear of rebellion in Eastern Europe led the Soviet government to relax the direct economic pressure on its satellites. The imperialism which necessitated arms spending was not that of a single empire in which a few finance capitalists at the center made huge super profits by holding billions of people down. Rather it was the imperialism of rival empires, in which the combined capitalists of each ruling class had to divert funds from productive investments to military expenditure in order to ensure that they hung on to what they already possessed. The calculation in both Washington and Moscow was simple. To relax the level of military spending was to risk losing strategic superiority to the rival imperialism, enabling it to extend its sphere of dominance. So the Russians lived in fear of an attempted US rollback of Eastern Europe, which would have broken these economies from the USSR's grasp, leading in turn to the possibility of an unraveling of the ties which bound the other constituent parts of the USSR to its Russian center. At the same time, the US feared for its hegemony. As one US spokesman put it at the time of the Korean War, were either of the two critical areas on the borders of the communist world to be overrun, Western Europe or Asia, the rest of the free world would be immensely weakened in economic and military strength. 53. It was necessary, in other words, to turn vast amounts of value into means of destruction, not in order to obtain more value but to hold on to that already possessed. Such was the logic of capitalist competition applied to the relations between states. So the Cold War amounted to a new inter-imperialist conflict of the sort described by Bukharin, and it soon overshadowed the old imperialist conflicts between the West European powers. Decolonization and developmentalism in the Global South. 85% of humanity lived outside the advanced industrial countries. Their experience of the Golden Age was very far from golden. The great majority still lived in the countryside, and there was little change in the poverty that plagued their daily lives. One important political change did, however, take place. The West European powers were forced, bit by bit, to abandon direct colonial rule, a process starting with a weakened Britain ending its 190-year-old empire in India in 1947 and ending with Portugal handing over power to liberation movements in Africa in 1975. The US replaced Western European influence in some regions. It took control of South Vietnam when the French withdrew in 1954 until it too was forced to withdraw after the most bitter of wars in the mid-1970s. It became the dominant influence in most of the Middle East and parts of Africa. But, like the European powers, it retreated from formal colonization, granting independence to the Philippines and keeping direct control only over Puerto Rico. This retreat from direct colonization had as a direct corollary the end of the old clashes between the Western powers over the partitioning of the rest of the world. The drive to war between them seemed to have gone once and for all. It was also accompanied, as we have seen, by something else unexpected. By the classic theories of imperialism, losing their colonies did not stop Western economies participating in the long boom and conceding regular rises in living standards to their workers. And the advanced countries without any colonies, West Germany, Japan, and Italy, had the economies which expanded fastest of all. Meanwhile, for the first two post-war decades, exports of capital stayed down at the very low levels they had sunk to in the Great Slump of the 1930s. As Mike Kidron pointed out in 1962. Even in Britain, the significance of capital exports has declined tremendously. Latterly they have run at about 2% of gross national product compared with 8% in the period before World War I. They now absorb less than 10% of savings compared with some 50% before, and returns on foreign investment have been running at slightly over 2% of national income compared with 10% in 1914.54. The foreign investment that did take place was decreasingly directed towards the less industrialized parts of the world. The concentration of activity is increasingly within the developed world, leaving all but a few developing countries outside the reach of the new dynamism. 55. There was also a shift in the demand for third world products. Raw materials from agricultural countries had been indispensable for industrial production in the West before the First World War, and colonial control was an important way for industrialist countries to ensure their own supplies and block access to their rivals. But now there were synthetic substitutes for most raw materials: artificial fertilizers, synthetic rubber, rayon, nylon, plastics. A parallel transformation of agriculture in Western Europe and North America reduced food imports from the rest of the world. By the late 1950s, withdrawal from colonies in Africa and Asia was no longer the threat it would once have been to the industrialists of the European countries. Companies which had made their fortunes from plantations and mines of the global south began to diversify their investments into new lines of business. There was one great exception to this picture: oil. Here was the raw material of raw materials, the ingredient for manufacturing plastics, synthetic rubber, and artificial fibers, as well as providing for massively expanding energy needs and propelling the ever greater proliferation of motor vehicles, tanks, and aircraft. And the supplies of it were increasingly to be found outside Europe and North America. By the mid-1970s, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, and the petty sheikdoms around the Arabian Peninsula were the countries that mattered, as was shown by the temporary interruption of supplies during the Arab-Israeli War of 1973. It was not an accident that the one version of old-style colonialism that continued to get untrammeled support from all the Western states was the settler state of Israel, fostered in its early years as a Jewish homeland by British imperialism, armed for its seizure of 78% of Palestine in 1948 by the US and the USSR, allied with Britain and France in their attack on Egypt in 1956, and backed wholeheartedly by the US in the aggression that gave it control of the rest of Palestine in June 1967.56. Indigenous governments and capitalist development. The dismantling of the European colonial empires was a fact of immense importance for something like half the world's people who had lived under their thumb. It also raised very important questions for those who had, in one way or another, fought against the hold of those empires. What happened to imperialism and the fight against it if empires no longer existed? The reaction of many social democrats and liberals in the West was to say that imperialism no longer existed. This was, for instance, the conclusion drawn by John Strachey. In End of Empire he argued that rising living standards meant businesses no longer needed colonies to absorb the surplus and prevent overproduction. In effect, he was saying that Hobson's alternative to imperialism, a reflation of the domestic economy, had prevailed and solved the system's problems. An important section of the left rejected such reasoning. They could see that the former colonial countries were still plagued by poverty and hunger and that the Western firms that had benefited from empire remained entrenched in them. What is more, the end of the European empires was not the end to the violence inflicted on the peoples of Third World, as the US state picked up the cudgel of the departing Europeans. Yet rejection of facile talk about an end to imperialism was often accompanied by quotes, parrot fashion, from Lenin's 1916 analysis without recognizing the changes that had occurred since it was written. His insistence that the great Western powers were driven to divide and redivide the world between them through direct colonial rule hardly fitted a situation in which colonies had gained independence. The response of most of the left was quietly to redefine imperialism to mean simply the exploitation of the Third World by Western capitalist classes, dropping the drive towards war between imperialist powers so central to Lenin's theory for what was in reality a version of Koskai's ultra-imperialism. At the same time they simply replaced talk of colonialism with talk of neo-colonies or semi-colonies. Lenin had written of semi-colonies. For him these were places like China at the time of the First World War, where independence concealed continued political subordination to foreign armed forces in partial occupation of the country. There were some places where things did seem like this after the end of direct colonial control in the 1950s and 1960s. In many cases the departing colonial administrations were able to ensure that their place was taken by their own creatures, with enormous continuity in the personnel of the state, especially when it came to key positions in the armed forces. So, for instance, France had granted independence to huge areas of West and Central Africa by handing power to people who continued, as in the past, to work with French companies, use the French currency and periodically invite French troops in to maintain order. But in some of the most important cases independence did mean independence. Governments proceeded not only to take seats in the United Nations and set up embassies all over the world. They also intervened in the economy, nationalizing colonial companies, implementing land reforms, embarking on schemes of industrialization inspired by the preaching of theorists of economic development or often by Stalin's Russia. Such things were undertaken with varying degrees of success or failure in India, Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Algeria, Indonesia, Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, Angola, and South Korea, as well as by the more radical regimes of China, Cuba, and Vietnam. Over time even some of the docile ex-colonial regimes began to follow the same path. This was true, for instance, of the Malaysian regime 57 of the Shah's regime in Iran in the 1960s and early 1970s, and of the Taiwanese regime. Even the dictator Mobutu, brought to power with the help of the CIA in Congo Zaire in 1965, nationalized the mighty Union Miniere de Haute Katanga Mining Corporation along with 70% of export earnings 3 years later. To call regimes like Abdul Nasser's Egypt or Jawaharlal Nehru's India neo-colonial or semi-colonial was a travesty as it was with populist regimes in Latin America or the Fianna Fáil governments in Ireland. Attempts were made in each case to establish not only independent political entities, but also independent centers of capital accumulation. These still operated within a world dominated by the much stronger capitalisms of the advanced countries, but they were by no means mere playthings of them. A new developmentalist orthodoxy pointed the means by which such economies were meant to close the gap with the advanced industrial nations. It held that capitalist market mechanisms could not achieve that goal. As the staff of the World Bank later recalled of the dominant paradigm at that time, it was assumed that in the early stages of development markets could not be relied upon, and that the state would be able to direct the development process. The success of state planning in achieving industrialization in the Soviet Union greatly influenced policymakers. The major development institutions supported these views with various degrees of enthusiasm. 58. Just as Keynesianism was dominant within bourgeois economics in the advanced countries at the time, so statist, import substitutionist, doctrines were hegemonic when it came to the Third World. The main proponent of these in the 1940s and 1950s was the very influential United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, directed by the Argentinian economist Raúl Prebys. It argued that development could only take place if the state intervened to block imports to foster the growth of new local industries. 59 Since otherwise dependence on the advanced capitalist economies would prevent industrialization. 60. More radical versions of such dependency theory dominated much of the left worldwide in the 1960s. The writings of Paul Baran and André Gunder Frank 61 dominated most Marxist thinking on the subject. 62. Baran wrote that, far from serving as an engine of economic expansion, of technological progress and social change, the capitalist order in these countries has represented a framework for economic stagnation, for archaic technology and for social backwardness. 63. Adding, the establishment of a socialist planned economy is the essential, indeed indispensable, condition for the attainment of economic and social progress in underdeveloped countries. 64. Gunder Frank was just as adamant. No country which has been tied to the metropolis as a satellite through incorporation in the world capitalist system has achieved the rank of an economically developed country except by finally abandoning the capitalist system. 65. Socialism for Baran and breaking with capitalism for Gunder Frank meant following the model of Stalinist Russia. 66. The dependency argument, whether in its mainstream or radical form, was a weak one. It assumed that capitalists from the advanced countries who invested in the Third World would deliberately choose not to build up industry even when it would have been profitable. This did not fit the facts. There was considerable foreign finance of industrial development in Tsarist Russia, Argentina, and the British dominions before the First World War. Nor did Western states at all times use their power to prevent industrialization. Sometimes they did and sometimes they did not. Finally, a ruling class of one country which depends on bigger capitalist countries for much of its trade and investment does not completely lose its ability to forge an independent path of capital accumulation. The European economies, for instance, have long been to a high degree dependent on what happens in the US economy without the European ruling classes simply becoming American puppets. So pervasive was the view that capitalism means underdevelopment that people read it back into some of the Marxist classics. Baran quoted Lenin to back up his case, while even someone as perceptive as Nigel Harris could ascribe such views to the Bolsheviks in 1917. 67. Lenin's writings on imperialism had in fact put forward a completely different view, as did Leon Trotsky's writings of the late 1920s. Lenin wrote that the export of capital accelerates the development of capitalism in the countries to which it is exported. 68 While Trotsky wrote that capitalism equalizes the cultural and economic development of the most advanced and most backward countries. 69 Even if as it did so developing some parts of the world economy while hampering and throwing back the development of others. 70. What mainstream dependency theory did do for a period was provide an ideological justification for methods which enabled the rulers of some politically independent states to achieve impressive levels of accumulation, even if only for a period. Argentina's rate of economic growth through the 1950s and 1960s was comparable with that of Italy. 71 And by the early 1970s a third of its workforce was in industry, with only 13% on the land. 72 Brazil's 9% growth rate was one of the highest in the world. 73 And by the mid-1980s The Economist could refer to Sao Paulo as a Detroit in the making. 74 South Korea experienced rapid economic growth of about 8% a year after a general, Park Chung-hee, seized power in 1961 and forced the big firms to work within a framework established by the state and embarked on state capitalist industrialization. China, where state control of the economy came closest to the Russian model endorsed by the radical dependency theorists, had an economic growth rate no higher than these figures once it had completed the first short stage of economic recovery from 20 years of civil war and Japanese invasion. The imposition of plans which diverted resources towards new heavy industries, steel, cement, electricity in a very poor, overwhelmingly agricultural country like the China of the early 1950s meant squeezing the living standards of the mass of the population. What the peasants had gained through land reform in the previous decade, they now lost through rigorously enforced taxation of their output. Then came the ultimately disastrous attempt at collectivization through so-called people's communes, in an attempt to bring about a great leap forward in economic development. The leap cut total agricultural output, led to famine in vast areas of the countryside and had to be abandoned. Much of the new industry was far from efficient. The growth of heavy industry out of all proportion to what was happening in the rest of the economy led to acute shortages of inputs needed to keep plants running, and to the production of other goods which had no immediate use. There were massive swings between spells of fast industrial expansion and spells of near stagnation, and many of the grandiose new giant plants were only able to work at a fraction of their capacity. There was usually growth even in countries that were not as successful as Brazil and South Korea. The manufacturing output in India grew by 5.3% a year from 1950 to 1981, and agricultural output by 2.3%, even if there was continual disappointment at the economy's inability to exceed a Hindu growth rate of 4%. Sub-Saharan Africa had per capita growth rates of around 2% in the early 1960s, which rose to nearly 5% by the end of that decade. 75 Egypt, whose leader Abdul Nasser nationalized almost all of industry, grew about 6% per year through the first half of the 1960s. Such outcomes in terms of levels of economic growth were enough to convince one revisionist Marxist, Bill Warren, to come to the conclusion in the early 1970s that most of the rest of the left were wrong. Countries in the Third World could catch up with the West without breaking with capitalism. The prospects for successful capitalist economic development of a significant number of major underdeveloped countries are quite good. Substantial progress in capitalist industrialization has already been achieved. Insofar as there are obstacles to this development, they originate not in current imperialist Third World relationships, but almost entirely from the internal contradictions of the Third World itself. The imperialist countries' policies and their overall impact on the Third World actually favor its industrialization. 76. He provided figures showing the real per capita economic growth that was in fact happening. In challenging the assumption of the radical version of dependency theory, he was on strong ground. So too was he when he made the point that if the left saw its main priority as supporting industrializing regimes as anti-imperialist, it could find itself directly supporting bourgeois regimes which, as in Peru and Egypt, exploit and oppress workers and peasants while employing anti-imperialist rhetoric. 77. But lacking from his analysis was any real accounting for the enormous unevenness between Third World countries, even though his own figures showed that per capita annual growth in two of the most populous countries, India and Indonesia, was only 1.2% and 1%. He also failed to see that rapid capitalist development was not necessarily smooth and uninterrupted through time. Private investment in the Third World is increasingly creating the conditions for the disappearance of imperialism as a system of economic inequality between nations of the capitalist world system, and there are no limits, in principle, to this process. 78. This led him to make a prediction that would soon be put to the test and proved dramatically wrong. As for future prospects, the World Bank's view is that the majority of countries in the 1970s will, as in the 1960s, remain free of debt servicing problems. The first 3 years of the 1970s strongly suggest that this will be the case. 79. Warren had taken the crude account by Gunder Frank and Barron that had maintained development was an impossibility of and simply turned it upside down. Lacking was any sense of the chaotic, unpredictable character of economic growth for the weaker sections of the world system that Trotsky insisted on when recognizing that capitalism does not always lead to stagnation. By drawing countries economically closer to one another and leveling out their stages of development, Capitalism operates by methods of its own, that is to say, by anarchistic methods which constantly undermine its own work, set one country against another, one branch of industry against another, developing some parts of the world economy while hampering and throwing back the development of others. Imperialism attains this goal by such antagonistic methods, such tiger leaps and such raids upon backward countries and areas that the unification and leveling of world economy which it has effected is upset by it even more violently and convulsively than in the preceding epoch. 80. It was a truth that would affect the lives of many hundreds of millions of people over the next 4 decades. In the global south, as in the west, Japan, and the Eastern Bloc, variants of what Lenin and Bukharin had called state capitalism did permit a long period of economic growth. But those who extrapolated from that to see a smooth, crisis-free future were soon to be proved wrong. Chapter 8. The End of the Golden Age. The Crisis of Keynesianism. The National Bureau of Economic Research has worked itself out of one of its first jobs, namely business cycles. So proclaimed Paul Samuelson in 1970. Less than 3 years later, the crisis which was supposed now to be impossible broke upon the world, or at least upon the advanced capitalist countries and a big part of the Third World. The Golden Age had come to a sudden end. The reaction of governments everywhere was to try to keep it going by resorting to the Keynesian methods they had come to believe infallible. Government budget deficits, rare in the previous 3 decades, now became the norm. They failed to restore the system to its previous health. Not only was there the first lapse into negative growth, a real recession as opposed to the growth recessions sometimes known previously with soaring levels of unemployment, but it was accompanied by rising levels of inflation, which in a country like Britain could approach 25%. There were attempts to explain what happened as a result of the impact of the sudden very big increase in the price of oil in October 1973 due to the brief Yom Kippur War between Israel and the Arab states and the accompanying embargo on oil exports by Saudi Arabia. But the effect of the price increase was only to reduce the national incomes of the advanced countries by about 1%, and most of the money that accrued to the oil producers ended up being recycled back to the advanced countries via the international banking system. It was hardly enough in itself to explain the scale of the impact on most of the world's system, an impact which Keynesian methods should have been sufficient to deal with according to the then conventional economic wisdom. What is more, the oil price increase did not take place in isolation from other developments. Already 3 years earlier, a growth recession had hit all the major economies simultaneously in a way which had not happened in the previous quarter century, and had been followed by a very sharp economic upturn and accelerating inflation even before the oil price rise. 1. In short, the recession that began at the end of 1973 was the culmination of precisely the sort of economic cycle that Keynesian-style state interventions had supposedly consigned to the history books. Mainstream Keynesians were at a loss. They found that their theory no longer did any of the things they had claimed for it. As one Keynesian, Francis Cripps of the Cambridge Economic Policy Review, later put it, they suddenly realized that nobody really understands how the modern economy works. Nobody really knows why we had so much growth in the post-war world, how the various mechanisms slotted together. 2. Many Keynesians dropped their former ideas overnight and endorsed the monetarist theories propagated by Milton Friedman and the Chicago School of Economists. These held that the attempts by governments to control economic behavior had been misconceived. There was, they argued, a natural non-inflationary rate of unemployment, and attempts to reduce it by government spending were bound to fail and to merely cause inflation. All states should do, they insisted, was to control the supply of money so that it grew at the same speed as the real economy and take such action as was necessary to break down unnatural monopolies by trade unions or nationalist industries, while holding down unemployment benefits so that workers would then be persuaded to accept jobs at lower wages. The reply of apologists for capitalism to its critics for 30 years had been that it could be made to work with state intervention. Now it was that it could only be made to work if state intervention was scrapped. As the dissident radical Keynesian Joan Robinson summed up the mainstream shift, the spokesmen of capitalism were saying, "Sorry chaps, We made a mistake, we were not offering full employment, but the natural level of unemployment. Of course, they suggested that a little unemployment would be enough to keep prices stable. But now we know that even a lot will not do so. Point 3. Labour's Prime Minister James Callaghan virtually admitted this when he told his party's conference in September 1976. We used to think you could just spend your way out of recession by cutting taxes and boosting government borrowing. I tell you in all candor that that option no longer exists, and insofar as it ever did exist, it worked by injecting inflation into the economy. And each time that has happened, the average level of unemployment has risen. The point was repeated 20 years later by the future Labour Prime Minister, Gordon Brown. Countries which attempt to run national go-it-alone macroeconomic policies based on tax, spend, borrow policies to boost demand, without looking to the ability of the supply side of the economy, are bound these days to be punished by the markets in the form of stiflingly high interest rates and collapsing currencies. Point 4. Politicians and academics who had been brought up on Keynesianism came to accept the same parameters for deciding economic policy as their old opponents, with no alternative to high levels of unemployment, welfare cuts, flexibility to make workers more competitive and laws to restrain trade union power. Keynesians who did not drop their old beliefs were pushed to the margins of the economic establishment. By 2007 a study showed that 72% of economic students were at educational institutions without a single heterodox economist who challenged the neoclassical and neoliberal assumptions. Point 5. But the rush towards monetarism by supporters of the system was not any more able to come to terms with the crisis than Keynesianism. Monetarism was, after all, little more than a regurgitation of the neoclassical school which had dominated bourgeois economics until the 1930s. Just as it had been incapable of explaining the unprecedented severity of the interwar slump, it was incapable of explaining the crisis of the 1970s and 1980s, still less of dealing with it. In Britain the monetarist Howe budget of 1979 was followed by a doubling of both inflation and unemployment, and left industrial output in 1984 15% below its level of 11 years before. Point 7. The monetarist measures did not even manage to control the money supply, its broadest measures grew in 1982 by 14.5% instead of the intended 6 to 10%. Point 8. The policy merely served to destroy much of local industry, exacerbate the crisis of the early 1980s and lay the ground for another crisis. In 1990, some economists who had abandoned Keynesianism for monetarism in the mid-1970s could be seen deserting monetarism in its turn in the early 1980s. Financial Times columnist Samuel Britton, who had done much to popularize monetarist ideas in Britain, was by 1982 criticizing many monetarist policies and calling himself a new-style Keynesian. In the United States, Reagan's economic advisors, faced with the failure of monetarist policies to end a severe slump, quietly ditched monetarism and abandoned one of monetarism's central principles, the balanced budget. But much mainstream economic theory moved in a different direction. A new classical school gained influence that contended, very much along the lines of Hayek in the 1930s, that what was wrong with monetarism was that it left a role for the state intervening in money markets. Friedman, they claimed, had fallen into the same trap as Keynes by urging government moves to shift the money supply. He was, in a certain sense, a Keynesian. Point 10. Such moves, they insisted, could not alter business behavior in the hoped-for way, since the rational expectations of entrepreneurs would always lead them to discount government intervention in advance. Fiddling with the money supply, like government deficit spending, stopped supply and demand interacting with each other properly. Booms and slumps, it was claimed, are the outcome of fraudulent central reserve banking. 11 It is an amazing commentary on the remoteness of most academic economics from any contact with reality that the new classicals could maintain intellectual credibility when they denied the instability and irrationality of the laissez-faire economy in a period which saw 3 major international recessions. The high point of these ideas was with a short-lived boom in the mid to late 1980s. It seemed to vindicate their optimism about the benefits to economic growth of deregulation. privatization, and the removal of all restraints on the greed of the rich. But they lost some of their luster with the renewed deep recession of the early 1990s. A different school of free market economists gained some support within the mainstream. This was the variant of the Austrian school influenced by the ideas of Joseph Schumpeter, which saw the slump boom cycle as inevitable and a good thing. The system, it argued, was capable of non-stop expansion, but only on the basis of creative destruction which destroyed old forms of production to clear the way for new ones. 12 But it was no more able than the mainstream Keynesians, the monetarists and the new classicals to answer a central question: why was the system plagued once again by recurrent crises and by a long-term decline in average growth rates after 3 decades of unprecedented, almost crisis-free growth? 13. It was the failure of the anti-Keynesians to come to terms with such problems that led some Keynesians and some on the far left influenced by Keynesianism to blame them for the demise of the Golden Age. It was not the system as such, they argue, that was behind the recurrent crises. But, as Notermans has pointed out, if neither the recovery from the Great Depression or post-war growth can be attributed to Keynesian policies, cannot serve as an explanation for the termination of full employment. 14. So where does the explanation lie? Where the crises came from? Missing from all the most influential mainstream explanations for the end of the Golden Age was what was happening to the rate of profit. Yet various efforts at measuring it have come to a single conclusion: it fell sharply between the late 1960s and the early 1980s. The results are not always fully compatible with each other, since there are different ways of measuring investment in fixed capital, and the information on profits provided by companies and governments are subject to enormous distortions. 15 Nevertheless, economists Fred Mosley, Thomas Michael 16 Anwar Sheikh and Ertugrul Ahmet Tonak 17 Gerard Duminil and Dominique Levy, Ufuk Tutin and Al Campbell 18 Robert Brenner, Edwin N. Wolfe 19 and Piraz Alemi and Duncan K. Foley 20 have all come to very similar conclusions. A certain pattern emerges, which is shown in graphs given by Duminil and Levy for the whole business sector in the US and by Brenner for manufacturing in the US, Germany and Japan. There is general agreement that profit rates fell from the late 1960s until the early 1980s. There is also agreement that they partially recovered from about 1982 on, but with interruptions at the end of the 1980s and the end of the 1990s, and never making up more than about half the decline since the long boom. According to Wolfe, the rate of profit fell by 5.4% from 1966 to 1979 and then rebounded by 3.6% from 1979 to 1997. Fred Mosley calculates that it recovered only about 40% of the earlier decline. 23 Duminil and Levy that the profit rate in 1997 was still only half of its value of 1948, and between 60 and 75% of its average value for the decade 1956-65.24. There were attempts to explain the decline in profitability in the 1970s as resulting from a wave of workers' struggle internationally which had supposedly forced up the workers' share of total income and cut into the share going to capital. That argument was put forward by Andrew Glynn and Bob Sutcliffe 25 by Bob Rothorn 26 and accepted in part by Ernest Mondale. 27 Glynn's analysis has been given a favorable mention much more recently by Martin Wolf. 28 But statistical analysis at the time suggested there had been no increase in the share of wages when tax, capital depreciation, and various other factors were taken into account. 29 The argument also failed to explain why all the Western economies moved into crisis at the same point in the mid-1970s. In Italy, Britain, Spain, and France there were important improvements in the level of working class organization in the late 1960s and early 1970s. But there was no similar improvement in Japan and West Germany, while in the US there was a sharp decline in real wages of non-agricultural workers from late 1972 to spring 1975, while productivity on the whole increased. 30. What did seem to make sense and still does was Marx's argument about the organic composition of capital. A mainstream study of the U.S. economy showed a rapid growth in the ratio of capital investment to workers employed in manufacturing by over 40% between 1957 to 68 and 1968 to 73.31. One study of the UK showed a rise in the capital output ratio of 50% between 1960 and the mid-1970s. 32 Samuel Britton noted with bewilderment. There has been an underlying long-term decline in the amount of output per unit of capital in manufacturing. This is a fairly general experience in the industrial countries. One can construct a fairly plausible story for any one country, but not for the industrial world as a whole. 33. The more recent calculations of Michael 34 Mosley, Sheik, and Tonak and Wolf 35 have all concluded that the rising ratio of capital to labor was an element in reducing profit rates. It is a conclusion that validates Marx's position that a rising ratio of capital to labor can cut into profits and is an empirical refutation of the position held by Ocasio and others that this is impossible. But it still leaves open why this happened then and not earlier. It is an issue that can be resolved by looking at contradictions within the long boom already being highlighted in the early 1960s by those who explain the boom in terms of the massive level of arms expenditures. Arms spending was very unevenly distributed among the most important economies. They consumed a very high proportion of the national output of the US and the USSR in the 1950s, a lower proportion in Britain and France, and a much smaller proportion for Germany and Japan. This did not matter unduly in the first years after the Second World War, when there was a relatively low level of foreign trade and most firms were subject to low levels of international economic competition. The taxation to pay for the U.S. arms budget cut into the profits of American firms, for instance, but this did not greatly disadvantage any one such firm in its domestic competition with another. And there was little for capitalists to complain about so long as the overall rate of profit did not decline much from its high level in the immediate post-war period. The positive effects of arms spending more than compensated for the negative effects. But over time the unevenness did come to matter. The U.S., as part of its program to use its dominant economic position to cement its hegemony outside the Russian bloc, allowed access to its markets to the West European states and Japan. But economies with low levels of arms expenditure could invest proportionately more and achieve faster growth rates than the US could. Over time they began to catch up with its levels of productivity and to increase their relative importance in the world economy. Capital growth in Japan over the period 1961 to 1971 was 11.8% per year, while in West Germany over 1950 to 62 it was 9.5%. These compared with figures for the US for 1948 to 69 of only 3.5%. 36 Japan accounted for 17.7% of the combined advanced countries' GNP in 1977 and West Germany 13.2%. In 1953 the figures had only been 3.6 and 6.5% respectively. Meanwhile, the US share had fallen to 48 from 69%. 37 The shift was explained by the benefits Japan and Germany gained from the high level of worldwide arms expenditure, especially by the United States, without having to sacrifice their own productive investment to pay for it. Had all countries had comparable levels of productive investment to that of the West Germans and Japanese, there would have been a very rapidly rising global organic composition of capital and a downward trend in the rate of profit. As it was, capital had grown in Japan much more rapidly than the labor force at more than 9% a year, or more than twice the average rate for the Western industrialist countries. 38 Non-military state capitalisms could only expand without crises because they operated within a world system containing a very large military state capitalism. So the Japanese and German experiences did not contradict the thesis of arms expenditure as an explanation of world growth and stability. But they were a contradictory factor in this growth. Their very success meant that a growing chunk of the world economy was not wasting investable output on arms. Nor was that the end of the matter. The very success of the low arms spending economies began to put pressure on the high arms spenders to switch resources away from arms and towards productive investment. For only then could they begin to meet the challenge they faced in market competition from Japan and West Germany. This was most clearly the case for Britain. Its economy was highly dependent on foreign trade, and it ran into balance of payments crises with every spell of rapid economic growth between the late 1940s and the late 1970s. Successive British governments were forced, reluctantly, to abandon their notions of imperial grandeur and to reduce the proportion of the national product going on defense from 7.7% of GDP in 1955 to 4.9% in 1970. In the case of the US, the pressure was less obvious at first, since even in 1965 foreign trade only amounted to about 10% of GNP and the country enjoyed a trade surplus throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Nevertheless, arms spending declined from around 13% of GNP during the Korean War to between 7 and 9% in the early 1960s. The pressure of arms spending on its international competitiveness was suddenly revealed when it shot up by a third with the Vietnam War. The new level was not anything like that of the Korean War. But it was too much for a U.S. industry facing vigorous competition for markets. There was an upsurge of inflation at home and Wall Street turned against the war. 39 Then, in 1971, for the first time since the Second World War, U.S. imports exceeded U.S. exports. President Nixon was forced into two measures which further undermined the stability of the world economy. He cut U.S. arms spending 40% and he devalued the U.S. dollar, in the process destroying the Bretton Woods system of fixed international currency exchange rates that had acted as a framework for the expansion of world trade throughout the post-war period. The dynamic of market competition was relentlessly undercutting the dynamic of military competition. What some people called the crisis of hegemony 41 of the system in the 1970s was, in fact, the offspring of something else: the inherent instability of a world of state capitalisms engaged in two quite different dimensions of competition, economic and military, with each other. One of the paradoxes of capitalism, we saw in Chapter 3, is that, although a rising organic composition of capital reduces average profit rates, it raises the profits of the first capitalist to introduce new machinery. So the Japanese and West Germans, by engaging in capital-intensive forms of investment, cut world profit rates, while raising their own national share of world profits. 42 Their increased competitiveness in export markets forced other capitalisms to pay, with falling rates of profit, for the increased Japanese and German organic compositions of capital. But this, in turn, put pressure on these other capitalists to increase their competitiveness by raising their own organic compositions. The falling profit rates of the 1970s were the result. By 1973 the rates were so low that the upsurge in raw material and food prices caused by the boom of the previous 2 years was sufficient to push the advanced Western economies into recession. Suddenly there was no guarantee for the major capitalist concerns that new investments on the scale they needed to keep up with international competition would be profitable. Investment began to fall sharply and firms tried to protect their profits by cutting back on employment and labor costs. Declining markets then led to further falls in profits and investment. The old pattern of boom turning into slump had returned after its 30-year break. When governments reacted by trying to boost demand with budgetary deficits, firms did not immediately respond, as the mainstream Keynesians held that they should, by increasing investment and output. Instead they increased prices to try to recoup their profits, to which workers who still had a degree of confidence from long years of full employment responded by fighting for wage increases. Governments and central banks were then faced with a choice. They could allow the money supply to expand so as to allow firms to further raise prices and protect profits. Or they could try to restrict the money supply with high short-term interest rates, relying on firms then being forced to resist workers' demands. Typically they turned from the first approach in the mid-1970s to the second in the late 1970s. But the success in restoring investment and creating a new period of growth did not last long even when governments had succeeded in subduing working-class resistance. The rate of profit could not be raised above the pre-crisis level of 1973, and in 1980–82 a second oil shock was sufficient to push the world into a second serious recession, proving that monetarism could no more restore conditions to those of the long boom than could Keynesianism. The limits of state-directed capitalism. Capitalism was coming up against the limits of the state capitalist strategy for maintaining accumulation. That strategy had worked so long as states were able to ignore the immediate effects on the rate of profit of directing some of the mass of investable surplus value into areas that were not immediately particularly profitable or into waste production. But this depended, firstly, on the rate of profit not dropping too sharply, and, secondly, on being able to ignore how the competitiveness of the production of particular goods within the national economy compared to that taking place elsewhere in the world system. By the mid-1970s both preconditions had been undermined by the contradictory development of the long boom itself. The rate of profit had now fallen to a degree which made unproductive expenditures or not particularly profitable areas of investment an increasing burden on further accumulation. And the very dynamism of the long boom had produced a growing interconnectedness between national economies. By 1979 U.S. foreign trade amounted to 31% of output, as against 10% in 1965.43. A much larger proportion of industry than before had to worry about the international comparisons of its costs. Whole industries suddenly found that the value of their output had to be recalculated on the basis of what it would cost to produce it with the more advanced techniques and lower labor costs of other countries, and that meant it was not high enough to provide adequate profits. This seems to explain the well-known stagnation of labor productivity in the U.S. in the 1970s. The value of the machinery on which labor worked was originally reckoned in terms of how much it cost to produce or replace inside the U.S., but with rising international trade, what mattered was the lower figure that would have been obtained if world comparisons were used. 44. In any case, the feature described by Galbraith, of firms being able to downplay the importance of profit in the interests of growth, was undermined. And this was not only a very significant change for the state monopoly capitalism of the U.S. It was to have devastating consequences for those countries which had gone much further in the direction of full-blooded state capitalism in the Eastern Bloc and the Third World. They too were to enter into a new period of crises. The end of the Stalinist model. The assumption of conventional thinking on the right as well as the left was that the Soviet-type economies displayed a very different dynamic to that of the West. It was assumed, with very little dissent 45 until the 1970s and sometimes the 1980s, that they could sustain high levels of growth indefinitely, even if they were also marked by major inefficiencies and tended to produce low-quality goods. Typical of the attitude on the left, even from people who were scathing about the denial of workers' rights in such societies, was the position Ernest Mondale held. He wrote in 1956, "The Soviet Union maintains a more or less even rhythm of economic growth, plan after plan, decade after decade, without the progress of the past weighing on the possibilities of the future. All the laws of development of the capitalist economy which provoke a slowdown in the speed of economic growth are eliminated." 46. Mondale still argued in the mid-70s, that while the recession is hitting all the capitalist economies, the countries with non-capitalist economies are escaping the overall effects of the recession. 47. Such attitudes received a rude shock in the late 1980s when Mikhail Gorbachev, recently appointed as General Secretary of the Communist Party of the USSR, revealed that the economy had been suffering from stagnation for some years. 48. His economic advisor, Abel Aganbajian, said, "In the period 1981 to 85 there was practically no economic growth. Unprecedented stagnation and crisis occurred during the period 1979 to 82, when production of 40% of all industrial goods actually fell. 49. The official figures for the Soviet-type economies had already in the late 1960s shown a long-term tendency for their growth rates to decline, by between a third and two-thirds. 50. The long-term decline in growth rates was paralleled by and dependent on something else. The output/capital ratio kept falling from 2.4 in 1951 to 5, to 1.6 in 1956 to 60 and 1.3 in 1961 to 65. Or, to put it another way, the amount of constant capital required to produce a certain amount of new output kept rising. The problem was made worse because growing gross output in material terms was not good enough for the ruling bureaucracies. Their concern was with how this material output compared with that produced by their international rivals, that is, with the value of the output in international terms. This led to recurrent attempts by sections of the bureaucracy to implement economic reforms, amid complaints about productivity and the quality of what was produced, in the early 1950s after Stalin's death, in the early 1960s under Nikita Khrushchev, and then in the late 1960s under Leonid Brezhnev and his prime minister, Alexei Kosygin. The reforms had only limited effects. A rise in workers' living standards, in contrast to the very sharp fall in the 1930s, encouraged greater commitment by the workforce and a rise in productivity. But the pressures of competitive international accumulation led to a repeated tendency of increased consumer goods and food output to be sacrificed to the needs of industrial investment. As Soviet statisticians explained in 1969, owing to the international situation, it has not been possible to allocate as many resources as intended to agricultural investment. 51 Such a switching of resources from one sort of production to another necessarily led to increasing waste, undermined the morale of the workforce, and led people at every level of managerial hierarchies to hide the resources at their disposal so as to enable them to cope if inputs were suddenly curtailed. 52. It is necessary to note in passing that such a phenomenon was not unique to the Soviet-style economies. Exactly the same pressures apply to those below the top managerial ranks in Western corporations, as they are expected to be able to respond to sudden changes in the pressures on them from above in response to changing competition. Under such conditions, the firm's costs of production can depart very widely from those which ought to be achieved. The result can be what one economist has called inefficiency, a level of inefficiency in the company amounting to 30 or 40% of production costs. 53 Production costs and the prices which would prevail in a perfect market depart massively from each other. To use Marxist terminology, there are massive short-term infringements of the law of value. Such things are rarely studied by mainstream economists because both their micro and macroeconomics deal with what happens between firms, not within them. But there are repeated references to such problems in managerial studies. Interestingly, some Western studies concluded when it came to relationships between enterprises in the USSR, allocative efficiency did apply. Inter-firm trade in factors of production may be as efficient as in market economies. 54. What produced crisis and waste inside Western enterprises and Soviet-style economies alike was the drive to accumulate at all costs. It meant, as we saw in Chapter 7, investment expanding repeatedly at the expense of consumption, increased imbalances in the economy, a continual cyclical pattern to growth, and increased alienation of the workforce. Figures given by the Russian economic journalist Vasily Selyunin in 1987 showed the increasing subordination of consumption to accumulation over nearly 6 decades, with only 25% of output going to consumption in 1985 as compared to 39% in 1940 and 60.5% in 1928. He concluded, the economy is working more and more for itself, rather than for man. 55. His words echoed those of Marx describing the logic of capitalism as accumulation for accumulation's sake, production for production's sake. 56 But the drive to such accumulation was not only an expression of the alienation of the capitalist system for Marx. It was also the force ultimately behind the outbreak of crises. For it meant that accumulation reached a point at which it attempted to proceed faster than the extraction of the extra surplus value necessary to make it possible. At such a point, new accumulation could only proceed at the expense of existing accumulation, as Grossman spelt out in his theory of capitalist breakdown. There was overaccumulation of capital. The only response open to capitalists in this situation was to shut down the plant, sack some workers, and try to restore profits at the expense of the wages of the others. Each of these moves had the effect of making it impossible for some of the already produced commodities to be sold, creating a general overproduction of goods in relation to the market. The Soviet Union had always experienced cyclical downturns as a result of attempts to accumulate too rapidly, as we saw in the previous chapter. But as with the major Western capitalisms in the long boom, the downturns had not turned into economic contraction, a real recession. Now these became more difficult to avoid as the slowdown in growth had its impact. Poland and the foretaste of a dire future. Two young Polish Marxists, Jacek Kuron and Karol Modzelewski, produced a path-breaking study of the economic contradictions in an Eastern Bloc country in 1964. They pointed to the findings of certain East European economists about the way overaccumulation affected the rest of the economy. Accumulation came up against three barriers. The inflation barrier signified that too rapid expansion of investment had led either to normal inflation or to hidden inflation. The raw material barrier signified that there were just not enough inputs for production to reach the projected level. The export barrier meant that attempts to make up for the shortages of inputs by importing from abroad led to foreign exchange crises. Kuron and Modzelewski concluded that a point was soon going to be reached in which the internal reserves would no longer exist for accumulation to continue without creating an immense social crisis. They argued against those who looked to reform. What we have here is not a contradiction between the objectives of the plan and the anti-stimuli resulting from faulty directives, but a contradiction between the class goal of the ruling bureaucracy and the interests of basic groups who achieve the production. In other words, it is a contradiction between the class goal of production and consumption, and it results from existing conditions, not from mismanagement. Point 57. Their analysis was partially vindicated in 1970 when attempts to resolve a crisis caused by overinvestment at the expense of living standards led to workers occupying the country's Baltic shipyards, attacks on them by the police and the enforced resignation of the country's leader, Gomulka. But at first it seemed that the new leadership had found a way out of the crisis, with a new boom based on massively expanding trade with the West and borrowing from Western banks which permitted imports to rise by 50% in 1972 and 89% in 1973. Polish state capitalism was overcoming the limits to accumulation created by the narrowness of its national economy by integration into the world economy through market competition. The other side of this, however, was that the Polish economy was bound to suffer whenever the world economy went into recession. And dependency on the rest of the world system for inputs to production and for export earnings prevented the state shifting resources from one sector of the economy to another so as to ward off any incipient internal recession turning into an actual one. From 1980 to 1982 there developed a crisis unprecedented in the history of Europe since the Second World War. 58 The national net material product fell by nearly a third, prices increased by 24% in 1981 and 100% in 1982, and real wages fell by about a fifth. 59 The regime attempted to place the burden of the crisis on the mass of workers and produced a sudden upsurge of resistance through the Solidarność workers' movement. The event served as a warning to the whole of the Russian bloc. Soviet-style state capitalism was not immune to a crisis similar in important ways to that then hitting Western state monopoly capitalism. Both had their roots in the system of competitive accumulation as a whole. 60 Catastrophic crisis was inevitable at some point in the not-too-distant future throughout the Soviet bloc including in the USSR itself. By 1981, the choice between maintaining the closed economy and opening up to the rest of the world was indeed the choice between the frying pan and the fire. The first option meant deepening stagnation, growing waste, an inability to satisfy the demands of the mass of the population, and the continual danger of working-class rebellion. The second option meant binding oneself into the rhythm of a world economy increasingly prone to stagnation and recession and giving up the administrative means to stop recession involving contraction of the domestic economy. That is why the Polish crisis of 1980–81 was so traumatic for all the rulers of Eastern Europe. It proved there was no easy solution to the problems besetting every state. 61 The Soviet crash. The Soviet bureaucracy was not long in discovering this the hard way. Its levels of accumulation were reaching the limits of what could be sustained. It depended more on foreign trade than previously, using oil revenues to buy wheat abroad to feed the population in the 1970s and early 1980s. A fall in the world price of oil in the course of the mid-1980s then threw its domestic economic calculations into some disarray. and the decision of the Reagan administration to reassert U.S. hegemony by raising arms spending put pressure on the USSR to do likewise. The external factors added to the internal problems caused by trying to sustain accumulation in the face of declining growth rates. Gorbachev's promotion to head of the ruling Communist Party was a sign that influential people had recognized the urgency of the situation. His rise owed much to Yuri Andropov, who had witnessed what crisis could lead to as ambassador to Hungary in 1956 and as General Secretary of CPSU during the Polish events of 1980–81. Gorbachev has been blamed since as a counter-revolutionary by some people on the left nostalgic for the Soviet-style setup. But his intention was to try to save that setup through top-down reforms before economic, social, and political crisis on Polish lines could arise. His misfortune was that the crisis had reached a point where it could not be overcome by reform. Reports from ministerial meetings in the winter of 1988–9 provide a picture of increasing economic chaos, with the regime not seeing any way to deal with it. There were bitter clashes over the balance between different sectors of the economy, the number of enterprises which were significantly refusing to supply planned output or were significantly reducing deliveries, and the way the volume of new investment continued to grow. 62 The supply of goods to the consumer market had suddenly begun to deteriorate sharply and noticeably before our eyes in the second half of 1987 and especially in 1988. 63 There was an increasingly strained situation as regards satisfying the public money-back demand for goods and services. The problem of supplying the population with food has worsened. The money supply has reached critical dimensions. Everything in the economy is in short supply. 64. By October 1989 there was open talk of the crisis in many parts of the economy, the shortages, the unbalanced market, the collapse of old relations before new ones are put in place, an atmosphere of uncertain prospects and scarcities. 65 Prices were rising, since factories and shops found they could reduce production and simply raise prices, disrupting supplies for the rest of the economy. The economic crisis, as in Poland, turned into a political and social crisis. Gorbachev had intended to permit a limited opening of discussion in the ruling party and the media to isolate those in the bureaucracy opposed to his reforms. But people increasingly took advantage of this to give expression to old grievances and their discontent with the deteriorating economic situation. An unprecedented series of mass demonstrations and riots took place in the non-Russian National Soviet republics of Armenia, Kazakhstan, the Baltic states, Georgia, the Ukraine, Belarus, and Azerbaijan, fusing struggles for national rights with grievances at the social conditions people experienced. So the protests by the Armenian minority in the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan began as protests against catastrophic mismanagement and miserable economic conditions. 66 The newspaper Pravda said that in 1986 there was 27.6% unemployment in Azerbaijan and 18% in Armenia. 67 In Kazakhstan only half the young people had a chance to find a job in 1981–85. 68 The head of the state-run union said that across the USSR as a whole 43 million people were living below the poverty line. 69. Estimates of the total number of unemployed varied from 3% to 6.2%. Then miners right across the USSR struck in the early summer of 1989 and soon after a Balkan complained, a wave of strikes has engulfed the economy. 70 This was happening as huge mass movements in Eastern Europe partly in response to their economic crises were breaking Soviet control on the region and deepening the general sense of political crisis, encouraging further protests in the USSR's non-Russian republics and weakening the capacity of the central state to impose its will. Those running the enterprises did not know how to cope with the wave of protests from below apart from making concessions which raised money wages, and they had even less of an idea about what to do about the shortages of inputs needed to maintain the level of production. Stagnation gave way to economic contraction, the beginnings of a slump in the second half of 1989. There were calls from economists who claimed that only greater competition between enterprises, and eventually direct competition between firms inside Russia and those elsewhere in the world economy could force managers to be efficient and to produce the things that were needed. But they had no more idea than the ministries at the center as how to find the resources to complete the investments that were meant to provide the outputs that would restore balance to the economy. The economic collapse continued regardless of what the government did, leading to ever greater discontent and political upheaval. An attempt by Gorbachev to take a hard line to restore central control in the spring of 1991 produced a new wave of discontent which forced him to retreat. A coup against him by those who hankered after a return to the past in August 1991 fell apart, lacking support from the most important generals. There was no popular constituency for trying to return to the old order. But those who preached reform did not have a way forward either, despite the brief popularity for 100-day or 300-day programs promising miraculous economic recovery. Such programs were utopian in the extreme. The collapse of central control left the giant Soviet enterprises in a monopolistic or semi-monopolistic position. They were able to dictate to the market and to produce what they wanted rather than what was needed by the economy as a whole. They were in a position to raise prices and to simply ignore contractual obligations to other enterprises. There was no stopping the combination of deepening recession, inflation, and acute shortages of consumer goods and food. Economists, planners, and frightened bureaucrats began to look for any scheme to get them out of the mess, until finally they gave up attempting to control what was happening. When Yeltsin and the communist leaders of the other national republics announced the dissolution of the USSR into its component republics at the end of 1991, they were only giving political expression to the economic fragmentation that was already underway, with the heads of each industrial sector trying to protect themselves from the general economic crisis by relying on their own resources. This was turned into a supposed economic strategy through shock therapy policies of Yeltsin's liberal ministers and Western advisors like Jeffrey Sachs. The assumption was that, left to compete with each other without restraints from the state, enterprises would soon be pricing goods rationally in a way that would lead the efficient ones to establish links with each other, and that this would restore stability. In fact, all it did was to provide governmental blessing to a slump already underway whose only precedent anywhere in the 20th century was that of 1929-33 in the US and Germany. The failure of economic reform was not just a failure of implementation. There was a flaw in the very notion of reform itself. The aim was to restructure the Soviet economy so that those sections of it capable of adjusting to the current international level of the forces of production would expand while others closed down. But this was bound to be an enormously painful undertaking, not just for those workers who suffered in the process but for the mass of the individual members of the bureaucracy as well. Restructuring the British economy between the mid-1970s and the mid-1980s had involved shutting down about one factory in three and destroying capital on such a scale that gross industrial investment in 1990 was still no higher than in 1972. It is very doubtful that it could have proceeded smoothly if British capitalism had not had the lucky bonus of enormous North Sea oil revenues. The USSR's economy was much larger than Britain, and its enterprises had been much more insulated from the rest of the world for 60 years. The proportion that was to be destroyed by an immediate opening to international competition was correspondingly greater. This, in turn, did considerable damage to the remaining competitive enterprises as they lost suppliers of materials and components on the one hand and buyers for their output on the other. The roots of the crisis lay in the pressure to accumulate for the sake of accumulation that arose from the bureaucracy's position as part of a competitive world system. The Soviet economy had reached the point at which the precondition for a further wave of self-expansion of capital was a crisis involving the destruction of at least some past accumulation. The only difference between Russia and, say, France or Britain, was that the destruction was to be on a considerably greater scale. And this was because the Soviet Union had undergone 6 decades of accumulation without restructuring through crises and bankruptcies, while for the British and French economies it was only 4 and 3 decades respectively. Few people were prepared to see things in these terms at the time. The vast majority of those who had struggled for democratic reform in Russia believed that the turn to market capitalism would open up a glorious future. What they got instead was a devastating slump, the corruption of the Yeltsin years and the domination of the economy and society by former members of the ruling bureaucracy and mafiosi reborn as private capitalist oligarchs. Meanwhile, in the rest of the world the great majority of politicians and theorists in the social democratic and former Stalinist left drew the conclusion that it was socialism that had failed and that the future lay with Western-style markets, failing to perceive the depths of the crises brewing there too. Japan, the sun that stopped rising. The world's second economic power at the beginning of the 1980s was the USSR. Japan took its place as the Soviet crisis of the late 1980s turned into collapse. 71 Japan's average growth rate throughout the 1980s was 4.2% as against 2.7% for the US and 1.9% for West Germany. Its annual investment in manufacturing equipment was more than twice that of the US. 72 That the future lay with Japan was the near universal conclusion of media commentators. A committee of the U.S. Congress warned in 1992 that Japan could overtake the U.S. by the end of the decade. After Japan became the slogan of European and North American industrialists trying to motivate their workforces to greater feats of productivity. The threat from the rising sun became the excuse for the job losses experienced by American auto workers. Keynesian commentators like Will Hutton and William Keegan wrote books extolling the Japanese model of capitalism. Then in 1992-3 a financial crisis pushed Japan into its own period of stagnation, with a growth rate averaging just 0.9% a year between 1990 and 2001.73 by 2007 its economy was only a third of the size of the US 74 as against estimates as high as 60% in 1992.75. The blame for what happened is usually ascribed to faults in the running of its financial system either due to financial markets not being free enough in the 1980s, or to inappropriate action by the central banks once the crisis had started. The conclusion from such reasoning is that the Japan crisis was unique and has little to tell us about the direction in which the global system is going. The sudden inability of the world's second biggest economy to grow then becomes the result of accidents. Yet all the elements of the Marxist account of the crisis of the interwar years are to be found in the Japanese case. Japan had a rapidly rising ratio of capital to workers from the 1950s to the late 1980s. This grew in the 1980s by 4.9% a year, more than 4 times as fast as in the US and 70% faster than in Germany. 76 The result, as Marx would have predicted, was downward pressure on the rate of profit. It fell by about 3/4 between the end of the 1960s and the end of the 1980s. The decline seemed manageable until the end of the 1980s. The state and the banks worked with private industry to sustain growth without much attention to profit rates. So long as there was a mass of profit available for further investment, the Japanese system ensured that it was used. Japan had been hit hard by the global recession of the mid-1970s, but was able not only to recover from it before most other countries but also to restructure industry in such a way as to keep expanding throughout the early 1980s when the US and Europe were in recession. The crisis indicated that future growth on the basis of heavy and chemical industrialization was untenable. The role of the state in changing the strategic direction of Japanese capitalism was fundamental. Administrative guidance by MITI began to nudge Japanese capital in the direction of electronics, automobiles, capital equipment, and semiconductors. 79. This required high levels of investment. The United States, for example, invested just 21% of its GDP during the 1980s compared with the Japanese figure of 31%. According to one estimate, the ratio of capital stock to GNP in Japan was nearly 50% higher than in the US. 80 The concentration of investment into certain industries in this way raised their productivity, even though it remained fairly low in the rest of the Japanese economy. 81 But such high investment could only be sustained by holding down the consumption of the mass of people. Partly this was done by keeping down real wages, partly it was done through providing minimal state provision for sickness and pensions, forcing people to save. As Rod Stevens pointed out when the boom was at its height, real wages in Japan are still at most only about 60% of real wages in the US, and Japanese workers have to save massively to cope with the huge proportion of their lifetime earnings which is absorbed by such things as housing, education, old age, and health care. 82. But this level of real wages restricted the domestic market for the new goods Japanese industry was turning out at an ever-increasing speed. The only way to sell them was to rely on exports. As Stevens also pointed out, because of capital's increasingly strict wage control and authority in the workplace, growing labor productivity in the consumer goods branches of the machinery industries had to find outlets in export markets if the Japanese working class's limited buying power was not to interrupt accumulation. 83. High productivity in the select range of prioritized industry made the required level of exports possible, with Japanese cars and electronics increasingly penetrating the U.S. market. But it brought complications in its wake. Japanese economic success was very dependent on U.S. goodwill. When the U.S. demanded that Japan accept an upward revaluation of its currency to make its goods less competitive against American goods, Japanese capitalism had little choice but to comply, and the volume of exports suffered. The reaction of the state to this was to provide cheap funds to keep industrial investment and expansion going. As Karel van Wolf Aaron has said, to compensate the corporate sector for the squeeze of the exchange rate, the ministry encouraged the banks vastly to increase their lending. 84. But there had been a weakening of the old mechanisms which directed bank lending into industrial development, caused in part by the growing integration of Japanese capitalism into the world system. 85. The expanded bank lending found its way into speculation on a massive scale. The explosion of liquidity helped set off an upward spiral of real estate values, long used as collateral by the big companies, which then justified inflated stock values. 86. In what was later called the bubble economy, property values soared and the stock exchange doubled in value until the net worth of Japanese companies was said to be greater than that of the U.S. companies, although by any real measure the U.S. economy was about twice the size of the Japanese one. But while the bubble lasted, the Japanese economy continued to grow, and even after the bubble had started deflating, bank lending enabled the economy to keep expanding throughout 1991-2 as recession hit the US and Western Europe. Then it became clear that the banks themselves were in trouble. They had made loans for land and share purchases that could not be repaid. Now these things had collapsed in price. The banking system was hit by recurrent crises right through the 1990s, writing off a total of around 71 trillion yen in bad loans. The total sum owed by businesses in trouble or actually bankrupt were set at 80 to 100 trillion yen by the US government, and at 111 trillion yen by the IMF. 87. The role of the financial system in producing the bubble and then the long drawn-out banking crisis has led most commentators to locate the origin of the Japanese crisis in faults within that system. The problem, neoliberal commentators claim, was that the close ties between those running the state, the banking system and industry meant that there was not the scrutiny about what the banks were up to which a truly competitive economy would have provided. 88. It was this which enabled such a massive amount of dodgy lending to take place. As an explanation, it fails because very similar bubbles have happened in economies like the US, which supposedly fulfill all the norms of competitiveness. It is difficult to see any fundamental difference between the Japanese bubble of the late 1980s and the US housing bubble of the mid-2000s. The neoliberal reasoning that blames the crisis on the state believes there was a solution: the state should simply have walked away and allowed some of the big banks to go out of business. But this assumes that some banks going bust would not bring down other banks to which they owed money, leading to a cumulative collapse of the whole banking sector. No advanced industrial state dare even contemplate that happening. Whenever it has seemed possible, other states have behaved in general as the Japanese have. In any case, there is no reason to believe that the banking crisis was the ultimate cause of Japanese stagnation. The neoclassical economists Fumio Hayashi and Edward C. Prescott have argued that firms that wanted to invest could still do so, since other sources of funds replaced bank loans to finance the robust investment by non-financial corporations in the 1990s. 89. But they have had to recognize that those projects that are funded are on average receiving a low rate of return. 90. In fact, there was a fall in productive investment, although not anything like a complete collapse. In such a situation, restructuring the banking system, whether through allowing the crisis to deepen, as the neoliberals wanted, or gradually as those of a more Keynesian persuasion suggested, would not solve the crisis. On this, American economist Paul Krugman rightly made the point. The striking thing about discussion of structural reform, however, is that when one poses the question, how will this increase demand, the answers are actually quite vague. I at least am far from sure that the kinds of structural reform being urged on Japan will increase demand at all, and see no reason to believe that even radical reform would be enough to jolt the economy out of its current trap. 91. The reason was that the trap lay outside the banking system, in the capitalist system as a whole. The rate of profit had fallen to a point in the late 1980s which precluded further substantial increases in workers' living standards. But that in turn prevented the domestic economy from being able to absorb all of the increased output. A new massive round of accumulation could have absorbed it, but for that profitability would have had to have been much higher than it was. Richard Kuh's study of the crisis, the holy grail of macroeconomics, by stressing the hidden debts of major corporations, hints at what had really gone wrong, but fails to ground the problem of insolvency in the long-term decline of profitability. 92. The Japanese state did turn to some Keynesian-type solutions, with a big program of public works construction. Gavan McCormick writes, with the onset of chronic recession after the bubble burst at the beginning of the 1990s, the government turned to ever larger and decreasingly effective Keynesian deficits, and that Japan's public works sector has grown to be 3 times the size of that of Britain, the US or Germany, employing 7 million people, or 10% of the workforce, and spending between 40 and 50 trillion yen a year, around $350 billion, 8% of GDP, or 2 to 3 times that of other industrial countries. 93. According to one estimate, the state's share of output increased from an average of 13.7% in the 1984 to 1990 period to 15.2% in the 1994 to 2000 period. 94. But it was not enough to fill the gap created by the limited stimulus to investment from the rate of profit, as the graph below shows. The economy did not collapse in the 1990s in the way that the US and German economies did in the early 1930s. The state still seemed able to stop that. But it could not lift the economy back to its old growth path. Sections of Japanese capital believed they could escape from this trap by investing abroad, as the gap between gross investment and gross domestic investment shows. But it was not an answer for the great bulk of Japanese capital, which did its utmost to try to raise the rate of profit through raising the rate of exploitation, even though it could only reduce domestic demand still further and deepen its problems. Nor was it an answer for the Japanese working class, which, whether it liked it or not, would be compelled to struggle if it was to avoid life getting worse. Economic growth did not rise from the doldrums until the mid-2000s, when Chinese imports of machinery gave a boost to Japanese industry, but this was to prove to be very short-lived. Japan's crisis was not as devastating to the lives of its people as that which broke out a couple of years earlier in the USSR. Yet, unnoticed by nearly all economists, mainstream and Marxist alike, there was a similarity between them. Capital accumulation had reached the point where it could no longer extract a surplus from those it exploited on a sufficiently rising scale to keep abreast of the internationally competitive level of accumulation it looked to. The barrier to capital accumulation had indeed become capital itself. Those who presided over accumulation had 2 choices. They could allow their bit of the system to restructure itself through blind competition, taking on trust ideological claims that it would produce new miracles. Or they could play safe, knowing they might never get out of long-term stagnation. The rulers of Russia chose the first path and saw their economy, already halved with the loss of the rest of the USSR, halve in size again. Japan's rulers took the other path, and their economy went through a decade and a half of debilitating stagnation without seeming any closer to a solution to its problems at the end than it was at the beginning. The big question both raised was, how would other countries, particularly the US, react if they fell into the same stagnation trap? The impact on the global South. The collapse of the two state-oriented ideological models, Keynesianism and Stalinism, had a profound effect on political forces aspiring after the development of third-world economies into full and equal components of the world system. It pushed them to look for new models of capital accumulation in place of the state-directed import substitutionist model, which was already displaying problems. In Asia, the tightly regulated Chinese economy and the less tightly regulated, but still centrally directed, Indian economy both began to show worrying signs of stagnation by the mid-1970s, 95, forcing governments to look for alternatives. In Latin America, the import substitutionist model was found wanting in its Argentinian homeland as economic and political crises erupted. In Africa, the promises made by proponents of African socialism were not fulfilled as industrial growth was restricted by the narrowness of national markets and the meager resources left after the depredations of imperialism. Adding to these problems was a decline in the price on the world market for raw materials and foodstuffs, the main source of the export earnings needed to import equipment for new industries. Particularly after the onset of recession in the advanced countries in 1974, non-oil producing third world countries were caught between increased oil costs and a decline in the terms of trade for primary commodity exports of nearly 50%. 96. Those running industries which had grown up within the protective barriers of the old model began pragmatically establishing links with foreign capital. Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico were typical. Their industrial bases had been established in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s by the state intervening to direct investment in industry, often into state-owned companies. But the more far-sighted industrialists, whether in the state or private sectors, saw that they could not get the resources and modern technologies needed to keep up with worldwide productivity levels unless they found ways of breaking out of the confines of the national economy. They began increasingly to turn to foreign multinationals for licensing agreements, joint production projects and funds, and they began themselves to operate as multinationals in other countries. The trend was reinforced by the success of a number of countries which had long oriented themselves to the world market in achieving very fast growth rates. In Asia, four bastions of anti-communism, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore, registered growth rates easily as large as those in Stalin's USSR. And in Europe, countries like Spain, Greece, and Portugal, which Paul Baran had included as part of the underdeveloped world, grew rapidly enough to join that rich man's club, the European Community. Brazil began following a similar export-oriented path under the military regime that had seized power in 1964. Its still very large state sector and private capital alike increasingly oriented towards the rest of the world system rather than to a protected national market. The Western financial press rejoiced in this, assuring its readers that Brazil was the great rising third world country whose industries were destined to challenge those of the West. And there certainly was growth. For almost 15 years the average rate of growth was 8.5%, making Brazil the fourth fastest growing country. 97. Other Latin American states began to emulate the Brazilian policy. The military coups in Chile and Argentina were followed by an opening to external capital. And again the outcome seemed encouraging at first. Under the Videla regime in Argentina, the rate of inflation was lowered, real output grew, and a current account surplus was generated. 98. While Chile's real GDP grew 8.5% a year between 1977 and 1980. 99. It seemed that a way had been found to achieve national accumulation by breaking out of the confines of the national market and, when the policies were undertaken under military regimes, of crushing popular resistance to rising levels of exploitation. There was a similar swing of the intellectual pendulum as in the West and the former communist states, with the wholesale conversion of dependency theory economists to the wonders of free markets. The conversions continued even as the Latin American miracle came unstuck. Growth after 1974 had come to depend on foreign borrowing. Many Latin American countries gambled on ambitious growth targets by borrowing heavily in international financial markets. The external debt of Chile and Argentina almost trebled over a few years, from 1978 to 1981.100, but this did not seem to matter at the time either to the national governments or the international banking system. Up to the second oil price shock, the gamble was worth taking. Export growth was sustained in world markets at favorable prices. As a consequence, the ratio of debt outstanding to export proceeds was more favorable for all non-oil developing countries in 1979 than in 1970 to 72.101. The IMF assured people in 1980, during the 1970s, a generalist debt management problem was avoided, and the outlook for the immediate future does not give cause for alarm. 102 This was written just months before the Second International Recession, in the early 1980s, and caught all these states unprepared. As export markets shrank and international interest rates began to rise, the debts they had incurred in the 1970s crippled their growth, threw them into recession and blighted their economies right through the 1980s, which became known as the lost decade in Latin America, with a fall in GNP per person for the continent as a whole of 10%. 103. The impact on local capitalists and mainstream political forces was not, however, to question the new opening to the world market. Rather, it was to insist, as in Russia and Eastern Europe, that the opening had not gone far enough. The new doctrine was accepted in one form or another by the late 1980s by populist politicians and even former guerrillas in Latin America, by the Politburo in China, by the Congress Party leadership in India, by those who had once proclaimed their commitment to socialism in Africa, and by the successors to Nasser in Egypt. The conversions were not always voluntary. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank intervened where they could, making offers, mafia-style, to debt-laden countries which their rulers rarely found themselves able to refuse, since doing so would rule out any sort of accumulation strategy. The various debt programs were more concerned with protecting the interests of Western banks than with ameliorating conditions in the indebted countries. But more was involved than just a surrender to imperialism on the part of the governments that accepted them. Those capitals, private and state alike, that had grown during the period of state-directed development did not see any way of continuing to expand within the confines of limited national markets. They wanted access to markets and to technological innovations outside national borders. They might allow, even encourage, national governments to haggle over the terms on which capital in the metropolitan countries allowed this to happen, but they would not reject them outright. And in the process some of them were indeed able to develop more than a national profile. So the Argentinian steel maker Tecnet took control of the Mexican steel tube maker Tamsa in 1993, acquired the Italian steel tube maker Dalman in 1996, and then went on to expand into Brazil, Venezuela, Japan, and Canada, adopting the name Tenaris. 104 There is a similar pattern for some Mexican companies. In the late 1980s, Alfa, the largest industrial group in Mexico, with 109 subsidiaries spanning automotive components, food, petrochemicals, and steel, embarked on a growing number of joint operations with foreign firms. The glass maker Vitro, which had bought two American companies, became the world's leading glass container manufacturer, with its market almost equally split between the US and Mexico. 105 The logical outcome of this in Mexico was for its ruling class to forget its old nationalism and to join the North American Free Trade Area and increasingly to operate as a subordinate component of US capitalism. Occasionally the collaboration produced positive results for wider sections of local capital, provided some job opportunities for the aspirant middle classes, and even created conditions under which workers could boost their living standards through industrial action. All too often, however, it created still further indebtedness to foreign banks which the national states had to cope with. In such cases a narrow stratum of people gained a taste of the fleshpots of multinational capital while the conditions of the mass of people deteriorated, or at best remained unchanged. A yuppie class lived in protected enclaves as if it were in the wealthiest parts of the industrialist world, while much of the population festered in ever-proliferating slums and shantytowns. The assumption of the new economic ideology most forcefully addressed in the neoliberal notions of the Washington Consensus of the IMF and World Bank was that if some capital accumulation in some countries had been able to gain a new lease of life by reinsertion into the world system, it could do so anywhere if only the last restrictions on trade and the movement of capital were removed. but the reality proved to be rather different. A few areas attracted new productive investment, but only a few. At the end of the century, only a third of worldwide foreign direct investment went to the emerging markets of the global south and the former communist countries, and of this more than half went to just 4 countries: China/Hong Kong, Singapore, Mexico, and Brazil. Another quarter went to just 7 countries, leaving 176 countries to share out the remaining 25%. 106 And much of the investment was not new investment at all, but simply the buying up of already operating companies by multinationals based in the metropolitan countries. These problems were most felt in the poorest regions of the world, especially Africa. However much they dismantled their old, protectionist, import substitutionist policies, they still remained unattractive to the multinationals they wanted to woo. Small, poor countries face increased barriers to entry in industries most subject to the global forces of competition. 107. Much the same applied to exports. China and a few other countries did continue to break into world markets. But the export orientation of these countries meant that their own internal markets for foreign-produced consumer goods did not grow at a corresponding speed, and that their expansion was, in part, at the expense of other countries in the global south. So African countries which had begun to enjoy some export growth in manufactured goods found themselves losing markets to China. The combined and uneven development that had characterized the long boom continued into its aftermath, with the difference that many economies actually contracted even as others grew rapidly. It was as if the Third World itself had split in two, except that immense pools of poverty remained even in the part that was growing. Those who ran the local states could often feel insecure even when the developmentalist strategy was successful in its own capitalist or state capitalist terms. Their success depended upon a high level of domestic accumulation, and the other side of that, a high level of exploitation that could only be achieved by holding down workers' and peasants' living standards. But even when they succeeded in getting high levels of accumulation, they remained weak in their bargaining position with the multinationals. As multinationals took over local firms, their proportion of the local capital investment could rise to 40 or even 50% of the total, increasing their leverage over local decision-making. But states in the poorer parts of the world did not have anything like the same leverage over multinationals, since the small size of their domestic economies meant they probably accounted for no more than 1 or 2% of the multinationals' worldwide investments and sales. Huge gaps usually opened up between what those who ran the state had promised the mass of people and what they could deliver. High levels of repression and corruption become the norm rather than the exception. When the developmentalist strategy ran into problems, something else accompanied the repression: the hollowing out of the mass organizations that used to tie sections of the middle class to the state and, via them, some of the working class and peasantry. The oppressive state became a weak state and looked to foreign backing to reinforce its hold. All this happened as problems of profitability in the advanced countries drove their capitalists to look for any opportunity, however limited, to grab surplus value from elsewhere. There was not much to be got from the poorest of the poor anywhere in the world, but what there was they were determined to get. Imperialism meant that at the top level of the system rival capitalist powers argued vehemently with each other about how to satisfy their different interests. At a lower level, it meant constraining the local ruling classes of the Third World to act as collectors of debt repayments for the Western banks, royalty payments for the multinationals, and profits for Western investors as well as for their own domestic capitalists. Debt servicing alone transferred $300 billion a year from the developing countries to the wealthy in the advanced world. 108 A website dedicated to defending U.S. overseas investment boasted. Most new overseas investments are paid for by profits made overseas. Foreign direct investment by U.S. companies was only $86 billion in 1996. If you subtract out the reinvested earnings of foreign operations, the result was only $22 billion. U.S. companies' overseas operations also generate income that returns to the U.S. In 1995, this flow of income, defined as direct investment income, royalty and license fees, and charges and services back into the U.S., amounted to $117 billion. 109. there could be no end to the squeezing. The share of foreign investors in the trading on the Brazilian stock exchange rose from 6.5% in 1991 to 29.4% in 1995,110, and the share of New Mexican government debt held by non-residents grew from 8% at the end of 1990 to 55% at the end of 1993.111. Under such circumstances, the instability of the world economy in the aftermath of the Golden Age found heightened expression in the countries of the Global South. Even those expanding rapidly and extolled by neoliberal media commentators could suddenly be faced with near insuperable debt problems, deepening slump, and possibly accelerating inflation, as happened in Mexico in the early 1990s, Indonesia in the late 1990s, and Argentina at the beginning of the 2000s. And the fate of the mass of people in countries regarded as marginal by international capital, like most of sub-Saharan Africa, was deepening poverty, repeated famines, and, all too often, recurrent bouts of ethnic conflict spilling over into civil wars, often financed by foreign firms interested in control of raw materials. There may never have been a golden age for such parts of the world. But there was certainly a leaden one. Restructuring through crises. Global capitalism in the last quarter of the 20th century was marked once again by many of the features Marx had described. There were recurrent economic crises, and the restructuring through crisis of capitals, big and small, privately owned and state-owned. All the major industrial economies suffered at least 3 real recessions, except for France and Canada, which each experienced 1 growth recession and 2 real recessions, and Japan, which avoided a real recession for nearly 20 years after the crisis of the mid-1970s, only then to enter a 13-year period of near stagnation after 1992. In the former Soviet bloc countries, recessionary tendencies of the late 1980s now turned into slumps. But soon different paths emerged. The former USSR suffered an enormous economic contraction, and output in 2000, even after 2 years of recovery, was only 70% of the 1990s figure. The picture was similarly miserable for Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, and the bulk of former Yugoslavia. By contrast, the Central European economies only contracted to a little over 80% of the 1990s figure and recovered to begin to surpass it in 1998, although this figure was still hardly greater than that for 1980.113. All this meant continued, recurrent pain for those who labored for and lived within the system. The big question, however, for the system itself was whether the restructuring caused by the crises would open up a new period of expansion. This we will look at in the next section of this work. Part 3. The New Age of Global Instability. Chapter 9. The Years of Delusion. The New Hype. A substantial decline in macroeconomic volatility was one of the most striking features of the economic landscape over the past 20 years or so, declared Ben Bernanke in 2004. Such had long been the view of most mainstream economists and politicians. New paradigm advocates received cautious support from the U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers and Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan. Mr. Greenspan said the recent economic performance was not ephemeral. Point 2. They spoke of the longest continuous period of American economic growth for 4 decades and the lowest level of unemployment for 3. This was supposedly a new, unprecedented period of non-inflationary capitalist expansion, baptized the Great Moderation or the New Economic Paradigm. Stagnation, unemployment, and inflation had supposedly been left behind. For Bernanke, the explanation lay in the greater capacity of the states and central banks to handle the money supply than in the 1970s. For others it lay in the new technologies associated with the microprocessor. A new economy has emerged from a spurt of invention and innovation, led by the microprocessor, opening all sectors of the economy to productivity gains. The new economic paradigm has brought us the best of all worlds: innovative products, new jobs, high profits, soaring stocks, and low inflation. Point 3. The advances of what was called Anglo-Saxon capitalism, supposedly based on unleashing economic freedom and entrepreneurship, were contrasted with the laggardly rates of growth in Europe and the stagnation in Japan. In Britain, New Labour boasted it was following the US example. No return to boom and bust was the refrain in every budget speech of Chancellor of the Exchequer Gordon Brown. The enthusiasm had received a temporary setback when the Asian crisis of 1997 spread to about 40% of the world. The Financial Times had headlines about an economic meltdown and a house of cards, while the BBC ran a special Newsnight program, "Is Capitalism Collapsing?" But the panic did not last for long. Within months the new paradigm was rising high again. Both Patrick Minford, former economic advisor to Margaret Thatcher, and Meghnad Desai, former economic advisor to Gordon Brown, insisted in debates late in 1998 that all that had occurred was a passing storm of no significance, and all problems had been solved by quick intervention by the U.S. Federal Reserve. 4 There was brief panic again in the summer of 2001 as the U.S. went into recession. The world economy is starting to look remarkably, even dangerously, vulnerable, stated The Economist. Industrialists and bankers at their annual get-together on banks of Lake Como did little to disguise their overriding pessimism. 5 Reported the Financial Times. But again amnesia soon set in, and financial commentators were describing the economic panic of a few months earlier as the recession that was over before it began. 6 Despite, or perhaps because of, the loss of 1 in 6 manufacturing jobs in the U.S., renewed economic growth in the U.S. led to even greater optimism than before. The International Monetary Fund could declare year after year that the picture for the future was of fast economic growth. So in April 2007 a typical IMF press release about its most recent world survey read, "Global economy on track for continued strong growth." There were a few mainstream doubters, but their worries were only ever discussed in order to be dismissed. The overall message was that capitalism was going from strength to strength with supposedly record world growth figures. Even those skeptical about the claims for the advanced countries often accepted a modified version of the optimism when it came to the system as a whole. Hardly a day went past without media references to the new giants, China and India, and soon compliments were being poured on the other countries included with them in the new BRICS rubric: Brazil, Russia, and South Africa. Even if the old industrial states were to run into problems, these new centers of capitalist growth would maintain the stability of the world system. The faults that were recognized in the global system were regarded rather, as Stalin's admirers used to speak of his occasional errors, as spots on the sun. Hidden problems. For those commentators prepared to look honestly and go a little deeper than immediate appearances, there were disturbing signs. While the IMF, for instance, was exuberant about prospects, research commissioned by the World Bank painted a rather different picture. Growth for the world as a whole was well down on the levels not only of the long boom, but also of the first decade and a half after its end. It was only possible to draw a different conclusion, as an IMF graph in the April 2007 World Review seemed to, by starting the series in 1970 with the beginning of the end of the long boom. 8 Parallel with the decline in growth rates went a long-term slowdown in global investment, as research for the IMF revealed. The fall in accumulation and the growth of output took place alongside a continuing low level of the rate of profit compared with the Golden Age. There had been some recovery from the low point of the early 1980s, but only to reach about the level of the early 1970s, the turning point that ended the Golden Age. Calculations for the U.S. suggest that recovery of profitability from the recession of 2001-2 through the years immediately preceding the credit crunch of 2007 again failed to raise it to anything like the level of the long boom. Robert Brenner shows it moving marginally ahead of the early 1970s figure, only then to fall back. David Kotz shows the profit rate in 2005 as 4.6%, compared with 6.9% in 1997. Fred Mosley shows a bigger recovery of recent profit rates, but his calculations still leave them at their high point as only marginally above their lowest points in the long boom. 11 The overall pattern of the 1990s and the early 2000s was a continuation of that of the 1980s, of a certain recovery of profit rates, but not sufficient to return the system to the long-term dynamism of the long boom. Marx saw restructuring through crisis as enabling capitalism to recoup the rate of profit, and the Austrian school of mainstream economics likewise saw crises as the only way to reinvigorate the system. Each crisis in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s did lead to widespread restructuring of industry. There were closures of factories, mines, and docks in all the world's industrial heartlands. Industries which had characterized whole regions decamped, others saw their workforces shrink to half or a quarter of their former size, as with the heavy industries of northern China, Detroit's car plants, the Polish shipyards and the meat refrigeration plants of Greater Buenos Aires. But the restructuring through crises did not have the full effect it had had in the free market period of capitalism from the early 19th century until the First World War. It did not get rid of unprofitable capital on a sufficient scale to raise profit rates to the levels of the 1950s and 1960s. The neoliberal ideology may have embraced the notion of creative destruction, with its implication that some giant firms must be allowed to go bust in the interests of the others. But the practice of states and of the pressures which industry and finance put on states was rather different. The fear of what the collapse of the really big corporations and banks might do to the rest of the system persisted. Hardly any big firms had been allowed to go bust during the first two crises of the mid-1970s and early 1980s. Governments had continued to step in to keep them afloat, most notably with the U.S. state's support for the bailout of the car giant Chrysler at the end of the 1970s, of the Continental Illinois Bank in 1984 and of the Savings and Loans Corporations in the late 1980s. Things changed to some degree from the late 1980s onwards. As the Bankruptcy Yearbook reports, during the 1980s and early 1990s record numbers of bankruptcies, of all types, were filed. Many well-known companies filed for bankruptcy. Included were LTV, Eastern Airlines, Texaco, Continental Airlines, Allied Stores, Federated Department Stores, Greyhound, R.H. Macy and Pan Am, Maxwell Communication and Olympia and York Point 12. The same story was repeated on a bigger scale during the crisis of 2001-2. The collapse of Enron was, as Joseph Stiglitz writes, the biggest corporate bankruptcy ever until WorldCom came along. 13 This was not just a US phenomenon. It was a characteristic of Britain in the early 1990s, as bankruptcies like those of the Maxwell Empire and Olympia and York showed, and, although Britain avoided a full recession in 2001-2, two once dominant companies, Marconi/GEC and Rover, went down, as well as scores of recently established dot-com and high-tech companies. The same phenomenon was beginning to be visible in continental Europe, with an added twist in Germany that most of the big enterprises of the former East Germany went bust or were sold off at bargain basement prices to West German firms. 14 And then in Asia with the crisis of 1997-8. On top of this there was the bankruptcy of whole states, notably the USSR, with a GDP that was at one stage a third or even half that of the US. However, governments had certainly not completely given up intervening to limit the impact of crises on large capitals, nor had the most important capitalist sectors stopped demanding such intervention. This was shown by the way the U.S. Federal Reserve stepped in to save the long-term capital management hedge fund in 1998. A worldwide sample of 40 banking crisis episodes in 2003 found that governments had spent on average 13% of national GDP to clean up the financial system. 15 Governments as varied as those of Scandinavia and Japan had rushed to prop up banks whose collapse might damage the rest of the national financial system, even if this involved nationalization as a last resort. 16 Governments took the costs of writing off losses away from particular individual capitals. But those costs had then to be covered from elsewhere in the system, either by taxation, hitting the real wages of workers or the profits of capital, or by borrowing, which eventually had to be repaid somehow from the same sources. The benefits for those capitals which survived the crisis were limited as a result. The rising rate of bankruptcies only partially relieved the pressure on their profit rates. Further relief came from a slower rise in investment compared to productive labor power. The slowdown in accumulation due to lower profitability played a role in this. So did continued waste expenditure, particularly military expenditure. This absorbed a considerably lower level of world output than in the 1950s and 1960s, let alone than during the Second World War. But it still absorbed a much higher amount than in the pre-1939 world. And there had been an increase in U.S. military expenditure during the Second Cold War of the 1980s under Ronald Reagan, and again with the War on Terror under Bush in the early and mid-2000s, and since U.S. military expenditure was half the global total, this meant an overall increase across the system. One estimate is that by 2005 U.S. military spending had risen to a figure equal to about 42% of gross non-residential private investment, 17, a big drain on resources that could otherwise have gone into accumulation. At the same time, unproductive expenditures in the financial sector soared, as we shall see later. The effect of all of these forms of waste was much less beneficial to the system as a whole than half a century earlier. They could still reduce the downward pressures on the rate of profit from a rising organic composition of capital. It certainly does not rise as rapidly as it would have done if all surplus value had gone into accumulation. The rate of growth of the capital/labor ratio fell in most countries in the 1990s, 0.18, but the old industrial capitalist countries paid the price for a continued slowdown in productive accumulation and long-term growth rates. Two other factors can have some impact on the level of investment capitalists have to undertake to remain competitive. There is the increase in the speed at which capital produces and sells commodities as a result of advances in transport technology and of the computerization of warehousing and stock keeping. An estimate is that capital services grew 2 to 3% faster than the capital stock in the late 1980s and 1990s for most countries. 21 This would have reduced the costs to capitals of holding stocks of raw materials on the one hand and of goods awaiting sale. But the second factor will have worked from the opposite direction. The reduced lifetime fixed capital had before it became outdated. Computers and software become obsolescent because of technical advances much more quickly than other capital equipment in perhaps 2 or 3 years rather than 10, 20, or even 30, and the increased depreciation costs cut into profits. 22. This was ignored by the argument of the late 1990s and early 2000s that the increase in productivity due to massive growth of cheap computing power was the basis of a new era of continuous growth. As we saw in Chapter 3, the more rapidly firms have to replace their fixed capital, the more it cuts into any increase in profits they got from installing it in the first place. What is more, once a new technology has spread beyond the firms that first introduce it, its effect is to reduce the value of each unit of output. The late 1990s and the early 2000s were a period in which the prices of goods produced by the new technology tumbled, leading to increased competitive pressure on all the firms in these industries. A wave of innovation could no more create an endless boom in the late 1990s and early 2000s than it could in the new era of the 1920s. The most important factor in reviving profit rates was not computerization, or the reorganization of capital as such, but the increased pressure capital was able to put on those who worked for it as successive waves of restructuring disrupted old patterns of working class resistance. Capitals took advantage of the redundancies and dislocations caused by restructuring to put relentless pressure on workers to work harder while wages were held down. There was a decrease in the share of national income going to labor in all of the major Western economies. In the United States, productivity grew 46.5% between 1973 and 1998, while the median wage fell by about 8% 24, and that for production workers by 20% 25. Western Europe did not see the same increase in hours or a reduction in real wages as in the US in the 1980s and 1990s, but governments and firms began to push for both in the new millennium. Real wages have fallen dramatically and working hours are nearly back to 40 a week, reported the BBC on Germany in 2005.27. It was not only wages and working conditions that had to be put under pressure. So too did the various services provided by the state that make up the social wage, healthcare, pensions, education. During the long boom these had been, as we have seen in Chapter 7, by and large, paid for out of the taxes on the working class, as is shown by figures by Anwar Sheikh for what he calls the net social wage, the difference between what workers pay in and what they get out. 28 But the impact of recurrent crises, rising unemployment, and an aging population had been to push welfare expenditures upwards, until even in the US the cost could no longer always be covered by the taxation on workers, and therefore tended to hit capital. The figures show enormous unevenness between the degree to which different states and firms operating in those states were hit by both the overall level of the net social wage and the rise in the welfare expenditures in the 1970s and 1980s. They responded by a series of reforms which, under the label of modernization, aimed at reversing this trend.